Hey everybody, thought I'd do one of these just for kicks. People are asking about it on the Ranzee show, and I had a nice little nap, so what the hell? Hey Matt, how's it going? See who else shows up. This is totally last minute impromptu, whatever, so might be some people's bedtime already. Hey John, how's it going? Yeah, it's afternoon here. Wait for some more folks to show up. It's probably only a few hours anyway, because I think most people on Kent's pub usually bow out before 6 my time, 2 a.m. your time, so we shall see how it goes. Hey Kosh, what's up? Yeah, I don't have anything plugged in yet. My little interface is not plugged in, so I can't even make any fun noises on the stream so far. If you guys wants to join, feel free. I put the link in the, I pinned it in the StreamYard link in there. If you want to jump on, even if it's just audio, you can just use an avatar for your image. Sure, there's some kind of EMOM going on somewhere tonight. Some people aren't going to be around. Where is my volume? Seems kind of low. Oh, that's why. Hmm. Yeah, see, hey Brett, how's it going? Trying to see who else wants to jump on the audio/camera chat. Come on, someone's got to do it. Go, 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 go. You guys didn't see I pinned it up top, so it's easy to get in. Hey, Manny, how's it going? Yeah, it's a wimpy pub. Not quite near beer, but you know, jump in if you want. If you're able to pop in for a bit, I put the link up top there. So, Chris said, jump in if you want. I got the link. Like I said, I don't have anything hooked up right now, so I can't even do any fun demos. It was just kind of last minute, plugged it in and started it going. I should try out this Pog thing that I got. I haven't used this yet. This is always fun. Also got my funny little wind controller thing. It's a flute, but it's also a MIDI controller. These are pretty fun. Nothing else quite within arm's reach. Could also do some iPad apps. Those are always fun. But I have to plug in my audio interface to do that. Nobody wants to join. Come on, you guys. One of you guys got to join. Nobody wants to sit and listen to me just babble on, just look at my face the whole time. No, no, no. Yeah, the flute is if you take the stop out, it's already out actually. It's a, and then you put the stop in. I showed this on Ranzee's stream before. I might even showed this on Throughport Collective with Chris's channel. Not and MIDI notes with the sensors here. So yeah, pretty clever. Just got to plug it in, charge it up. I don't even know if this has juice. I'll have to charge it up again. Looks like it's not charged. Another thing I have to do, charge this baby up. Do I even have a charge cord for this handy? It's basically, is that everyone's favorite USB micro? I forgot. Actually, it looks like a mini. It's a pretty sturdy cable. I think it's a mini connector. Yeah, they took a break on Throughport Collective. I think people just getting busy, and as anyone does anything regularly knows, it's hard to keep the momentum going. Getting guests, getting everyone to show up, all that kind of stuff. So I don't blame them for taking a break. So I'm sure they'll be back. They got, I think it's 49 shows. It's not bad. So they got a pretty good run there. Could start up any old time and get back to it. Excuse me. Damn it, where's the... Hey, somebody's in here. Cool. Welcome, welcome.
Can you
How's
hear
it
me?
going?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, it's a little low, I think.
Hang on.
Now that I
Try
have,
that. Is that better?
that's much better. Yeah. Let me
Hang
kill.
on,
I
let
had
me.
Echo turned on so I could hear myself, just so I could
Yeah,
make sure the
let me
audio is
get rid
good.
of that. Is that better?
I think that is good.
Yeah.
Yes.
There you go. How are you?
Usual. Just did Ranzee show. Had a nice nap.
I miss
Uh,
Ranz's show. We're watching Formula One, like you do.
yeah, it's tough to it's tough for me because I have to get up at 5 a.m. to do that usually. So it's not usually my cup of
You must
tea.
love it getting up that early. Jesus.
I If it weren't so much fun, I would be miserable. But because I have fun and because I can sleep right after, that's not so bad.
All right.
If I had to try to function the rest of the day after doing the show,
You do like a Ranzee shift, then go back to bed again, sort of thing.
pretty much, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That's why when Kent does this thing normally, I pretty much don't even join on time on Saturdays because I'm still sleeping.
Yeah. Okay.
Um, but
So that win thing you've got, is that what you were after when you were looking for a win thing, or is that one you've
no,
already
this was
had?
a Kickstarter thing that I was just like, you know what? I like little wacky Kickstarter things, and it's made in Italy. Has an app for it. So if you do want to be standalone mobile and not get any crazier than learning how to play one of these and use a basic flute sound and a basic trumpet sound and stuff like that, or string sound, you're all done. You could just
Has it
use
got
that.
MIDI?
But that's the point. It's Bluetooth MIDI. So
Oh,
with now it could do anything. So
okay.
you can go through a device with WIDI. You could go through direct to iPad, iPhone with other apps. Like I use this with all the Moog apps on the iPad and use it with everything pretty much. I mean,
Oh.
just Bluetooth. So the
The only
the
downside I've got with my Akai Iwi Solo is it's huge.
yeah, they are
It's
big.
like 3 feet long. It's like,
Yeah.
well, it's probably not 3 feet long, but it's tall. So if you want to like take it out, it's like, where am I going to put it? How am I going to carry it?
You have batteries, right? Or battery
Yeah, yeah,
pack
yeah.
or something
Well, you don't put. It's got like a phone battery inside it. It
inside of it.
lasts
Yeah.
12 hours, so you just charge up every month or something like that. It's fine.
It's like this one here, which is actually my favorite. But
Which is one of the downsides of the Rolands. The Rolands don't do that. You got to put bloody batteries inside it, which is really, really sort of um, out of sync with the rest of the planet. Really, which is a bit
well,
annoying.
well, here's the one thing I like about that. Well, actually, two things I like about that. One is you're never out of batteries. You can go buy some real quickly. You don't have to wait for it to charge. And if you don't have a power bank or you don't want to hang a little thing off your thing to have the power bank functionality, you have it. The problem with rechargeable battery packs is eventually they just die. And if it's not easily serviceable, then you're kind of screwed,
Yeah,
right?
you can get replacement batteries. There's like they've got like a code number, so you can do that.
So if they made it that way, that's cool. But a lot of
Yeah.
companies say, well, we don't want to have service
You know
issues.
how
So,
like the telephones they seal them. There's no seal to get. You
okay,
can. There's an actual compartment to open it up to get it out.
that's smart. A lot of
Yeah,
companies won't do that because they don't want the extra service nightmare of somebody breaking it. I didn't do anything wrong. It's like, yes, you
yeah, yeah,
did.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's
You
fair
know,
enough. The thing that I didn't
this,
like about the Rolands when I was looking at all these wind synthesizers, things like to get a good amount of sounds to play with, you really need to get the AE20, and that's like 800 quid. It's
mm-hmm.
like that's a
Oh,
lot of money,
sorry, I got
and
someone
you-
else
and
here.
and
Wait.
the one down from that, you get like 50 sounds. So
Right, exactly.
you lose a load of sounds. It's a bit annoying, but oh, got
Hey,
someone else
John,
in
how's it
there.
going?
He's probably sorting his mic out.
I think so. Yeah.
I thought he's sitting on a very tall plate.
I
Doing
was pulling
something.
out this other thing here, which is my original favorite one, but I don't use it as much as I should. The Silphio.
Let me just.
This one here is killer.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah, yeah. That's a touch thing, isn't it? And you can. It's got movement as well, hasn't it?
It's got
Got the
roll,
tilt and stuff. Yeah,
tilt.
yeah,
It's got a thumb thingy at the bottom. It even has a really embarrassing movement. If you have it in your mouth and you do this motion, it does vibrato,
right.
but it doesn't look right, right?
Yeah, yeah. Looks a bit odd. Probably be
um,
okay if you was a female player, but not as a male player.
exactly, yeah. But what's cool about it is it has multiple octaves. It has a nice screen in the back. It only has like 50 presets for it right now, but they're all physical modeling, multiple layered, crazy presets.
Yeah.
So based on your playing style, you get a lot of expression and stuff out of just one preset.
Quite expensive now. Now it's an actual product, though, isn't it? It's not cheap.
Well, I got it as a deal.
Yeah, you got like a Kickstarter thing. Didn't you?
No, they had a special sale. And what's cool about it is this box right here allows you to, because it doesn't use Bluetooth. It uses a special radio signal, which is the least amount of latency you can get.
Right, but a bit like there's the Akai 4000 has that. Got a Wi-Fi type thing, isn't it?
Yeah, something special thing for that. And so I talked to the guy at NAM about this, and it's if you watch Pedro Eustache play this thing, he's an absolute whiz at it, and so expressive and so wild, and very, very expressive, very, very interesting, weird, but also realistic and fun.
Some people tell John his microphone's not working properly.
Hello, right, let me just have a look.
I thought you were scooting something around in the background.
Is he working? Sounds weird.
Yeah,
Are you
I'm on a damn laptop at the moment, so
mic? Yeah, that's why.
yeah.
That will do it. They're kind of weird.
Yeah, get a microphone. You know, I've got my expensive Behringer X8500 with 20 quid including the phone.
Yeah. Plus, I didn't give anyone any heads up, so people are scrambling to get stuff together.
What do you into the I made a post on Gear Slots or Gear, what do you call it now? Gear
Space.
About the AI singing. That's gone down like a or gone up in flames. Shall I say?
About which thing? I missed that part.
By AI singing.
Oh, right. People hate that, huh?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. I'm sure
they feel threatened by it.
Would have been set on fire by now, but
the stuff I've heard from you so far sounded pretty cool, and it's people feel threatened by that. They thought it would sound like crap.
No, it sounds really good. I tell you what it sounds like. It sounds like a really good impressionist. You know, like you get like
Exactly.
like an Elvis something like that. Sounds like that. Sounds really cool.
And because of that, you scared them because oh shit, it sounded pretty good now.
Well, like I said in the post, it's a bit like when we got drum machines or when we got samplers or when we got, whatever, digital synthesizers. Everyone gets frightened because it's all new. They think that their current job's gone. You know what I mean?
Look, I'm sure the piano roll freaked a lot of people out when that came out.
Yeah.
That's going to put a piano player out of business.
Yeah. I know, yeah. It's like things move on, and and they say, you should be banning it. It says, well, you have to ban impressionists then, because they've been around for like over 40 years. They're doing the same thing. They study somebody else, how they sing, and they mimic it. And that's what this software is doing. They study someone's voice, and then they mimic it.
How far does it go? I mean, do you have to ban people copying other companies? Like Behringer had to be banned then, right?
Yeah. So. Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like analog modeling of a synthesizer.
Yeah,
you're mimicking a synthesizer. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
But no one's complaining about that in a big. Well, some people, most people aren't complaining. It's just like you say, they feel threatened by it because they don't understand it, and And the other thing is that they always think it's rubbish, and I say it's what you put in is what you get. You put rubbish in, it'll sound rubbish.
Yeah.
Put a good singer in, it'll sound like a good singer, but with a different voice.
Well, even something as dopey as that Microsoft Songsmith. I don't know if you ever tried that when it came out. The video for it was really historically just terrible, just really, really funny. One of the worst videos I've ever seen. But the technology at the time, even though its early days, was very powerful. And I made a couple little demos with it that I never, played anywhere, just for fun. And the way it could quickly change a style and morph with your basic settings was pretty clever actually. And that's way early days. That's like 15 years ago or something. So 10 years ago at least, something like that.
Yeah, it was that Vocaloid thing as well, wasn't it? That Yamaha thing.
That's one of the longest standing ones. It's been around a
Yeah,
long
it's been
time.
out for decades. That I remember that.
Yeah.
I think that came out in the 90s or something. It's a long.
And I love the Hatsune Miku stomp pedal just because it's silly, but
it's still cool.
It's still pretty accurate. Apparently, people can understand it. You know,
Yeah.
it does sound kind of fakey, but that's the style. People like it. Like people putting auto-tune on their voice and robot effects and stuff. So.
Well, yeah, it's like auto-tune, isn't it? Everyone likes auto. It's a lot of people have got used to auto-tune. If you sing without auto-tune, they think something's wrong with you. You know, it's like, no, I'm singing normally. You know.
Exactly.
It's
or if
the
you hear
opposite way
someone
around
without, if you hear someone just a little bit off, because it's a
they'll pick it
natural
up.
voice, they go, "Oh, that
they're
sounds
looking
terrible."
for perfection now. You know.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Although I have to admit that Dreadbox video with that person, she's pretty off in that video.
Yeah.
That's kind of sour notes, but again, a normal singer it's criticized now for having a normal voice.
Oh yeah,
perfect.
I got that in the thread as well. You know, they say, "Well, just hire a normal singer." No, don't do that. It's like, well, finding one, then finding one that turns up with you, and then finding one that won't cost you an arm and a leg,
Exactly.
or moans at you, or won't sign sort of waiver on something. You know what I mean? It's like, God, get it. I was going to do it. The only reason I got into doing it is I got a song and I wanted a female to sing it, and I don't know any female singers around here. So I thought I'll have a go at this thing because I saw a video that said if you're singing falsetto, that's the best way to convert it over to being a female. So I had a go and I went, sounds okay to me.
Well, that's part of the reason I got the TC Helicon Voice Live 2 when I did, because I always wanted to do some choir-y stuff, and when I saw that you could do 8-part choirs in your own voice, that could sound weird or natural or crazy as hell. Plus, you could do the gender swap on it. So you can make it sound like you're a kid, you can make it sound like you're a woman, you can make it sound like a man, or sound like all variations of that you wanted to, right?
Yeah, Friend's got that. I haven't tried it yet. Friend's it's big blues. Like,
oh, it's amazing, and
in fact, I use it. But yeah, I've not tried it yet. But I know he's got it. The guitarist has got it.
It's also just a great vocal mic thingy. I use it as my regular mic processor for the Ranzee show. It's got
like a preamp. You use it as like a preamp to get you going.
Yeah, it's a great preamp. You have all the standard effects on there too. And it's even great for learning things because you can feed an audio input into it, and it will track the audio input.
You might get an echo. I've got rid of the other. I've got rid of the YouTube. I'm just going to get it up just so I can get the chat out because I can't see the chat.
Oh, no worries.
So if it does go plunk from it,
okay.
Don't worry about it. Let me hit mute on it when it kicks in.
No problem.
Because if people are talking and wanting to do everything.
I think my microphone's working now.
Yeah. There's a little bit of background noise, but it's not too bad.
Okay.
It sounded like you were shifting a bunch of stuff in the background. Is that were you moving stuff around?
No, maybe just the room noise, I think. I mean,
sounds like heavy breathing.
Yeah, I've got a cold.
Okay.
I need to get a headset. I think this isn't really the right environment, but if I go and sit in the studio, it's even worse.
How do you pop the chat out?
Right-click the little ellipsis, the vertical ellipsis.
And right-click.
Yeah. Or single click. It might be just left-click, but you pop out that ellipsis.
Oh, pop out chat. Got it. Okay,
yeah.
Cool. I can put it over to one side then. That's cool. There we go. That'll be better. I can see what's going on. Once I find my reading glasses. See what I'm looking at.
I have to, when I'm doing the streams where I have with the telescope and the microscope, I actually have magnify the chat because I'm not right by the screen.
Yeah, my eyes
are to be able to read the damn screen.
I've got loads of people in the chat. Hello, chat.
Yes, that's a good turnout so far.
Yeah, Jesus. I better up my game and talk some nonsense crap.
There you go. Yeah, Hey Jim, jump in if you want. He's probably at EMOM or something.
Yeah. I've just set up Root Note as well, so hopefully one of my tracks will be out on all the platforms that people hate, like Spotify and things and
Oh, there you
TikTok.
go. Yeah.
So, but they said it's going to take 48 hours, so it won't be out till maybe Sunday or Monday. I don't know. I've only done one song to see how you did it. I didn't know how you did it.
So it's one service that puts them all out. What's it called?
Root Note, yeah,
Oh,
it's a
okay.
bit like what's the other one called? DistroKid is the other one.
DistroKid, yeah, right, yeah.
But Root Note, they've got a free option where they don't charge you any money. So I thought I'll have a go with that and see what they do.
Yeah.
They've got some weird things because I was on Bandcamp. Bandcamp want you to use WAV files, and they want you to use a 1600 by 1600 graphic for the album art or the artwork. And you go on Root Note, they don't want 1600 by 1600. They wanted 3000 by 3000. They didn't want WAV. They wanted MP3 or FLAC. It's like, okay, I'll just remaster everything in MP3 then. Awesome. So that's playing down. But yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I would have thought they'd had a what do you call it, a non-compressed version, but no. Mind you, it's a free one. Maybe the free version they use MP3s, and because they've got like paid for tiers. Maybe if you do a paid for tier, they allow you to use uncompressed. I don't know, but try it out, see what happens. I just wanted to see it show up on whatever Apple Music. You know,
I mean, you could just convert it to FLAC, even though it's not an honest conversion since you already had it lower. But
yeah, they said you can do FLAC or you can do
yeah.
MP3 320. So I just did MP3 320.
Yeah.
I've never done anything in FLAC, I don't think. It's there on the MPC, but never used it. So.
Yeah, I played with it when I first discovered it a long time ago. What's this thing? Oh, look at that. You know, but
is that like a compressed format or an uncompressed format?
It's either non-lossy compression or it's not compressed. I forgot. They're pretty big files usually.
Right. Oh, okay. So maybe I should have done it in FLAC then. Okay.
Yeah.
I should make that next time. Like I said, I've only done one song just to see how to do it, and it's pretty easy. Then you give you a page like, where'd you like it to go to? And like looked at all the, I thought, I don't. Most of these I've never heard of, so they're not going there. So I don't know what they are. I've heard of like Spotify and TikTok and Apple Music and Amazon Music and whatever. Pandora I think was on there as well. So they've gone there, but
yeah. Well, Pandora's funny because it's owned by Sirius Satellite Radio now, so they have a lot of crossover with stuff.
I mean, not that it's going to make me any money or anything, but it's just one of those things you think I really ought to put it out on something, and you thought. I mean, I got moaned at from Inky for not being on Bandcamp, so I made a Bandcamp page. So yeah, I'm getting there, but slowly.
Yeah, I need to join the cool kids and put some stuff on Bandcamp. All my stuff's on SoundCloud right now, so.
Yeah, I've got loads on. I got 2 SoundCloud accounts because one of them's full, and to get any more than one you can pay, I'll just make another one.
I have 4 accounts are almost full, so.
Yeah. I use it as like a demo page. But when I'm doing like work in progress, I'll just put it up there and someone to store it in whatever.
Yeah, I've been doing SoundCloud since 2008, I think.
The thing I like about SoundCloud is I like the visual graphic of your waveform. I think that's quite clever. You actually see what your audio looks like. I think that's like a good thing, you know.
Well, there was a big worry when I think Sony bought them a while ago, and people worried about it either getting scrapped or monetized heavily or just ruined somehow, and it seems to be about the same.
Yeah. It's like most things. People don't like the look of change. They start screaming and bonfires and things, don't they? When there's something different.
Yeah.
You know. Oh yeah. Are you doing any hardware jam this weekend?
Yeah, I was. Unless I really don't like the topic, or I'm just out of town, too busy, or something's coming along, going that way. I always get something done. I mean, I think out of the year and a half I've been doing it, maybe year and 3/4, I've only missed maybe 4 or 5.
Right.
So that's why
I'm a bit picky, mate. If I can think of a subject for a song that sort of coincides with their hardware jam, then I'll do it. But if I don't, I won't.
Well, this one's fun because it's all about crazy reverb and stuff. So the sky's the limit with this one. So
yeah. It's not some weird thing. It's like just a generic stick reverb on it, and you'll be fine. So if I was going to do anything in Reverb, I'd probably try and do an edge case. I'd go early reflections then, or gated. You know what I mean? So do something weird
I
rather
was
than
going to do some
aggressive.
weird ass conglomerate of reverb here, reverb there, whatever. Try not to make it too noisy, but
Yeah.
just for the hell of it.
I remember back in the old days when I got an SPX 90 and we had got the first band in, had a rock band in, and they loved this SPX 90, and they would because they wanted to hog the desk on it. It had an 8-track, and when it finished, and because they decided they wanted to mix it, so I go, fine, if you're paying, you mix it, and you go ahead. And then they came back a few days later. Can we do it again? I think the reverb was a little bit too loud. They literally buried it in reverb. But they wouldn't have it.
I actually got one of those last year, SPX 90.
Yeah.
First time, just because it was available, it was cheap. They're fun.
Well, I bought it new in the 80s. When I went into there was a music shop in Leicester. I think it's either called Soundpad or Carlsborough Sound. I can't remember when they changed over names, but I went in there and they had an SPX 90, was 599 quid, and they had a RX11 that was 599 quid as well.
Wow.
So that'd be 1,200 quid. So I walked in there with £1,000 in my literally £1,000 in my pocket. I went like, if you want £1,000 in your till today, you can do them two things for 1,000 quid. And he went, oh, I don't know if we can do that. Said, go and see your boss then. And went to see the boss. I went, yeah, don't tell anyone though. So done.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So yeah, it was cool.
Nice.
It's cool. RX11's a cool drum machine. I mean, it's not cool now, but back then it was a really cool drum machine.
It's still cool. In fact, it's famous for it's the early Erasure one, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, it was on Wonderland, wasn't it, I think?
And I picked one of those up like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Pretty good deal. So, yeah. I got one just for the hell of it. RX5 is obviously better, but...
Yeah, I've got an RX5 as well. I've still got an
RX21 also, which is kind of different.
Yeah, RX21 was like part of the RX11 sort of thing. Then they had a Latin one, didn't they? Had an RX21L.
Oh, I heard about that, yeah. Like Roland did with the 727.
Yeah, yes, their version of the 727, yeah. Yeah. But tiny little buttons on it. But it's still good.
Yeah.
The only thing I don't like about the RX5 design-wise is all those little slats at the top. They did not gather dust really well. They're like little magnets.
And they bury the sliders in there to try to be clever, right?
Yeah, I don't mind that because that means you can't accidentally knock them. That's quite good.
Yeah.
So yeah, but it was for its day. RX5 was nuts. When I heard their demo, I went like, I need to buy this because at the time I was looking at that. I was looking at the what's it called? The Sequential Tom, I think, was out by then.
Oh yeah.
And Sequential Tom was really good, but the build quality looked like someone had done it in the garage. I don't really fancy it. It was a bit, and it was all like weird little cartridges on the back that really stuck out. And I'm thinking that'll get knocked. So I don't know. It sounded okay, but it didn't sound as good as the RX5. So I thought I'll get that. It being Yamaha, I've heard of it.
Well, I got that card for it too. The company in Japan makes a sample input card for the RX5. I haven't had a chance to use it yet, but you can import your own samples.
Yeah, so Wagoo's got that.
Yeah, he's the one who told me about it, and I finally got it, and I still haven't used it. So.
Yeah, he hasn't either. I keep ribbing him about it. He keeps saying, I've got it and I haven't used it yet. Why did you buy it? But yeah.
Well, first I bought the circuit board because they said we're no longer selling the assembled one. I go, well, that's great. So I got the circuit board. I started sourcing all the parts, and during pandemic, of course, it was impossible to get all the parts. And then I don't know, a year later, it showed up again. Hey, you were selling assembled ones again. I'm like, you bastards.
Bought it again.
So I bought it again. Yeah.
Oh well. You're one of their best customers then.
Well, the good thing is the circuit board was cheap. It was like, I don't know, $15 or something.
Oh right, okay. You weren't really out of pocket then.
But I had started to buy all the parts for it, which eventually does add up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of annoying, but it was a difficult time, so everyone's suffering for parts.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, mad, isn't it? And they're still suffering now. There's still like a backlog of stuff on them.
I also think a lot of companies using that excuse, like, "Oh, well, we can't get the parts right now." I'm like, "Stop saying that." We know that people are getting the parts now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a get out of jail-free card, isn't it, for something not
Basically,
turning
yeah,
up?
yeah.
A bit like
Now
that.
you have to
Unlike
question
the
somebody. You don't
the-
want to, but you have to because are they being honest? Or are they just covering their asses? You know.
Yeah. There you go.
But anyway, good stuff. Good stuff.
Excuse me, coffee.
Yeah, I have to do. I forgot. I'm so behind with stuff. I forgot to turn. I got to turn on my thing this weekend to Dean for his show coming up. I promised him a track for his extravaganza, Electronic Sounds extravaganza.
Yeah, Inky's doing one of them, I think.
Yeah, so I have to finish that this weekend.
Yeah, she hasn't started it. She'll like be last half an hour before it's due, and then she'll go off and do it.
Exactly. I just don't want to make him wait too long. He's a nice guy, and I don't want to.
Yeah. He's a
make
cool
him all
dude. He is.
pissed off or worried or
He's a
whatever.
cool
So,
dude. Yeah.
but and then I have to do the hardware jam, and then I have to get ready for an EMOM. It's about a week or so.
Oh, you got one in America then, have you?
Oh, they've been doing them forever in San Francisco and Portland and a bunch of other
Are
places.
they going to video it?
They have actually. I've been on a few of them already. It's called Noise Bridge in San Francisco. Look up Noise Bridge. It's a hacker space.
Do they usually live stream it, or is it like they show?
They do
a
live
video
stream.
afterwards?
Yeah, Wagu's been on there a couple times.
All right.
It's not always the best image because the camera's a bit far away and it's often quite dark in there to show the lights and stuff.
That's all right. I'd watch it. I don't, if it's on 320 by 240, I'd watch it.
No, it's pretty good. And then a couple times, it was the only recording I could get of something because I forgot to record a session before going. And then I'd come back and I'd go, oh, I got to use something else right now real quick. So I'd unpatch everything.
Yeah.
And start over again. So I had to rely on the recording they have on the site as my recording.
What Andrew Brooks is on about recording his live stuff, and I said to him, like, one of the things that one of my friends has got, because he goes around pubs videoing cover bands. What he's done, he's got a Tascam handheld recorder, but it's 4 tracks, but it's 2 stereo tracks. One stereo track you set your level on, and the other stereo track is your backup track, and it's like it's either 10 dB or 20 dB below that.
Different signal. I've heard about that before doing that.
Yeah. So that no matter what, you'll get a signal that you can use, and not something gets clipped out and ruined.
I mean, I have a Zoom 8-track recorder, so I could basically do 4 versions if I wanted to.
Yeah, you could set 2 different sets of levels, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, just as a backup, because with live, that's it. If you don't capture it, you screwed it. So you can't have like take 2 like performance. So you'd really like it to turn up when you're like be recordable.
They generally capture the audio pretty well on these streams, and they also get the audience part, which is fun. You're not going to get that if you record it yourself.
The thing that I've noticed, because I usually record if I'm doing anything, I don't do a lot of live hardware jams, but I do the occasional one. And when I do, I've got a Zoom what's it called? Zoom H2N or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
And the metering's awful on it. You set a level, that'll be fine.
Yeah.
But the metering's like wrong. It's giving you a false sense of it'll be fine, and it's not. You go and record it, and you look back, and it's like, oh shit, what's done that? Oh, I'm gonna have to do it again. It's really annoying. So yeah, just yeah.
I have the H8, which I like because I'm a big field recording person. Long before I got way into sampling and stuff, but doing bird recordings and nature sounds and whatever. But I found it very handy to carry around the little H1 recorder because it just goes in your back pocket. It turns on instantly, does decent quality recordings for sampling and for other stuff. So I use that a lot for things. That's how I got my sneaky samples of the Oberheim OBX8 at NAMM when they announced it.
Yeah.
And I got about an hour of just doing sounds on it. Real boring sample type capture of the machine. Not playing, but just firing off sounds at different octaves. Enough that I've actually been able to use it many times in hardware jams for some sounds. So it's kind of funny. I was too cheap to buy an OBX8, so I have samples of one.
The other thing I've been trying this week, just like trying to keep everything like interested, is that new Yamaha thing. That what's the name? It's a weird the
Oh, the
FG
drum machine.
HD 50 thing. What it is. The little finger drumming thing.
I haven't seen them yet. Are they coming out soon?
Yeah, a couple of people have got them, but then there's that's like the first batch. Second batch is going to be like several weeks away. And my sort of thing was like, I've never done finger drum, so I set up my SP404 in a similar fashion to when John Simpson was really, really hard work, and he what's going on with his mic?
Yeah.
It's really hard to what was I saying? Oh yeah, I set up the SP404 similar to the Yamaha, but it's too cramped. If you measure how wide the SP404 is,
Yeah.
it's tiny compared to where the Yamaha's about 225 millimeters wide, the whole thing. So pad edge to edge is about 180. But the SP404's 104 millimeters wide for all four pads. So your hands are really cramped trying to play it.
Yeah.
I thought, what I'll do, I'll boot up my my MPC one because that's much bigger. But then you go, oh, hang on, is it much bigger? Because the unit's much bigger. How much bigger is the actual pads? And they're like 10 mil bigger. It's 114 mil wide or something like that. So that's not going to be no fucking good, is it? It's also going to be cramped. So
Well,
I
small
don't know.
pads can be okay, like on the Force, where they have they're basically rectangles instead of almost squares. They're more
Yeah,
like
but you
little
got
thin rectangles,
64, and you got like
and you
3 foot
have
wide,
room
haven't
for
they?
2 fingers to do this kind of thing, which is
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
You know, so I like that design because you still have all that play surface, but
The
it's
thing that
wide
I
enough you
found
can
on the
still do that.
SP404 was because how they had it set up was like your bottom pad is, what did they do? Bottom pad was the bass drum, the middle pad, the bottom 4 pads I set up as bass drum, the middle 4 pads I set up as tom toms, because that's how they did it. The third row up was snare drums, and the fourth row up was hi hats. But having
Yeah,
it done that, I could play the hi hats and the snare drum okay. But when you're trying to get your thumb to play the bass drums, it was just too weak. It's like, it's really if you had like if you had velocity set, you could hear the snare drums okay, you could hear the hi hats okay. Bass drums are like buried, couldn't hear it, and I thought, it's no good, is it? You can turn off velocity, and then it then behaves like a switch. So then it's okay, but then you lose all your velocity. It's like it's annoying.
yeah,
So in an ideal world, I'd like to set the where the bass drums were as switches, because bass drums are usually haven't got that much in the way of dynamics anyway. And then the rest could be velocity, but you can't do that on a SP404. It's one or the other. But I think that behavior, that the lack of me getting velocity onto the bass drum with my thumb is because your hands are so cramped. I think if
yeah.
you could spread your hands out and you end up with not relaxed hands trying to play it. So it becomes a bit of a thing, you know what I mean? But
I haven't had much time to play with the new 404 because I have was it 1, 2, 3? They released 3 versions of the original 404 with no change except for card design and aesthetics.
yeah,
There were no velocity pads. They're
switches.
pretty stiff. They had less pads. I think it was 12 instead of 16. So I got used to them because they were fun and they're mainly playing loops and doing sound effects and weird shit. But I really would like to try the new one of these days because they look pretty fun.
Yeah,
It's
new
different
one's
feels.
cool. New one's a cool piece of kit, but it's not an NPC. Don't ever go thinking it can.
No,
It's
no.
like an NPC. It's
But I'm not a
nothing
huge
like an
NPC
NPC.
fan either. I like the Force
Well,
better than the NPC. So,
yeah.
and I love the Machina Plus better than all that stuff. So,
How big are the pads on the Machina Plus? Do you know?
about the size of a NPC.
All right,
They just feel a whole lot better. They're really sensitive.
right. As size of the MPC Live, so like 28 mil away, 28 mil squarish, about an inch square. Do you reckon?
I haven't seen them side by side, but they're about the same size. They're pretty close. And
Because
there's
they look quite big, don't they? When I see them on video, it looks like a big unit. You
it's
know.
really not. I mean, this is do I have it handy here or I put it away? And of course, I got it from a guy I used in great shape with a deck saver, so I can just take it anywhere I want.
Right.
I'm not worried about it. Put it in a soft case, but
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah.
so
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. And
so
just
they're not
compared to your
huge,
fingers, are you?
but they are. I thought they were going to be stiff like the 404s, but they're incredibly expressive.
I've heard some MPs. That what's his name? Ave McCree. He says like you got to give it to Machine. They have made the best pads out of all the pads, and he's a
Yeah,
proper MPC
of
guy.
course. Yeah, that's a
He's
perfect endorsement there,
yeah.
because the not only that, but the way they've incorporated the aftertouch and arpeggiation into it and stuff. So you can quickly put on some arpeggiations and do these complex interactive rolls and stuff with drums or with even just normal tones. And get really, really layered, deep, crazy ass stuff in just a few minutes if you want. You spend the time and figure it out. Most people just sit there and bang on them.
Yeah.
But they're incredibly performative, where you can just keep your fingers on there and just vary the pressure and get some pretty wild stuff out of it.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun. I mean, the Push 3 looks a lot of fun too because it's got MPE, so it's a little more expressive, and
Yeah. That's out of
it
my
does have some
league.
nice
Bit
other
expensive.
features in it. You know.
Yeah. It's like $2.5 grand, though, isn't it? It's a lot of money.
Well, that's if you already have Ableton Suite, then it's a lot cheaper. So
Mm.
that's if you already factor that in, then it's only about 1,000, I think, or something.
Yeah. Well, if you get the one that's not got that's not standalone, that's just a controller, then yeah, it's like about $900, isn't it? But if you got the one with the computer inside, it's about 1,900, and then you need the
Is it
like I
really? I
said,
thought it was a little less than that. Okay, yeah,
it's
I
about
admit,
1,900 ish, and then you
okay.
need to buy the license if you haven't got it. So it
Yeah, I
just
already got the
all adds
license
up to be,
cheap. So
it's a sort in a way, it's a similar expense as an MPCX, isn't it? The grey one, that's about $2 grand. So
right.
similar price.
That's right. I forgot there are two models.
Yeah. But the good thing with the Push 3 is you could buy the lower model and upgrade it. You're not locked into just having the cheaper version. You can buy that CPU and put it in.
But that's a smart thing, is they either studied the Machina Plus, or they just simultaneously had a similar idea that not everyone wants to sit in front of a computer all the time to make music.
No.
And you want to be able to take it in the field and do other things with it. So it's cool to have all of those tools that are technically computer tools. Like, Machina is basically all the NI stuff, right? So
Yeah.
they're just software. But man, having it in a box, feeling like hardware, is really, really cool.
Yeah. Well, that's what I like about the MPC and the SP404. There's no it's really quick as well. You get an idea.
Yeah.
If you get an idea, and in 7 seconds on the SP404, it's up and running and waiting for you to do something. And on the MPC, it's 15 seconds. So you're not sort of booting up your PC takes a minute, then you're booting up your app, and then you're waiting for it to make sure that you still got a license. Then it's loading the plugins, and it's like then you forgot what you're doing, and you're not recording anything.
And if a web browser is going to get a Facebook notification.
Well, yeah, exactly. I was about to say that. Yeah, as you're waiting, some Instagram thing pops up, some meme. Oh, that's
Yeah.
fun, and you end up you
Yeah.
know what I mean, you're gone. Yeah, well, I have my music stuff downstairs, out the way of any computers. There's no computers there. Well, there's obviously a CPU inside it, so there's like a computer in it, but it doesn't do
Sure.
Facebook. So if I'm doing music, I'm doing music. There's no Bing. There's no. I don't take my phone into the studio unless I'm using it as a. One of the things I would like. I don't know if Machine does this. Does Machine if when you if say if you I don't know, does Machine have like a song mode?
It does.
Does it tell you how long your
Yes.
song is when you finished it? Because
Not that
MPC
I'm
doesn't, and that's
aware
really
of.
annoying. I have to get my phone out just to go like, what, you're trying to do like a hardware jam thing, thinking better not go over 5 minutes. But yeah, if you put like something together on the MPC, it doesn't tell you how long it is. You have to go and time it. Go and get my
So I
phone
got
and time
pretty
it.
good at knowing how many how many different segments I'm using, how long it's going to take, unless I get a little carried away and start repeating stuff and jumping around a bunch. But for lately, because I don't want to make these crazy long things, people complain. I always have a separate device next to me as a timer,
Yeah,
just because I will get
yeah, I'll
carried
do that
away.
now. I've
But
found a really good timer app that makes the whole thing giant numbers as big as your phone is. So I don't even need my glasses to see it.
well, built into iPhone is a timer function. You can just go search timer, and you
All right.
can have a countdown timer. It's a pretty big number on the screen. I just look
Yeah,
at our
I've got an
iPad or
Android
whatever.
thing that does that. Yeah, little
Yeah, but
freebie.
I so if I don't get carried away, I kind of have a pretty good idea based on how many of those squares I'm firing off for the different segments.
Right,
Um,
but that'll be
and then
based
and it is
on your
possible to do
BPM as
multiple
well, isn't it?
pages of that, which I haven't gotten into yet because that's obviously a whole other ball of wax. But you can do what is it? Eight. It's eight. There are 8 segments there, so you can do 8 times 16 pages.
Oh, that's the same as the MPC then. Yeah,
Yes, and I haven't
yeah.
even gone. I always stay on one page. I have just
Right.
16 parts to play with, and that's it. If I go any crazier than that, I've done something too elaborate for hardware jams. So,
Yeah. Well, the thing is, if you're doing 16 and you're trying to do it live, you're trying to remember what the 16 things are. You start doing 2 pages, thinking, "I'm on page 2, number 8. What was that one?" Then you
well,
go,
that's why I
"Oh,
like there's a builder function in that's the thing. So they have the song mode. It's kind of this weird builder function, um,
was
and
it like a pattern chain thing?"
yeah, but it's fun the way they did it because it's very easy to audition changes and tweaks and stuff just by going over to that step, um, highlighting the root pad of the sound you're going to change, and then tweaking the knob on that step to audition the different versions of slices.
Okay.
And so within a few minutes of having just a bunch of raw chunks of things and ideas, I can sit there and quickly start massaging them like this with this, this with this. Oh, that sucks. That doesn't work. Okay, I'm gonna go re-record those 2 or 3 because they don't work at all. But you sit there and you just noodle real quickly, um, almost like a live mix thingy, but
All right.
you're just like auditioning things. And then you can hear very quickly, oh, that doesn't work at all. Oh, that needs that, or that's too much, or whatever. So I already know when I'm doing the performance exactly what's going to go where, and then I have some built-in live components that I've added, so it's a little more fun to watch somebody playing instead of just hitting buttons.
Yeah.
And also I do jump around sometimes. This is the one we had to do the odd time signatures one a couple weeks ago,
Yeah. 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 I did that.
and because I didn't have time to set it up the way I wanted it to on the thing, I made my own timing by just jumping around different rhythm
It, it was
patterns.
it was it was the challenge was different bar lengths, wasn't it? That's what it was.
Something like that. Yeah, it
Yeah.
was that
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
it. Yeah. And so I
Yeah.
said, okay, fine. I'll be the manual version of that. I'll just jump around and start firing off. But I did have to remember which was which to do that. Otherwise, it would be total chaos.
Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
Ink had to go at telling me off for not doing it right. I went, no, there are odd not odd, there are odd bar lengths. It's just I made it so it didn't jump out and you didn't feel like you had odd bar lengths.
yeah.
So yeah, there you go. So yeah,
Yeah. So that's the fun thing about that is it does have all this variation in it where it doesn't look like a very complex interface, but it has more depth than it appears.
The-
Which is
what one of the things that puts me off or put me off the Machine Plus. I mean, it's irrelevant really because I've got the MPC before it. But when I was looking at it, one of the things I didn't like was like if you're going to, I think you can do it now. I think they added to it. If you wanted to put in file names, I just didn't fancy it with like A to Z on screen and you scroll around to get a letter.
encoder. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's actually really. I'm used to doing it from samplers and stuff. It's very
yeah,
convenient.
oh, you drive me mad.
So yeah, I know
But
what you mean, but it's
apparently, you can plug in a QWERTY keyboard into the machine now.
you can. I just said just
Yeah, but if
because
that was me, I'd be doing that because
the big knob is clever. It actually has it's a 4-position joystick
yeah,
as well as
yeah,
a push button and a knob. So just with one controller, you can zip around that alphabet numeric screen really quick.
yeah, I suppose you can. Yeah.
And then a couple buttons up top for like backspace and delete and insert space and all that kinds of stuff. So
I can't remember if someone said it was on about that Machine Plus or it was on about the Push 3, but one of those two has got a random file name generator or something to get around the idea of typing in.
yeah, it may have that. I don't know it if it does. I
You
always
know,
give it a name.
if all you're trying to do is give your whatever it is, your latest sample, a unique file name, I think it will do that. It'll give it a unique file name.
Could be. Yeah, it's again, it's not a perfect machine. It's all the complaints early on about it being underpowered. Yeah, if you go at full bore like you did with the machine that plugged into the actual hardware software combo,
Well, yeah, you're going to
yeah,
run out
you
of RAM and
can't
you're
just
going to run out of
layer
CPU.
effects and
Yeah.
endless things on endless layers. It will let you do it, but then it will say, you know, your CPU is pegged, right?
Yeah.
Or you'll get some kind of an error or it'll crash. So if you come at it from a leaner point of view, where you're using this group ID,
Yeah.
where it's you put the effects of the group and then decide whether they get added or not, like a send return.
I am the laziest person on the planet when it comes to effects on the MPC because I know you can do like a global send effect thing where you've got like if you've got 4 effects that you can use as your global, you can have like a delay, a reverb, and then 2 other things. I have yet to use it. I use insert effects on everything.
Yeah.
I'm just so lazy because I thought I'll do it until it goes can't do anymore, and it's never complained. It's always just done it.
Well, I
Thought
did the same
okay,
on the Force because it's so menu divey to do that shit. I'm like, I don't think I have the patience for all this stuff, you know.
yeah. Well, I
It's
like having individual things on stuff as well, rather than just having a global how much amount on stuff. I like to have different things happening,
I
not
do
just
too,
use
but
one reverb.
because it's really easy with some of these reverb, like this reverb called ROM, which is really big and beautiful on native instruments. You can't put ROM on every channel. You're gonna kill the fucking box, you know.
Yeah.
So it's just not gonna do it. So the people who bitched the most were people who didn't want to change their workflow one tiny bit. They want it to be just like it was, docked to a PC, and it's not going to be. It's never going to be. Even the Push 3 is not going to be as good as a computer because it's a subset. It's a minimal computer
Yeah,
inside of a box.
it's a portable version, isn't it? It's like
Yeah,
a small, cheap laptop CPU in
this
any of these 3 things.
this is a quad core Atom processor. So I mean, it's not
Yeah.
super powerful by any means. But if you don't pound on it and don't overload it with garbage, it oh, sorry, I forgot to add somebody here. It performs beautifully, you know. Heidi ho.
Hello.
Sorry if you're
Sorry.
away
Hey
for a
up.
while. I was
Sorry,
How are
is
you?
it Darth Maul on the stream here?
yeah, Emperor Palpatine. In fact,
Darth
Yeah,
Blue.
there you go.
so, yeah.
Execute Order 66.
Feel the force of Electron.
yeah. Oh yes, you will.
Oh yeah, we have. Don't worry. Cool.
How are you guys?
Yeah, all right.
All
Yeah,
right, what are you doing?
we
No
just
events
talked
tonight.
about various power
Go on.
use on various mobile pieces of kit.
Mm.
But to be fair, when I had my old Mac Mini, my iMac, and I was running Roland Cloud plugins, they would just like suck up all the CPU. Like, oh bugger! I thought, I'll just turn it into audio. You turn it into audio. You mute the cloud plugin, and then you boot another one up, and you'll be fine. So you just have to adjust your workflow, and you can do whatever you want. You just have to work out how to make it work.
Yeah.
But my end point was like, I won't be using Logic then. I'm going to do hardware because it's more fun.
Hardware
It
is
is
more
more
fun,
fun.
definitely.
Always more fun.
Well, you're in front of the kit, aren't you? You're not distracted by like Andy was saying, bing, Facebook, hey, or here's a meme that's really funny. It's like, yeah, I want to do music.
Yeah.
Or computer issues in general, right?
Oh, well, yeah, that too. Yeah,
Viruses, crashes, everything
Yeah.
else. So
yeah, updates, and all the rest of it.
Even just a screen of any kind of size,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sort of detracts from what you're actually hearing. So
Yeah, have you found that I found that when I'm doing music on hardware, how do you put this? I listen more rather than look.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Completely.
It's like the old
also,
days of sampling. I didn't have waveforms to look at. I used my ears.
Yeah.
yeah, also with like I know the MPC's got a what you call it, a piano roll thing, but unless it's like really important, I'll just hit delete and do it again. It's just quicker. It's like why would I want to go in and massage one little note for half an hour? I think I'll just do it again.
Exactly. I just find computers a massive time suck.
Yeah.
Can work so much quicker on hardware. And enjoy the process more as well. It's
Yeah.
More
fun.
productive. Weirdly, it's more productive. You wouldn't think it
Yeah.
would be because you've got like less things that you could be doing. Well, did you
That's
also
probably
suffer
why.
from? I suffer from the optionitis of stuff. You go
Yeah.
like, oh right, let's do. I've got 5,000 million synthesizers to choose from. You spend an hour looking. You
Yeah.
don't end up doing it, do you?
Just option paralysis.
Yeah,
It's a killer.
yeah, it is. It is. Totally is.
Yeah. No, the reason why I'm like Emperor Palpatine today is like it's been quite a dark day, to be honest.
Oh no, what's happened?
I've been to the house that I owned with my late ex-wife.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, I've got sort of work to do on it to put it up for sale.
Shit.
And it's just a bit,
It's all memories and things,
memories
isn't it?
and stuff, and some good, some not so good.
Yeah.
My old studio room felt amazing, to be honest. That was quite a good room.
Well, obviously got good memories there.
Yeah, but it's been emotionally
Training.
draining, and challenging. A bit,
I can imagine.
so,
Well, I can't imagine, but
Yeah.
I can try and imagine. Yeah, hard work, isn't it?
yeah.
Hello.
Hey, Fred.
How's it going?
Yeah, not
You said
bad,
it was
yourself?
being shit.
Yeah, well, it's not so shit now. So,
I thought I'd jump in.
cool.
Well, I've found a new love.
Yeah.
She's quite petite.
Ooh.
And
It's made by Roland.
no, she's Greek.
Ah.
Oh yeah.
Of course, it was secondhand, but beautiful. I wanted one of them. What was the all the big Rolands? The big classics. Can't remember the name. 106 and all that.
Oh, Juno.
The Junos, yeah.
Yeah, but I've not got the space and
Yeah.
or the budget. And over the years, I've whittled it down, and then this popped up secondhand, so I thought I'd give it a go. And
I mean, I enjoy having a Juno 6, but to be honest, the palette is not that broad. So, unless you're really looking for those certain types of sounds,
well, yeah, exactly. That's why
you're
I
better
wanted.
off for another unit that does more.
What's the
Someone here wants to
800? The
Go on.
that Behringer thing. Am I allowed to say that?
Yeah.
Oh,
you can-
yeah.
just
say
don't say it
whatever.
3 times.
Not
Yeah,
swearing.
right. You're gonna summon
Very
Ty in
good.
here.
The Ring Bearer 800.
Come on.
But that looks, I'm getting a bit sick of being constantly bombarded with new stuff.
You don't have to buy it.
Yeah.
That's not
It's
the point.
optional.
It's,
And I don't feel like it, but it's actually optional.
we need. I remember I'd like to have seen Gaz and Nick doing a retro review as if it was contemporary, with filters on the lens and everything. I'm sure Gaz would be into it, but actually diving into a lot of the old stuff as a bit of a laugh, because it's all the industry. I'm sick of being like those IK multimedia ads with Sonic State. I was getting bombarded with them with the live performances.
Yeah.
And it was just, I had to mute.
Just got to pay the bills.
Yeah.
Well, it's not just that, isn't it? I'm paying the bills and I've got very low income. It's
Yeah.
I've got
So
lower
I
income.
had to pay for my 5-star hotel treatment,
Yeah.
yeah. What? Andy's couch.
Yeah, actually, his little pull-out chair,
No, it's-
sofa, chair
it's all-
bed thing.
It's all relative, you know, but I think consciousness is very precious, and I don't know how people put up with the ads. You know, when they compress the ads during TV entertainment times.
Ad block. Done.
Oh yeah. I've done ad block, and I feel
They also
guilty
crank
when I
the volume
watch.
too, so you can't miss it.
But you know, in a family situation, say, you just got to put up with it, and it's really annoying.
I don't have a TV, so I don't put up any TV.
No, I don't either. But mind you, families are really annoying too. So
There you go. Huh? Sometimes
Good
ads are
job.
fun though. I like those Clio awards. You guys ever watch the Clio awards of all the
Oh, yeah.
award-winning
Check
ads?
that.
Yeah.
Was there?
Yeah. Look, I told you someone would be pleased to see you.
Yeah, black and white cat. It's like
Yeah.
awesome. My cat's black and white. My
That's the
Monica,
bird.
she's awesome. She's a bit
Yeah.
thick, but she's really nice.
Oh,
have you heard that?
Oh, she just turned up.
Oh, what's it called? I've forgotten the name of the artist. I think it was Warp Records. They did a track called Perfect, P-U-R-R, and Funky Porcini.
oh, right, yeah.
You heard that one?
It's a beautiful album, that one. But it's got it was the first track I ever heard with the cat pairing. And
James
it's
Lavelle,
just-
isn't it? Behind that, I think.
Sorry,
James Lavelle, Funky Porcini.
was he?
Yeah, I think so.
I used to
Don't
like
quote
him
me
with
on that.
Uncle and that until I saw an interview with him, and I just thought pretentious twat.
Oh,
But Uncle have done some really good stuff, I must admit. An Eye for an Eye. My friend's mother-in-law did the animation. Have you seen an Eye for an Eye video of Uncle? It's a social commentary about industrial civilization encroaching on people in an ecologically balanced environment.
Sounds very deep.
Oh, it's stunning. There's even if
I
you
was
look,
gonna say, where do we have ecological balance?
well, you know,
Be a tricky
pre-industrial,
one.
pre-farming, basically.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
It's but it's got some horrific stuff in it, but it's done subtly, and it's all the ecologically balanced creatures are all like Mr. Soft, all white bubbly, and it's all CGI. And the invaders,
What's it called again? The
an eye for an eye.
Eye for an Eye.
Yeah,
Check it out.
it's a stunning video. They're all scratchy like Gerald Scarf on a bad day, and she was part of the animators on that. But the way it shows you how the it's not just civilization's not just a destruction of the ecosystems. It destroys the psychological ecosystems, if you like, of humanity. And on a brighter note, the original samples that he uses, an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, that's a really good track as well. Where did you get your Vox from on that? The track on your album, Jim, with there's two tracks with the same vocals.
oh, there's some vocals dotted about sort of all over because I'm using sort of weird triggers on the Digitact. So I think some are from an Electron sample library.
The female ones,
Yeah.
very uplifting and
Yeah.
what's the word? Ethereal.
Cool. Oh yeah, there's the ones in Gestalt are like really sort of high and sort of angelic kind of yeah. Cool.
Oh, I've got me. This type of lighting. Have you seen it? Purple and pink.
Yeah.
It's bisexual lighting
Exactly. Yeah. That's
because
a
it's the
cool.
same colours as the flag.
It looks cool.
It's the stuff I got. I found it in a bin. It's actually a grow light,
Cool. Excellent.
but I found most of my stuff, my desk, found in a bin. I
Yeah.
found
Do you need UV goggles to be?
I know all about grow lighting. Used to
Yeah,
work
I
for a
don't-
company that sold it. So
it's
These particular
USB powered.
colors were the bane of my work at Apple for when I was doing the aperture photo testing, software testing stuff, because the wedding photographers would shoot these conditions and get some really, really weird images on their cameras interpreted by the software, and we had to go troubleshoot the why I was doing it. And it's like I've seen these colors so many times in that context. I'm like, oh man, it was a lot of work to get those down. But I can see why people like to use them. They are very interesting colors.
Well, it's just, an emergency. Honestly, you don't want to see my kitchen in the white light.
Don't see
But-
most kitchens in white light, to be honest.
Yeah.
But it is the same colours as the Nymphes, actually.
Yeah.
But I didn't get the crib sheet with it, and it's definitely got those, the secret moves on the video games.
Right. Yeah.
It's got loads of hidden features.
Cool.
What's all
Hey,
this
what
then?
the cat dragged in.
Hey, I turned my back for 5 minutes.
Yeah. Well,
Oh no, Red Hand.
we missed you.
This is copyrighted, all right?
Yeah.
it's the snug. It's fine.
Pay up, pay up. Come on.
You'll be hearing from my lawyers. Yeah.
No one wants to pay for this crap. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know. I discovered this long ago.
Yeah.
How you doing, gentlemen?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, all good. Yeah, all good. Oh man, what a day!
Should we pop over to yours?
I ain't got one on. I ain't...
Pub crawl, wasn't it? It'd be a pub crawl.
Yeah. Oh man, what a day!
It would
Oh, I
be
got an
fun.
email. I got an email from Thoman today saying, "Oh, you know that finger drum that you bought?" I mean, yes,
Yeah.
yes. It's 4 to 5 weeks now. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
okay. Cheers.
Yeah.
You said
It's
a
worth
week
it.
when-
It's worth
yeah.
it.
Well, I said a week when I was buying it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was the first batch has gone because there's one guy I found today who did an unboxing video of it, and the one thing I've been looking for is because Yamaha haven't done a run through of all the drum kits, and this guy unboxed it and then spent the next 10 minutes going through all the drum kits. It's
Oh,
like,
okay.
Wow.
I want it now. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is sweet.
Pretty
I must
cool.
admit, yeah, because when I started watching, when I was doing the video research for doing the show, I was going, oh God, really? And then as the guy is saying,
There's
yeah,
more and more.
and you can loop your tracks and you can do this and the audio can pass up and down
Yeah.
the
And it's got
USB.
good, speaker's good. The guy
Yeah.
recorded his phone camera with the speaker. Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, but when he said,
Does
you
it
know,
have aftertouch though?
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah, it's got
that's a
after touch
joke.
as well. And then he turns around and goes, oh yeah, if you put on, because I'm thinking, right, if I'm doing like one of these classical pieces, film scorey bits, and I've got all these taiko drums and this, that, and the other going, that'd be quite good and everything,
Yeah.
But then I got this thing.
That's
in
why I put
front
them
of
on my Machina Plus. It's
Yeah.
great stuff.
and it says, oh yeah, but when you play them in your sample library on the computer, what it plays comes down the USB and comes out the speaker as well.
Yeah.
I'm going, oh
Yep.
God, now I've got to buy something else now. Oh, jeez. Okay,
Did,
all right.
did anyone ever play that cajon that was digital?
Oh, the Roland thing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I have a regular Cajon and I bought the El Cajon module. Instead of buying the El Cajon fully packaged, you can buy the module separately, and it has a contact mic that goes to drive the El Cajon. So you can actually have the best of both worlds. It's pretty cool, actually.
Because at least you can sit on that as well. It's multi-purpose.
But it's fun because you can do like Cajon type sounds, and you can also have crazy ass stuff that you don't get on a Cajon. It's a brain. So
Yeah, I used to hang out with people a lot. We used to have campfires a lot when I lived in the lakes, and that was the first time I saw a hang drum when they were cheap.
Yeah.
And I always wanted to jam with electronic stuff, but it's just like, well, have you got MIDI on that accordion? But actually, I knew someone who did. But nowadays it's hard to find the right instrument.
One thing I discovered about the cajon, though, it's unless you're a certain height or whatever, it's not very comfortable to play. You bend over at a weird angle. It's not good for your back. So I don't play mine like I wanted to because it's just not very comfortable.
Well, it's not an adjustable seat, is it?
No, it's just it looks cool at first, but then you use it for a while and you go, this is not very comfortable.
Oh, there's
Yeah.
a market there. You know, like a penny whistle, you can get different frequencies.
Yeah.
Tune your drum.
But that combo is fun though, the real cajon and the electronic part.
So that the new one with the little finger pads that are strategically placed. That's
Yeah.
a dog bollocks, is it?
It's what?
Is it a dog bollocks?
I don't have it, but it looks pretty cool. Looks pretty. I mean, it's not perfect, but what I was saying to Andy earlier, I was emulating the idea on my SP404, and the pads are so small on the SP4. You just end with really cramped hands, and the hammer height is like double the size of that. So it's going to be low, and it's better laid out. So
I just sold a 404. I had it for about a week. The
What,
new one, the Mark II.
yeah,
Again, second hand, but
you didn't get on with it.
I wanted it for samples, you know, the old big influence, and it just didn't gel at the learning curve because I've got the deluge back,
Right.
and I can do the I just found a MIDI fighter twister for 150 quid. And that's going to be plumbed into the deluge for, you know, it's got different modes on it.
Right.
And each mode, I've got a fader Fox, but it doesn't have the lights on it to tell you which mode you're in. So you need a good memory, but this is modes and it's encoders rather than pots.
Right.
With
is pretty cool. It's just different. You said it's different. You know, because on MPC, it's nothing like an MPC at all. It's really some of the things it does is like, are you kidding me? You can't do that. It's like, oh god. Then you look at other things. Oh my god, it's got that in it. It's amazing. It's swings and roundabouts. It's what you're trying to look for on it.
Yeah.
You need to find things that fit what you need rather than just
with the 14-day and 30-day test periods for kit if you buy them new. You know, that's really handy if you can be asked sending them back or whatever.
I'm a boring git. I read the manuals back to front and look at about 1,000 billion videos and go, yeah, I want it, and you get it, and then you keep it because I know what I'm getting. You know, or I more or less know what I'm getting, and then you get a load of upgrades, so it does extra things.
I should take a leaf out of your book.
With your use of that MPC.
MPC's cool. It's not for everybody. I mean, ask Andrew Brooks; he hates it. He can't. he has people trying to switch it on.
Ask
so
Ken.
you know.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Hi, Ken.
Yeah, if I had a pound for everything that I bought that I ended up actually not really properly using,
Yeah.
I could buy more stuff that I not properly using.
I have to sell the stuff that I'm not properly using.
Everything's got a learning curve. It's just, are you willing to spend the time into learning?
Yeah, but how do you judge what the time is? You know, I'm sure we've all got, you know, we could supply hundreds of kids with some amazing equipment if we went in our cupboards.
I've got a slightly different thing, and that's kind of like if I forgot what was in the manual, would I still be able to work out how to use it?
And you've got an Octatrack.
Yeah.
This is 100% shows you that Jim has got a big brain. If you run an Octatrack, you don't have a manual. You're a basic genius. Got to be.
I have to remember a lot of stuff for live because I don't actually keep any notes anymore. I just have to remember what track is on what number pattern, and which is like most of them are in one bank, but you know there's two banks generally.
Are you switching patterns live then, as well as changing filters and things?
Yeah.
Like that?
So, but each track, each sort of piece of music, song or whatever you want to call it, is just a single pattern on each device, except for one track that I don't even play anymore. Okay. So pretty much, say Gestalt, the one Fred was talking about, that is E15 on every device that I've got.
So you have like, so you've got, it's like a 4-bar pattern, but it's a 4-bar pattern on your Digitact, a 4-bar pattern on
well,
your
it's however long the
on all your
pattern
equipment,
is.
and they all like
So-
sync together. And
So
you're like,
so some it'll be 8 bars on one machine, or for one particular voice, for instance,
Okay.
and then like maybe 4 bar or whatever, or even 16 bar, depending on how I've used the multipliers and stuff.
oh yeah,
which
like
can
that,
get
yeah.
a bit tricky.
Yeah.
So sometimes if I've not pressed the buttons right for the transition and everything's in sync, sometimes I have to like do a kind of like stop and play to reset, so
Yeah.
they all are back
Yeah.
in.
Jesus, live.
Yeah, I know.
So it's not A4 or whatever on the. You've got a shed load of other stuff in those gadgets that are there if you need them, kind of thing. I mean, how many projects have you got? How many banks have you got full when you're in?
It's pretty much only like a bank and a half that I use for my entire live set.
Wow.
And what I do is I use the pattern mute. So I'll go to a particular song, no song modes, but I'll go to like E15, pattern E15, whatever, and although the analog 4 works differently, but the Digitact and Digitone will have the pattern mutes will be, the right things will be muted for the start of that track, and then I'm just bringing stuff in and out,
Right. Okay.
sort of dynamically, and that's how I build an arrangement, is just with mutes.
And on your Digitact, you're running MIDI tracks as well. Is that right? As well as the.
There's it gets
Or
really
not.
convoluted.
I was gonna say, yeah, I imagine
so-
it will be.
So the MIDI for the SHO-1A is running off the Digitact.
Yeah.
The MIDI for the NTS-1 and the Moog Sub-37 is off the Digitone.
Oh, okay.
The clock is off the Digitact, and I basically sort of merge the MIDI signals from the Digitact to Digitone, and then that goes out to other stuff.
How did you end up with some MIDI on one and some MIDI on another? Is there a reason behind that? Is it just
That's a really good question.
yeah,
I think it was it was just what I wanted to do at the time. With
right.
I
It
can't
made
remember,
sense at the time. Yeah. Okay.
can't remember what it was, but it made there's some reason why.
That's how it grew. That's how you created it, sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
sure if it was because I don't know, the number of MIDI notes on whichever
Oh, okay.
device. I think I
Yeah.
can't remember exactly why, but it just sort of made sense, and it still kind of does weirdly.
Because you can do most of the Digitact MIDI row, right? There's got eight
You got 8
sections
tracks,
of MIDI
haven't
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I am using but I'm using the rest of them now to trigger visuals. Because
Wow,
Oh, right.
why keep it simple?
you? Right. Yeah.
So
Not just music then.
Question.
You do
Yeah.
as well.
go on.
Respect to Eddie there.
Yeah.
Do you send a kind of bulk MIDI to your NTS-1 to set it up the way you want it when you turn it on, or would you do that all manually?
Oh, it's just really manual. So basically, I'm using it in a really simple fashion, which is pretty much as a raw oscillator. So I use like the triangle waveform and the square wave and the VPN thing, which is like the wavetable type thing, and I just adjust the 2 other knobs, and that's it.
So no effects pipe through it or anything?
No, the effects on that are from the Digitact. So the audio, there's no mixer involved in any of it. It's all just cascaded from one device to another.
Well, the Octatrack's the mixer in a lot of setups, isn't it?
It's I mean I've got 2 halves that the Octatrack brings together. So as far as the audio goes from the NTS-1 into the inputs of the Digitact, out of the Digitact into my Autobit Junior pedal, out of there into one side of the Octatrack. Then the audio from the Moog goes into the SHO-1A, which then goes through 2 effects pedals, and then that goes into the Analog 4, and then that goes into the inputs of the Digitone, which goes into the other side of the Octatrack.
So my question is going to be, or my observation would be then, you don't have a mixer.
No.
Wow. That's pretty good going.
with quite a number of devices. So
Yeah.
that's why I love Electron gear. It means I don't need a mixer.
Yeah.
It's like awesome.
I wanted to ask you about the coffin that you use to put them all in. How long did it take to plan and sort of assemble it and get all of the cables the way you wanted them?
Probably about, well, the first bit took me about a day, I think. So it's actually a Warwick pedalboard case that everything's in, that I got free off Facebook Marketplace. Thank you very much, whoever it was. I didn't even get to meet them. They just left it in the porch. And yeah, and it's just like the perfect width for the Digitone Octatrack and Digitact with some padding, which I just used some of those like floor mats you get from Homebase, you know, like the but you know, like you'd have for sort of a gym floor or something like that.
Like camper mats.
Maybe, I don't know, but yeah, they're just those interlocking foam mats. They're only like about
Right.
6 mil thick or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's what's in the lines the base of it as well. And then I just did layers of that with sort of spray on adhesive and cut out sections, so the power supplies and the four-way and stuff all fits in these sections, so it's held nice and solid. So it's kind of like you'd do 3D printing. You got like a base layer and then the next layer, and that's everything fits into that layer. And you know, there's 2 channels. I think it's on my Instagram, but there's 2 channels at the side for the shelf that then sits on top, which is then just
I've got a question about. Sorry to like.
No, it's cool.
You know, when you go from like we'll call it song from song 1 to song 2, what do you need to do to get song 2 going after song 1's finished? Do you have to go and change all the individual boxes to the next pattern?
That
or do
all
you press
depends
one button
on how I'm doing the transition. So
okay,
generally I'll play about with combinations of like you would sort of conventionally use a mixer. In a way, you'd sort of have one record playing and the other one coming
so you can like
sort of
fade out one track that's you might end up with just say the Digitac playing of track 1, and then you can start track 2 with the Octatrack.
Yeah,
is that right?
Well, the Octatrack has just been used as performance mix, but it might be like the Digitone or the Analog 4. Yeah, it's exactly that. So typically, so for instance, if you listen to the transition between the first track and the second on the album, then I'm pretty much bringing in elements that are in. Oh god, this is really complicated actually.
Right.
Some of the elements for the second track are already in the pattern for the first track.
Oh, you've moved them over to sort of bridge the gap.
Yeah,
that's clever.
So I then do that, and then like when you hear the tempo pickup, that's when I've switched to the.
Which would be my next question. If they're different tempos, how's that work? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Wow. You really thought about this, haven't you?
I've overthought it, I think.
Probably,
You use the crossfader and the Octatrack to go back and forth?
No, because I kind of can do. I mean, typically, it depends what effect I've got on the Octatrack. So sometimes it'll just like drop out one side, for instance, which would be like a bit more like a conventional DJ mixer. So, you know, I might drop out the Digitact and the NTS1, and then it'll just have like whatever the sustaining elements are, you know, whatever melodic elements from the Digitone and Analog 4 and other stuff, or vice versa. You know, it may mute that stuff and then just got the Digitact and NTS1. Sometimes it's just effects on everything.
My next question is, you know, when Boo were playing and they said, "Can we have an encore, please?" and they really struggled to get an encore going. Yeah. If that happens to you, if they say, "Oh, can you play the first one again?" Is that easy to do? Is that like, oh shit?
No, it actually happened at Dubrek at the EMOM that I run, not the last one, the one before, where basically there was loads of time at the end of the night. Everyone else had played, so I did like 55-minute set,
right,
and then got asked for an encore, and I'm like, shit, I've not rehearsed anything else, but I just played a couple of tracks that I hadn't played in ages, so it's quite easy to do that. I can, as long as I can remember the fucking number.
Yeah.
That's the tricky thing. Is like,
Yeah.
you know, if I've not planned it or rehearsed it, I'm like, what fucking number is that? I'm like, oh, 14 or 11, you know, and it's like, yeah, as long as I can remember those
I've been
things.
discovering the copy and pasting the electrons to get all
yeah.
my projects where I want them.
Yeah.
And of course, being an expert procrastinator, you know, it's but sometimes it's linking them all together and getting the flux right, and then gradually narrowing things down, because you know, it's like a sweet shop is all of this stuff. Even with the small amount of stuff I've got, it's you know, you get lost, and it's one thing having fun, but it's another thing. And this is the thing about the hardware jams. You know, I'm not on Facebook, and they've stopped putting up the challenge for the next week on the community on YouTube.
Right.
I'll tell them.
Please.
They'll do it. I was the one who instigated it in the first place, because someone said they're not on Facebook. Says, well, I'll sort it out. They did it, and then they sort of forgot, have they? I'm not looked.
Right.
So I'll
There's
go
a few
in,
people involved, I think, and you know.
Yeah.
However, it's worth creating an anonymous account if you don't want to be anyone special on Facebook, just to see that stuff.
I've had enough of all that.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Just seeing the F off, you know.
Yeah.
I've been
The
on.
main reason I went there was because Yahoo Groups migrated to Facebook Groups, and all the synth stuff in there, all the sampler stuff, all the years and years of cool stuff on Yahoo Groups migrated to Facebook Groups. So that was the main reason I went there in the first place.
And I
It's
did
still
get,
there.
what did I get? I got some. I think Andy Falconer from the Orby put some of the original voice samples. You know, the man on Ultraworld when he's reading the tech specs, the American voice reading the tech specs. There are some original samples on Andy Falconer's Facebook, but I just thought I'd draw a line under it. You know, I'll have my biometrics extracted by Google instead.
We're so measured and tracked already with phones and everything else. Who gives a shit, right? So,
Well, you know,
it's like people who worried about the vaccine and having a tracker in the vaccine, which is impossible. But you're already being tracked by your damn phone everywhere you go. So what's the difference?
well, it's this thing about future. It was that James Gunn debacle where he got sacked for a 10-year-old comment.
Oh yeah, well yeah, you got to be careful. I mean, there are consequences to what you say. That's the
In
problem.
10 years' time,
Yeah.
there might be people identifying as motor vehicles, and you know that'll get Robbie in trouble. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean it's why people go anonymous on there, because they don't want to be responsible for what they say. Right.
Oh, I think I don't mind that, but
But that's the thing; it will follow you for decades. If and people think, "Oh, I deleted it; it's gone." No, 5,000 people already copied that and saved it somewhere else. So
The toothpaste doesn't go back in the tube.
no, it does not. For good or for bad.
I've done that, yeah. But yeah, it's eggshells for me. But Facebook's just another weight off my mind regarding all that stuff, even though it is very
all the
useful.
social part of it is annoying for sure. Yeah.
Well, it can help people, you know.
Yeah.
Same here, you know. It's just a tool after all, isn't it?
Just like with Twitter and other places where people get all nasty and go on rants and
A tool owned by
Like
a tool.
me. Yeah.
Oh, I've left Twitter. I've left Twitter now.
yeah,
I went to Gearspace the other day just to create a bonfire and pour petrol on it and left it. It's doing really well so far.
See the flames from here.
AI singing. I know
It doesn't take much, does it?
It doesn't, no.
Yeah.
I posted about AI singing, and my last track had an AI singing on it. So I thought, I'll post it. I'll post up my I'll post a link to the track, but I'll post up my original vocal that I sang, and then the AI version. And then I was just waiting for the replies to go like, "Sounds like shit. You're useless." Like, and it got all that crap. It's hilarious. Yeah. Then I posted up the Frank Sinatra clip, and they said, "Well, the backing sounds like a MIDI file." I went, the backings, the Perry Como original song. Here's the video for it. Idiots.
Yeah.
You know, whatever. You just know you're gonna get a load of. It's
Everyone's an expert. Yeah.
everyone's an expert and everyone's afraid of change. That's what I was
Yeah.
saying to you earlier, wasn't it, Andy, when we first started this? Like
Yep.
anything that's new is like instant pitchforks and hang them. You know.
It's like, what is this MIDI nonsense? It's going to put people out of work.
It's created so much fucking work, that.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah. Amazing.
I had some people up a comment when I put one of the pictures of the anaglyph up, and somebody said, he goes, yeah, I know the guy that designed that. I go, do you though?
You might know, actually.
Do you though? This is
That's the
thing.
best. Yeah.
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 Secret
Yeah, I love
knowledge. They have that secret knowledge that
Yeah.
people want these days. You know,
Guy lives down the road. I know him quite well. Yeah, I bet he does. Yeah, it's a long road.
I know who originally designed that.
I know him really well.
Yeah,
I've met him.
I see him in the bathroom every morning.
Yeah. He's always there, bastard.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh crap, and there he is in the mirror.
Ken, what was your overriding? What's the thing that tipped you into getting that Yamaha? Then, what's the thing that went? I need to buy it. What sealed the deal for you?
Can I just ask which Yamaha thing
Oh,
is
sorry,
this?
the Yamaha finger drum thing.
Finger drum.
Yeah,
Finger
the
drum, cool.
GPD50 thing.
Yeah,
I'll
whatever
look
it
it
was
up.
called. It's
It's got the worst product name ever.
yeah.
Helps if I put my mouse the right way up.
Yeah, it's
What?
What were you saying about a big
The-
brain? Don't think so.
GPD50. That's what it's called.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
AIGP
50.
something. Yeah, something wrong.
Yeah.
Cool.
It was the fact that I spend a lot of my time finger drumming
All right.
all
Okay.
the time anyway, and I can drum really well when I'm finger drumming. And then on keys, you can kind of do it, but it's not the same thing.
Right. It's quite a wide unit. I went and ended up
Yeah.
measuring how wide it's going to be, and it's going to be. Yeah, I think you'll have relaxed hands playing it because when I was talking to Andy earlier on, I tried doing the same thing on an SP404. It's too cramped. It's too small.
Mm.
You end up with your hands in a weird position, and just like you can't hit it properly. How they want you to lay it out, you know what I mean? With your thumbs doing the bass drum, and the other two fingers doing the other things. It's like just felt really weird.
Well, I mean,
So-
where I feel I'm always lacking within the recording and execution of, writing and things like drumming has always been that sort of like, well, not really good at that and everything like that. And I'm always looking for this magic product, that kind of sort of like new improved, kind of thing, that will sort of like cure that problem for you.
Yeah.
So you go, okay, let's see what this one does. See if this works.
Well,
Well, that's like, do you remember Garfield the cat?
Mm.
Well, there was a comic strip with that, and he's watching the telly, and it says new and improved, new and improved. And he looks at you and goes, what? Does that mean all this time I've been eating old and inferior?
Yeah.
And
Oh,
it's
that's
just
marketing,
the
isn't it?
treadmill, isn't it?
marketing.
But I can
Yeah.
see, I've noticed players with the keyboards and what you've been up to, apart from giving those psyop codes with your checkerboard in the background. The finger drumming would be, I prefer programming, but most of the drumming that I've heard electronically, that I've seen being made, is usually done live. Watching Ricky Tinez just program a beat, I'm thinking, what's going on there? And then he turns the quantize off, of course, and you think, oh damn it, I'm glad I sold my Electribe too. But
Yeah, well, this is it. I mean, if I'm finger drumming, finger tapping on a table, and I can put in variants wherever I want. But when I'm programming it, because I have to think of it first and then put it in, and it's never quite the way I thought it in my
It's a
head.
completely
going
different
on.
world, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if it can be instant like that and just bang,
Yeah.
bang, 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 and happen,
Yeah.
I'm much happier with it.
Yeah.
You know, I'm always recording into Cubase, but I don't use Cubase in the traditional sense people use a DAW. I use it like a multi-track tape recorder, and not like a 4-beat bar loop thing where you copy paste.
Hang on, that's that's a lot of the DAWless thing is you can that's what the DAW's used for, isn't it? If there is one there, because you're actually jamming without the DAW, but you're using the DAW as a multi-track.
I only use it as a stereo now. It's like fucking
But
I've always used it like it's a Tascam 388 or something like that, and I just record the tracks and then go in and then obviously mess about with it without having to use a razor blade all the time. And
is that the big black MIDI tape recorder multi-track thing you just said? The Tascam.
There was a big. I think it was the old 388. I think it was the big reel-to-reel 10-inch reel.
Yeah, 7-inch reel-to-reel, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was thinking of big bastard. Yeah.
No,
look cool.
Was that big heavy one you recently got rid of?
No, that's no. What was that?
Was that the 3?
Oh no, that's the 388 Porter Studio.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Not very portable.
I like the Porter part of that.
Is that the black one?
Yeah, it needs to have wheels, doesn't it?
Yeah, and you had like a big smoke glass panel when you had.
Yeah, it looked really cool. It wasn't cheap though at the time. But it
wasn't cheap at the time.
It wasn't fucking portable.
That was
no, it was not.
That was White
rugby team. You'd be fine.
Yeah,
White Town used that for his one-hit wonder.
I mean, my mate Joti.
Yeah,
I'm playing with him on Friday.
Is that the same guy?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
He's a friend of mine now. Yeah, he's DJing at this gig on Friday that me and Hexiel are playing, which is in this it's run off a generator, which is going to be fun. In this place called Electric Daisy. It's like a sort of community garden type place right in the centre of the city. So
I hope it's a low emission generator.
You what? Sorry.
I hope it's a low emission generator.
Yeah, I hope it is. I couldn't hear it when I was there, but there's a DJ playing. But I went and checked out the venue on Friday. But
was it in like a tent or something, or was it outside or what?
There's like a sort of gazebo, but if it's raining, there's like
it's going to be raining next
sort
week.
of cabins. So
yeah,
in one of those or two of those.
I think we're getting the remnants of a hurricane from America next week, aren't we?
Oh, great.
Yeah, sorry. Like today and tomorrow it might be nice, and then like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday going to be rain.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad so. Same.
But not unusual, is it? You usually have rain, so you shouldn't catch anybody out, to be honest.
Concrete skies.
Oh, we'll see how we do. Yeah, Joti's just brought a new album out actually.
All right.
He's still using the same.
White Town. Yeah.
He's still using the same gadget.
No, his studio's rather nice actually.
I can imagine.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got some nice kit.
Yeah, imagine Robbie's going to be all over the GS one.
But still mainly in the box because it's so convenient, isn't it? So.
Well, that's another thing about the procrastination. It's like I've got to wire up. I've got ADAT two old Motu 828 Mark IIs.
Mm-hmm.
One's got a USB, one's got FireWire. So I'm thinking of aggregate,
mm-hmm.
but using the external clock. You know the BNC.
Yeah.
Using cables for them, and then to the digital mixer, which is I've got either a DDX 3218 Behringer, which has some interesting features, or a 328 Tascam. Is it a Tascam? But I've gone for the I've gone the opposite. I don't want any hiss or hum or warmth. You know, I can add that later. It's difficult to take it. Well, it changes the nature of the stuff.
Yeah, those 828s are great. I had one. I set up a
Mark II.
recording studio in a school. Yeah, 828 Mark II. Firewire it was, and it was absolutely rock solid. Never messed up, and it sounded great. You know, the conversion was really good.
I think they had big problems with PCs because you needed a Texas Instruments chipset on your Firewire interface.
Chipset, yeah.
I've got a 2012. I've got a 13-inch 2012 MacBook Pro spare. But one of the pins is missing from the battery, so I've got to set the date every time it boots up. But I've just done Mojave on that. I've upgraded it to Mojave.
Yeah.
And the next phase is to wire that up and use that exactly what Kent's using, but using I don't know yet. Probably Bitwig. It's so much prettier than the rest of the doors.
Yeah, I mean, I've been a Logic user since 2001, something like that.
Oh, dinosaurs ruled the earth then.
Yeah, I know. It's like Logic 4.
Wow.
2.7 on the PC I used.
Yeah.
But no, I had a mate who bought he bought one of the old Logics off eBay or whatever for like 20, 30 quid, you know, with the big books and that.
Yeah.
And he just upgraded to his, you know, to whatever is most recent because it's free once you've got it, regardless. I thought that was a good twist, going back in time and then bringing it forward for free.
I use Logic for one thing now, and that's just fixing up problematic vocals, which is down to me because I'm crap at vocals. So,
using Flex Time or Flex Tune, whatever.
Yeah, open it up, Flex Time it, export it, and close Logic back down again. That's it. Done.
Well, can't you make your own?
When I do that, I usually bring in a stereo background just so I can reference how it's working.
Oh, someone said Behringer 3 times, didn't they?
Darling.
Who was it who said it first, and then Fred said it again?
Look what the cat dragged in. It's all about Behringer.
How are you, Ty?
Shouldn't you be working?
I am working.
You
And then
look
I just thought, and then I honestly just thought, I wonder if Kent's doing a show tonight.
No.
And he's not. And then I thought, oh, okay. And then the next thing I know, what the fuck's going on here?
Yeah.
We're on a pub crawl.
Yeah.
It's an illegal operation.
It's a sub club.
Speak easily.
See, I don't have to sweep up afterwards. It's not my pub.
Ah. How are you all? This is new. Well done, Andy, on sorting this out. I haven't seen it. Are these regular things? What am I missing out on here?
It's secret invitation only.
They are regularly.
Oh well, I fucked that one up, haven't I? Then.
I just do these when I feel like it, and Kent's obviously not doing it for various reasons, so I just do a fill-in.
It's
great.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm just intimidated by big names like Ty and Kent. That I only go to the sub puds.
big
names.
Big names.
Even
Fuck's
like
sake.
2 letters.
2 letters.
Yeah.
What can I say? Fucking hell.
Big names. Bigger than
Big
time.
names. Bloody hell, no.
The people thank you on
Kent's a
text.
4-letter word.
TYTY.
Oh yeah, constantly. Do you know what? Honestly, I didn't realise that meant thank you for fucking ages. And I was watching so many chats and things, thinking, why is everyone just typing my fucking name? Luckily, I have no ego. Otherwise, I'd be sitting there going, "Fucking hell, the world is talking about me." But yeah, soon realised that wasn't the case. So, are we all
You're also
well?
named after a Beanie Babies company.
Oh, do you know what? What was even worse is that because my daughter's called Boo, and they bought out one of the things they bought out was called Boo. And when you actually bought it, all it had was Thai, Boo.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we had to buy that one. So,
Hope she's got Boo Peter badge.
no. no talent there. So, but
Oh, no,
anyway.
Boom, Battery Operated Orchestra
as
have
in-
got their own
yeah.
Blue Peter badges.
They've
Oh
got
no,
Blue Peter
oh
badges.
no!
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, it's funny. I actually spoke to those guys, and when I told them about Daughter, it was just like
Yeah.
again. I look at this band out there called Boom, me thinking, "Fucking hell!" There's a band named like no, it's not. It's just yeah. But anyway,
Oh
So-
yeah.
anyway, yeah, good to meet you, Fred. Never met you before, and
yeah,
actually,
yeah.
and actually, Cress said, obviously the name's been there, but I don't think we've ever have we spoke, or am I just being a
We have
complete
now. Hello.
hello? That's
There
that
you
one
go.
done.
Actually, I've been watching you for years, you two, so that's why you're big names.
I've been watching you.
I've been
Wow,
watching Weather
years.
for years, but I'm not that bothered.
Oh, yeah.
exactly.
And I was impressed with Synth Punk's, what's those masks they put on people, on digital masks? When
Okay.
your Behringer rant, he put a devil on you. He put a devil face on you.
Yeah, I've not seen this. I heard about this.
I've not seen this.
He needs to shorten his name just to S Punk, I think. But no, he's quite a chap. I think, I don't know, it's just a bit of entertainment, isn't it?
He's a massive troll, really. So, so you want to be
Yeah.
honest about it.
I think if this is the same guy I'm thinking of, I know that briefly before he did this, I'm sure that he, on one of the Sonic States or something, I'm sure he wrote an absolute pile of shit.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling
He's got form. Definitely.
yeah, I think Gaz and I were on a show or something, and Gaz had said something, and this guy had laid into Gaz completely unfairly. I can't remember, and I think I kind of just laid in supporting Gaz, and he then turned on me.
Well, Nick's
And
always
then
telling
the
him to behave in the chat. So
Yeah.
Okay, and then the next thing I know, someone said he'd put something on about me and Behringer and whatever. I don't give a flying fuck. So it's
He
it's
defiled the
fine.
word punk,
Yeah,
Punk's original meaning was has been lost.
yeah. So, but
I used,
anyway,
I used to live next to Ivanhoe's in Huddersfield, and I used to know a few punks.
do you used to live in Huddersfield?
I
Whereabouts?
got better.
Oh no! I used to live. Well, I studied at Huddersfield, so I know Huddersfield. I lived there.
I lived in
Oh.
Berkby, Crossland Moor, but my main residence was on Manchester Road, right next to Ivanhoe's.
Oh, okay.
And I said this the other. Someone said, "Great Big Lebowski." I think it's overrated. It's not very funny to me or very good. And someone said on the chat, but it's got a Nazi bowling alley in it. And I said, well, yeah, but once I was on mushrooms with a socialist skinhead watching Bad Brains, listening to Bad Brains, watching Clockwork Orange. And it seems that if you've had a slightly textured life and gotten to know these different people, he was actually arrested once for wielding a gun out of a window. He was a neighbour of ours. But he was soft as shite, he was socialist, the Redskins.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just like, overrated. But anyway, my friend found a badge. We went exploring in Ivanhoe's before it was knocked and converted or whatever. And one of my friend's feet went through the floor. But in the basement, one of them found a Sex Pistols badge.
Wow.
And that's the last place they performed. When they did that charity thing for the firemen, the Sex Pistols. You ever seen that documentary?
No.
Or any? It's brilliant.
No.
They played for free, and they put on. They made Sid promise not to spit on the kids because there was a kids' party beforehand, and then the main gig, and they had a big cake fight as well. It's brilliant. It's really moving because they really helped the firemen who were on strike. They got it was fundraising for the families, because they were broke.
Mm-hmm.
But that was the last gig in the UK, was Huddersfield, and I used to hang out with the punks drinking sherry on the is it the Piazza or the Plaza? I can't remember what. By the library.
Piazza.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's all changed now. Well, the last time I went up there, it all changed.
But I did know some musicians. I saw one guy's performance in the church. You know, he was a drum expert, and he had these MIDI triggered, you know, the piezoelectrics underneath the pads, and he had this contemporary piece playing. But I was more passive. I've been passive most of my life with music. It's only in the last 10 years or so that I've you know, it's therapy. And I think everyone, if you can walk, you've got rhythm, kind of thing. You know, if you've got a heartbeat, and I think.
No, I'm not sure. Believe me, I know people that can walk and have a heartbeat that have fucking no sense of rhythm. So.
Yeah, but you know, they probably did when they were kids, you know. But yeah, it's good. It's good for unless you're pulling your proverbial hair out and working, doing it.
I love the sticking in the word proverbial. That's fantastic. Fucking hell. I can't escape.
But,
I've got a question for Ty.
I wanted to ask you, Ty, after all these months, how did you feel when you finished that track you did for Sonic State's compilation? How pleased were you with it? And how do you feel now when you listen to it? Because that was without any constraints, wasn't it? It was just you.
How did I? It's really difficult. It's really difficult, and I you know, Kent knows all of this because I've spoken to Kent about this. When I write stuff, because I write so much, I don't get attached to things. It's like I don't get attached to music. I write it, and it's like people say, you know, I've said before, if all of my music disappears that I've ever written, and it disappeared overnight, all I'd be bothered about, I wouldn't be sentimental about it at all. I'd just be like, oh, okay, well, I've got to write some more stuff then. And so I don't get attached to stuff. So when I finished it, it was just more a case of, at the time, I just needed it to get it done because I needed to get it to Nick. And I know that sounds I just needed to get it finished. And so because I put the constraints of all the software had to be free, all the samples had to be free, everything had to be free on it. I was never happy with it because I just basically listened to it all the time, going, fuck, if I could use these sounds, if I could use these, you know, kind of plugins, if I could use this mastering on it, more shaker. I didn't even. I mean, it wasn't even mastered properly. The mastering was basically just done on what the freebies were. So if you remember, it was all about free stuff, and so I was never going to be happy with it because the stuff that I wanted to use, that I naturally wanted to use, by my own constraints, I couldn't use. So I literally just got it done, finished, onto the next, you know, kind of thing. So, and as for what do I think of it listening to it, I genuinely. Again, Kent will tell you, when I don't listen to it again. I mean, I can't remember the last time I listened to it. I'll tell you the last time I listened to it was when Dom called me after it went out, and Dom called me and we had a lovely long conversation. He was raving about it, and he was asking about a sound, and this was about a month after I'd finished it, and I went and listened to it again with Dom on the phone to listen to this, and that would have been the last time I listened to it. So I haven't listened to it. So what do I feel about it? I can't remember what I did yesterday, never mind a piece of music that I wrote a couple of years ago. So I don't honestly really know. I hope it's okay, and I hope it's not, you know, I hope it's all right. I was quite pleased with it. I mean, it wasn't like I didn't put it out. I would never let anyone listen to anything that I wasn't happy with, ever. So I was happy at the time. I was happy enough with it. Sorry, that's a really shitty, long-winded answer. But
no, you've just burst a bubble for me.
Why? Oh, don't say that, please.
Well, when's the last time you actually were like unconditionally creative with music? To, you know, just for the sake of it?
Well, that was the nearest I got. And even that was, I did it. I put constraints on it, but the last time I actually just wrote something with no constraints was 1997.
Wow.
And yeah, it's 1997, and the only reason I could get that one done for Nick was, and I did a whole thing with Gaz about it. It was just basically just because I'd gone through a period of everybody turning around and going, well, if I had all of his gear, I could make music like that if I had all of his gear. And so the reason I did all the freebie stuff was just to basically say, fuck off. It's nothing to do with the gear. It really isn't. It doesn't matter what DAW you use, what synths you use. Hardware, software, digital, analog, it makes no difference. If you've got it in you, that's what it's all about. It's nothing to do with the gear. If you gave me a 4-track cassette now, and I'd still be able to produce something of some worth. Mm-hmm. And it's nothing to do with the gear. It really isn't.
Yeah.
And so that's why I did it. But the last time I did anything that was no constraints, no anything, and was 1997. But sorry, I really didn't mean to burst a bubble there. That's shit. Sorry.
No, it was just to do with the job destroying the pleasure. Do you know what I mean?
No. Okay. I also need to put. You're right, but I do need to put something in perspective. Is that I am the luckiest fucker alive because I've managed to make an entire career. I've never done a proper day's work in my life. And I've made an entire career doing something that I love doing, and I would be doing anyway.
It's got the softest hands.
I know I do. you know. I've
killing up.
And so I am so incredibly lucky. So it isn't that the job has ruined it just means that sometimes it's mainly the deadlines. That's all it ever is. It's not the job.
Yeah.
I love the job. It's the fact that someone's telling me I have to get this amount of music written by tomorrow. That's the only thing that is the shit bit of it. I don't have the luxury.
When you submitted the track to Nick, did he email you with notes just to make you feel more comfortable about it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but could we have it as a salsa?
Yeah. More shaker. Yeah.
You made everything go out of sync by half a beat.
Yeah, exactly. But so no, it hasn't ruined it. It hasn't ruined it. I'm very fortunate. I'm incredibly fortunate, and
it's just different approaches to music, basically. That's all.
Completely. I don't. Kind of music is. I hope one day, and I've said this time and time again. Hopefully, one day I will just. I will just do what I want, and I'll probably at that point get very precious about it. At that point, I'll probably be, I'll get very, very... Because I used to, before I kind of made money out of music, there was a kind of a period in the early 90s where I'd come out of uni and was trying to make a career, and it was, like everyone, I was getting nothing. But I wrote loads of music for a firework company, and there were big, epic, like half-hour-long pieces of music to have fireworks shows written to. And when I did those, I have to say... No, this was post-Huddersfield. I was back in the Midlands doing this. And those pieces, I wrote 6 of those pieces, so 3 hours of music. I was so proud of those, because I was given completely carte blanche to do whatever I wanted. Free reign, I could do whatever I wanted and have as much time as I wanted, as long as they were ready for kind of October, November. I was given free reign to do whatever. And those pieces I was incredibly precious about and incredibly proud of.
November the 6th.
And you had your own 3D analog visualizer to go with it.
Do you know what? I did a couple of gigs. I did one gig in Nottingham that I think was for 15,000, and then I did one in 3 counties, whatever it was, and I think that was to about 12,000. And yeah, they wrote the entire shows for me to perform live, because this is when Jean-Michel Jarre was doing all this shit, and they just thought, great, we'll just jump on the back of this, and we'll have our own mini version of Jean-Michel Jarre. So, and that was great. But I've told the story before. The only embarrassing was, and I have told this story, so I'm sorry if you've heard this before, but I did one where They contacted me about all the staging. They'd done all the staging for everything for me to basically rock up with the gear, and I rocked up with the gear. But there was one thing they'd forgotten to include in all the staging, which was a roof, and it was pissing down. Okay, so this is in kind of first week of November. It's absolutely pissing down, and they turn around. What do you mean? You never said you wanted a roof? And I'm there going, well, I've got all these synths. What am I meant to do? Well, can you not use them? No, I fucking can't use them in the fucking rain. So they were just like, well, what can we do? So in the end, this is absolute truth. They had to reverse a Luton van onto the side of the stage. So you've got a completely blank stage, empty stage with me in the back of a Luton van. The back of a van by the side with the gear set up. It was the only way I could do it. It was so embarrassing. But anyway, yeah, but there we go.
Maybe they were just trying to do a doffed hat to the whole Jean-Michel Jarre Docklands concert.
Oh, yeah.
Jumping on the back of that.
It was all of that. It was on the back of all of that. It was a very mini, the rain thing, yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway.
I don't think it's ever rained that hard again.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll let you know about Friday.
Yeah.
Have you got an outdoor gig?
Yeah.
Have you? Oh,
Yeah.
fuck, okay.
I know.
Okay.
Should be fun. Yeah.
Take a brolly.
Yeah, exactly. Very big one.
Yeah. And some plastic stuff to put over your kit.
I'm sure there's something about
Just
digital
your-
synths
just your,
running off generators.
Your Octatrack with samples.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be entertaining. I'm saying that
You'll be great.
It's got to be better than the time in Utrecht where we tried running all our studio stuff off a 5-amp lighting plug that was connected to a controller going up and down.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay.
Now that was weird.
I definitely told it in Kent's pub, the one about when I was, I would have only been 14, 15 with an MC202 and a Korg Monopoly and something else, and playing in a pub with this girl, and every time they pulled, I told this, do you remember this, Kent?
No.
Every time they pulled the pint, basically it drained the electricity.
Yeah.
So the pitch of all the analog synths, they all just went. So all these sequences were going as they pulled the pints, and no one. It took ages to actually figure out what was triggering all the pitch changes, and it was literally every time they were pulling the pints. Yeah,
It's called a tribute to Forbidden Planet.
Yeah. Yeah, for God's sake, put everybody on shorts.
yeah. Do you know what though? Genuinely, it's that kind of shit that teaches you life lessons. It's all the things that go right. This is what people always forget when they're young, and it's the shit that happens. It's the things that go wrong that teach you so much. That teach you when things go well, you don't appreciate it because you just think that's how it's meant to be. It's when shit happens and things go wrong. That's life. That's life. Yeah, that's it. That's what. Good. Yeah. So.
Spinal Tap. The sequel's coming out next year, apparently.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, you see, I don't.
Oh no, they might do well.
I don't know. It's one of those things that it's so perfect. I just don't think. I think anything. It reminds me of the Carry On films. Did we really need Carry On Columbus? Let's be honest.
Hey, Ty, did you ever get a 2-word review like Shit Sandwich?
A what?
Remember the 2-word review, the Shark Sandwich album in Spinal Tap? They call it Shit Sandwich.
Oh,
Did you ever get a 2-word review?
Luckily, my live playing is so rare that it's no. But
the old. Do you remember those things?
I'll let you know on Friday.
The
wet blanket.
Those old silver discs we used to use to play video. The extras on Spinal Tap, on This Is Spinal Tap. There's about an hour's worth of extra footage, and because they were mostly improvising in that, it's just as funny. It's like an extra mini film.
Yeah.
There are also 2 commentaries, one in character, one out of character.
Oh.
with the actors.
Do you know, I've never listened to. I've got them. I've never listened to the commentary. Is it?
Yeah.
I've never listened to it.
Well, Voyager had those CD-ROMs on Mac for a while. Remember the whole Voyager series CD-ROMs that were like movies turned into CD-ROMs? You could click on and do interactive stuff.
This may have been an American thing. I don't remember.
No, it's early '90s Macintosh stuff. You know, they finally went to
Okay.
PCs as well, and so they had like Citizen Kane on there and some Beethoven analysis, a bunch of other random things on these CD-ROMs. But the Spinal Tap had it was great because it had an amp that played the little QuickTime movie inside of it, and then all the knobs went to 11. And the commentary on that one was the actors just doing their commentary. But the later commentaries on the DVD was actors and character doing the commentary. So I don't know if you can get both commentaries anymore, but they're both out there somewhere if you look for them. They're both very different.
No, that was great.
I
Yeah,
love commentaries,
sorry.
so that's why I'm into this stuff. So
Absolutely.
I was going to be a filmmaker a long time ago, and I decided not to. So
That Mike Myers did a conspiracy theory comedy series recently, and some of that's treasure, but it's on par with Austin Powers 2. You know, it's not as good as you think it is. It's going to be, but I do recommend that. The Pentaveret. There's loads of Alex Jones and all that. They just rip the piss out of him, and there's some great jokes. Sasquatch as well, having a dump in the corridors of the secret base and stuff. But yeah, he still got it, but it's not as good as the old stuff. But I was thinking they might have a lot of music tech in the new one because there's so much available. You know.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about the whole thing, if I'm honest.
No, me neither. It's
Well,
kinda
it'll.
Ty,
remakes are generally
We'll
a fail,
know.
or sequels and stuff for like The Thing and some other stuff that was killer. But
So, yes, Kent. Sorry.
Yeah, it's boats. The ship sailed, perhaps.
Yeah, I'd say. I think.
God, you've
What were
got
you
me
gonna say, Kent?
remembering Carry On Columbus now.
Don't remember Carry On Columbus. Carry
Why
On
did
Columbus
you
was
remind me
fucking
of
shite.
that? Why did you remind me of that?
They should have just left it with Carry On Emmanuel.
Well,
That wasn't brilliant.
I thought they did a
No,
good
it's shocking. It was awful, but it was still better than Carry On Columbus.
True.
Shaun
but
of
my
the
God.
Dead was like the Carry On Zombies for its time, really, wasn't it? Shaun of the Dead. That was
Sure, yeah, that's a great. Film.
that was the next generation of that vibe. Did he, what's that? There's loads of excellent British comedies that had that kind of vibe, but it was less 70s. But no, that's sailed. Carry on synthesizing.
hey, Ty, here's a non sequitur for you. Apparently, Sasquatch in the chat said you owe him 250 pounds.
I do. I've just replied. He's just sent me a text, and I've just replied, and he's just
good.
replying to me now. So I'm very much aware of this.
Just I'd pass it on.
Thank you. No, I will point out, just in my defence, sir, that I did send him several messages many months ago to say I owe you £250. Please give me your bank details.
Do you owe me any money?
No, I don't
Now it's
know
time to
you
claim
anymore.
everybody. Get in there.
Have you checked?
Perhaps he thought you were a scammer.
I think.
Ty, got a question for you.
Go for it.
What haven't you bought this week?
What haven't I bought?
Yeah. But what were you looking at? And you went, no, I'm not buying that. What haven't you bought?
Well, it's the shorter answer, isn't it?
It is, yeah. An easy one.
I've only bought one thing this week.
Oh, here we go.
Well, no, that's literally it. I've only bought one thing this week, so
They just want to know whether you got a Maximus or not.
yeah, yeah.
Which
Yeah,
is,
but I knew. Say again.
When's
which
it
is
coming?
what?
Before Synthfest, apparently.
Ooh.
So yeah, it's yeah. The thing is, I said this, Kent. So I knew about this. I knew about this months ago. So it's so yeah. So Tom's been keeping me in the picture. That was all. So the moment it landed, I just, so I knew. Yeah. So yes.
Nice.
So that's the only thing. That's the only thing I've bought this week. I don't
Why that instead of a Colossus?
Because I mean look. There's been an ongoing thing between Tom and I over the last few years about the Colossus.
Is it one
Because
bigger?
it's not. I mean, the Colossus is actually physically bigger. But the thing is, the Colossus is very much aimed at what it is, which is essentially it's meant to be an incredibly complex mono synth kind of thing, but a series of mono synths connected mainly treated via sequencers and as essentially a modular setup. And so Tom and I, I'm not being funny. All that kind of shit is the kind of stuff that, there's not that many lucky people that can buy it. You're not talking. It's not mass market, so there's just very few people who are lucky enough to be able to want that or afford it or whatever. And for me, the Colossus, it never kind of rung true the way I work. I don't work with loads of step sequences. I'm not that interested in modular. I've got a few, obviously the 55 and things, but it's not the way my head works generally. I just don't work in modular, and I just love polysynths. And so Tom and I have been speaking time and time again, especially when he bought out the black one, the limited edition. So Tom and I were talking about that, and he brought one down to show me, and it was always a case of, if I wanted to buy it, I would buy it because it was such a beautiful thing. And that's what it is. The Colossus is a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful instrument. And I would buy it because of what it is rather than me using it. And that, again, that doesn't really ring true in my head because I want stuff to use. I don't want stuff just to sit there and just nothing happen with it. So there was always that struggle. So anyway, so Tom and I have had these conversations for ages, and then he basically just turned around and dropped this bomb months ago going, okay, there's this new thing coming out, and essentially it's poly. And he knew it was kind of what I would want. So it's more in keeping with the way my head works, really. So that's why Maximus over a Colossus. But they're both hopefully beautiful things, but the Colossus is just more my bag, really. So,
Have you made a space for it already?
No. I wanted it to go in this studio, in the main studio, but because of the height, basically where it would go, because of the height and the depth, there's only two places it goes, so it would have to replace one of two things. So where it would go would either have to go where the CS80
downstairs
is,
toilet.
or no. There's 3 studios, remember. So it's either going to be where the CS80 is or where the Schmidt is, and the Schmidt or the CS80, neither of those are going anywhere. So it's going in one of the other rooms. So it'll have a nice pride of place. It'll be with loads of other vintage stuff. So.
And I hope you put it through the teenage engineering mixer.
Hey, do you know what? Honestly, the teenage engineering mixer is serving its purpose really well at the moment, because the job I'm doing,
Is it somewhere warm?
it's
Keeps the bread bin open.
I'm having to flick between the main studio and travel system over the summer because of holidays and things, but also now because of a kitchen in the house, and so I'm kind of having to flick between the two places. And so the TX6 is basically a little mixer and interface for my travel system. And I tell you, as an interface and as a little mixer, 'cause I've got some of the little hardware boutique things going in, it's fucking brilliant. And I know I say it time and time again, and
Oh,
people can take the piss out of me as much as they like. But as a physical thing, it is gorgeous. But more the quality of it is outstanding. The quality as an interface and the kind of the ins and outs and whatever for it is properly outstanding. So
I think it's. I think I'm glad that they kept quiet, because people who've been using it have been using it, and I've got a 1010 blue box, the POV version, and I can see it'd be really handy and it would save some weight and some room. But I can imagine the quality being top notch with that, especially with the little extras. The effects would probably be better.
You see, this is the thing with those effects. They seem like novel effects. And to be fair, on face value, they are. But fuck me, they're good. They're really
on each channel.
I could use that.
Yeah.
Have you got the Action Man backpack for that and the?
No, I tell you, no, I haven't bought the Action.
Mic.
No, I haven't. I tell you why it is because the actual quality of the as protection, they don't actually protect it that much. Do you know what I mean? They're not kind of solid. And I can't remember who. I saw somebody posted something online that there's a little microphone, and I can't remember what the microphone was. That basically is a hard case that fits, but the size of this little microphone happens to fit the TX6 exactly right, and it's a case for a particular kind of mic. I can't remember what it is. But anyway, so I bought one of those hard cases.
The teenage engineer.
No, it's not. It's not. Because that's what it's not. It's another. It's a German thing, I think. But it fits literally perfectly for the TX6. But it's a proper hard case.
Yeah.
So I bought. So I bought one of those. But no, I don't have the Action Man backpack.
You need a sporran.
Yeah.
And a white kilt.
Yeah. Me in a kilt with my legs. Fuck off. Yeah.
Well, we never see him, do we?
I have no. My legs are too short to see. Yeah.
They reach the ground, don't they?
I'm verging on being a dwarf.
I mean, Keith in Watford was asking the question: is Ty tall enough to reach the top voices on the Maximus?
Can I point out I am 5'9.5", so I'm not that short. Yeah.
The half's important. Yeah.
It is. That's when you know. It's just when you include the half, that's when you know it's important.
Yeah.
So it's yeah. But no, but in terms of yes, I'm sorry, Chris said that is all I bought. I think I do need to ruin the illusion that I do just buy everything. I don't just buy everything.
You're more discerning.
I'm very selective in what I do buy. To be fair, it's just yeah, I do. I'm very selective. There's loads of shit I haven't got.
Well, you buy a bunch of big ticket items, so that makes up for everyone buying all the small shit. So
Yeah,
Yeah, but I buy the small shit as well because some of the small shit is fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
You know, that's the thing. It's the fact
the
that
biggest Synth.
It's not the gear.
it's not. I know it's not though. That's the thing. It's not. Oh look.
Two words.
Go on.
Cat robot.
Well, no, that's a litter tray. That's different. That's.
How often have they used it?
Yeah, she's only been here a week.
How often has she used it?
She's been here a week.
How often?
She's climbed in it once.
but they have to get
She
used
didn't-
to it. It's a
She
strange
didn't
device.
use it exactly. Thank you very much, Andy. So basically, at the moment, she's using just a normal one, but you have to basically get her used to it. But at the moment,
It
we're
does
more
look like a
bothered.
washing machine.
It
so,
does,
you know,
but at the moment, we're more bothered about just getting her accustomed to the house. At the moment,
How is
which
she
is,
doing?
you know, do you know she's okay. She's just really nervous still, and yeah,
What
she's
cat
just
you got?
a blue short hair.
Oh, okay.
So, but she's only she's 4 months old.
Yeah.
She's come to the house. She's just left her mom and her brothers and sisters, and so she's she's a bit nervous, but she's really sweet. She's really cute, and
She'll be cool.
yeah. So
She'll settle. Yeah.
yeah, she will absolutely. And every day she's a bit better. That's the main thing. Every day she's a bit calmer and a bit more. But we've just we bought her everything she can possibly want. And of course, she doesn't give a flying fuck. She just wants to climb in cardboard boxes.
Cats hate
So-
change. I had to move 3 times in 1 year. My cat was really suffering. So
Oh, I mean, when I used to, so the cat, when we moved here many years ago, the cat we had, for 2 days, she literally just hid under one of the beds, and that was it. Wouldn't come out for 2 days. So
Is that Juno?
yeah, that was Juno. So she's doing really well. She's really good. The biggest problem I've got at the moment is a daughter who essentially thinks that because she's got a dog and thinks that the cat is going to react like the dog, and wants to be chased all the time and wants to be played with all the time. And I'm trying to explain that she just needs to sleep for most of the day, basically, and chasing around after her is not really what she needs at the
She'll learn
moment.
what claws are.
Oh, believe me, would you like me to show you my scratches? Because yeah, I'm the one that kind of has to try and
Just hide the ones from Pip.
yeah, exactly. yeah. With me going, that one's the cat. Oh, these are Pip. That one's the cat. Yeah. So, but yeah.
by the way, Ty, if gear doesn't matter, I'm going to see you make something cool with this.
Oh yes,
Wow. God, I haven't seen one of those for a while.
that's the MC 505 in a.
Look, do you
I
know
thought it
what?
was a game of battleships.
I know. The reason is, I tell you why I say gear doesn't matter, is I stand by the fact that and I've said this so many times, the best stuff I ever wrote was on the most limited amount of gear.
Of course.
The best stuff I ever wrote was done on like a Proteus 2, a Proteus 3, and an ASQ10, and maybe a wave station or something like that. It's basic stuff, or even stuff that I did on DSS1 and a R100 Kawai R100 drum machine, and that's some of the best stuff I did. It didn't sound the best in terms of the sound, kind of it wasn't the best, but in terms of the ideas and.
But if you are buying a Maximus, gear does matter to a point. All right, I mean, obviously you can make good stuff out of crap, but you buy that for a reason. So
no, the reason I'm buying the Maximus is very simple. Is the fact that I broke my own rule years ago, but I used to have a rule that everything that came into the studio had to serve a purpose. It doesn't matter whether that purpose was 1 sound or 1,000 sounds, but it had to serve a purpose. It had to do something that wasn't in the studio already that could do it. And that was my rule for many, many, many years. And then that all went a bit tits up. And I ended up doing what I swore I'd never do, which is lots and lots of overlapping. And then it started to get to the stage of buying gear that I wanted that didn't actually bring anything new to the party, but I just wanted it.
Yeah, that happened to me. I wanted like one of every type of engine I could get, FM, wavetable, and all kind of stuff. And pretty soon it was all this overlap and all this shit and all this stuff I coveted.
But the problem is that's crap, and I know that's crap. But the thing is with the Maximus is the fact that the Maximus does something that is a kind of whole. Is that it is that thing of having the 8 completely independent voices in terms of the with the key modes, which will duplicate to a certain extent the 8 voice only in terms of the key mode, in terms of stepping through the things. And I've got no piece of hardware that does that to that extent. And you may turn around and go, that seems like a fucking expensive thing to do as a one-trick pony, and it's a perfect justifiable argument. But the reality is that, I have tax.
Amazing piece of workmanship.
It's an amazing thing. All of Tom's stuff. It's beautiful stuff, and I don't. The days of me having to justify anything to anybody are long ago. I'm very lucky and very fortunate. And
I get mixed up between rationalising and being rational. Because rationalising is when you make excuses, seemingly logical excuses for doing something, and being rational is thinking things through, right? Isn't it? Am I confused on those two?
To be fair, I don't do either of those. So I mean, it's kind of
for me. Rationalising is selling stuff.
Well, yeah, fucking hell, that's not going to happen. Well, no, I've worked look, Kent knows this. I've already said this so many times. I still have a feeling that when this when all these studios are finished, I will sit there and live with it for 6 months, and then wake up one morning and go, "That's it. Now I've done it. I always wanted to do it. It's all done now," and then get rid of 99% of the stuff.
Yeah.
I can see that happening.
Style.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
See, this is the thing. When he did that, everyone's going, "What the fuck? What the fuck's he doing? He doesn't need to do that." Or or maybe he does, and we don't know about it. But no, from a headspace point of view, my God, when he did that, I was there going, "Yep, I get that completely. I totally get it. I totally get why it can sometimes feel like a bit of an albatross around your neck, but the reality is, there's also, if you have that albatross around your neck combined with a kind of personality that wants those things and can have those things, kind of, it's difficult. Sometimes it is difficult.
Well, it's precious, isn't it? It's
yeah, it is, and
it's all in all of us.
Yeah, it's difficult,
But
Well,
I
it's
think
like we said, Toe, about when we
too
were
much.
kids, when we were young, and because of that, it's why we do what we do now. Because
completely.
I mean, why? Can you think of any logical reason why an agoraphobic should have a Mustang?
No, none whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly. Apart
Yeah.
from that, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
You had an itch you wanted to scratch.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's the more you starve somebody, the more they want food.
The thing is, it's yeah.
Actually,
Yeah.
no. I've been through recent times where I haven't eaten that much for a long time, and I've gotten used to it. But when I eat regularly, I want more and more of it. But when I'm starving, I don't. Your body adapts just to be a twat.
To the point of never needing food again.
Airtarian.
Well, that's the Vegetable Liberation Front. Yeah. And then the
but
Mineral
that is
Liberation
actually
Front.
pretty much what we said, though. It's because as kids we had nothing. Didn't we?
Oh, yeah.
We
You
know
know,
what it was like to be
Well, that's my dad's a hoarder, for the same reason.
hungry. Proper,
You see, that's the
proper
thing.
poor.
My dad. Yeah, I was proper. Yeah, we were proper fucking poor.
Yeah, proper.
But my dad was a hoarder as well. But he had just sheds full of, crap. Literally crap.
Sheds,
My dad.
luxury.
My dad would. Oh no, you didn't see the sheds. They were.
They have
But
roofs.
they were just full. Well, one didn't in the end. But they were just full of bits of wood, bits of metal, bits of old engines, bits of everything. And he was always turning around and going, "Well, you never know when you're going to need them." And I remember just thinking, "Fucking hell, Dad, you're never going to need that piece of wood." And now I'm keeping synths for like one patch, going, "Well, I never know when I'm going to need it." And you're there thinking, you're never going to need it. But every now and again,
Yeah.
I do have to drag something out going, fucking hell, there is that one patch on that one synth that I've never been able to get anything close to.
Yeah.
And you have to, if you as big a twat as I am, you kind of have to have that same sound. So you have to,
It's like Nigel's special guitar. Don't point. It can never be played. You've seen enough of that one.
Oh, yeah. Don't even look at it.
Yeah.
It's still resonating, isn't it?
Always has. I love that. My brother and my dad and I used to quote that as much as Monty Python. We loved that movie.
He actually did in character. He did a video, the follow up, and he was saying after we went up to 11, everybody else sort of copied it, and he goes, "I've got an amplifier now that goes up to infinity."
Yeah.
So they've done that joke, so it won't be in the new one.
Yeah.
But no, it's part of the consumer culture we're in now as well. Like with repair and that. That's the thing about analog and digital. The big battle. You can repair analog. You need digital's a bit different, isn't it, to repair?
Well, this is what this is why. Look, the reality is, this is why, when, I mean, I'm sure did everyone see this VP1 came up for sale? There's a Yamaha VP1 came up for sale. Was it last week or the week before, Kent? I can't remember.
Recently, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, and so I was looking at that because I'd love a VP1. Yeah, and it's one that I don't have, and it'd be great. But again, I spoke to Kent, spoke to Robbie, who spoke to Manny, and the conclusion was really simple, which is basically because there are so many specific boards and the circuitry of it is so bespoke to that instrument. You only need one of those components to fail, and
It's
literally
Yamaha's Waldorf wave, basically.
Yeah, and overnight it literally becomes a doorstop. And when he's talking,
Andromeda.
he was talking, well, 30 to 50 grand for that thing, and you're there going, spending 30 to 50 grand is fine, but not on something that literally overnight you're going to switch it on. It's going to become a doorstop, and it's the same way that. So
maybe that's why it's
last
been
year
sold as well. If there's like,
well, I know, maybe, and then last year I was looking at that one of the Waldorf waves, and again looked into it in depth, and it was exactly the same. That you only need one of those things to fail, and you're fucked. And
you might get one really good day out of it. So you better.
I know, but that's the thing. But that's the thing, and kind of, I've said it before. I'm almost there. I'm luckily, touch wood, I think I'm out of it with my Neuron. That for a long period, the Neuron just became a doorstop.
You got to rebuild it, yeah.
Yeah, for exactly that reason. And fortunately, they I managed to get it back to life. Nice. But it was very close to the fact the Neuron being a doorstop, but it's not. So
I'm
all
so
of
the VST never got the stick recording. That would have been so awesome.
Yeah. I know. Yeah, I mean the Neuron. I've said this time and time again. It's a fucking amazing instrument.
It's great. Yeah.
Amazing instrument. But yeah. So the thing is with analog, as Kent will absolutely vouch for, is that most of the time, you can get things up and running again. It may not be exactly the same, it may not be perfect, but you can get it up and running again. And that's why...
Do you have a VL1?
Yeah.
You do? It's in good shape?
It's a bit like...
literally immaculate.
Wow, nice.
It's a bit like electromechanical cars versus modern ones, in a way.
Yeah. Yeah. It's, I mean, this is why my dad was a car mechanic, and my dad basically got out of it, retired, and he retired literally at the time when he basically just said it's more now about electronics than it is about mechanics. He knew a car engine like the back of his hand, but the moment it all came down to ECUs and he basically just went, I don't have a clue what's going on. The moment you have to plug the moment you have to plug a computer in it to find out what's going on, he said, "That's it. I'm out of there now. I don't.
I've worked on a Carson's Auto Shop in high school, so."
yeah, exactly. So
and they'll say that about the implants in humans next. The moment you need a computer to make a cup of tea.
I thought you were about to say auto shop in prison, Andy.
No, not yet. There's always hope.
Making license plates.
Yeah. Right. Hey, Ty, do you use that Osmos much these days?
I did. Yeah, I said this to Kent the other day. The problem I've got is that I'm actually and it's only briefly. It's only for another 3 weeks. I'm back in the land of work, and so if the project doesn't need it, I can't force it into a project. And so at the moment, the project that I'm doing, the Osmos is completely the kind of stuff it doesn't need. Basically, the project that I did before, that was a Saudi Arabia thing was used. It was used loads on that. But on this one, this is the Osmos is completely what you don't need on it. So I kind of only use what the job calls for, and at the moment, so no, since at least for the last 2 months now, I haven't really used the Osmos that much. In anger, I mean, I've switched it on occasion. I had to play with it. love it. I still think it's fantastic.
Yeah.
It's a really good synth. But
Yeah, you probably need orchestral libraries, right? Big old.
I know for the one I'm working on at the moment, no, it's all just fucking distortion and I think
Oh, really?
I think oh god, the one I'm doing at the moment, I think I'm
Like
basically
Diana Zanakis stuff, or is it?
oh no, it's all proper filth basically. It's all this is all about the Euro 2020s and it's just hard hitting rhythmic stuff and if you turn around and said how many chord changes are there in this entire score, I'd be struggling to get above 4 maybe.
Yeah.
But actually chord sequences, I mean I did one of the cues. I realized it was a bit like, it was kind of Zimmer-esque kind of thing. It didn't sound like Hans Zimmer, but the fact that it was essentially one chord that went on for fucking about 7 minutes. It didn't actually change chord for like 7 minutes, which is not me, because all of my stuff is basically normally all based around chord harmony shifts, and this one, 7 minutes on one chord, and it was all sound design. And
You've heard my album?
no, shut up. I absolutely not. It's all just sound design and that kind of stuff, which is fun to do, but the nice thing about it is the last time I did this, I then went on to do an Attenborough thing where it was literally all just orchestral harmonies and all over the place. And that's kind of why I love my job, because it means that I can switch stylistically. I can go from 1 minute doing this. The job I've got briefly after this one is there's a gardener program bloke called Monty Don over here, and he's doing some Spanish gardens or something. So they just want a few tracks for that, which are basically just going to be guitar, piano, and strings, and that's it. So I've gone from all of this where there's no chord changes and it's all just harmonic shit, sound design, and and then I'm going to go on to doing a few pieces of piano, guitar, and strings with lots of beautiful, romantic harmony. So,
yeah, musically, at the moment you're working on the equivalent of a skinhead with a pit bull, isn't it?
It does feel like, honestly, it does feel like that, because I'm sitting there going, how much is too much distortion? And then I'm having to check it on kind of crappy TV speakers to go, is this really just going to, Yeah. And plus the fact that the other problem is a lot of the distortion is actually in exactly the same frequency range as the VO, which means that I'm having to dig holes in the distortion. So I'm writing the track and then digging holes in them too, so the VO can come through. But anyway, so it's but it's fun. I mean, it's fun, and it gives the Barefoots a good run for the money. Fucking hell, some of the sub bass is amazing. Yeah, it's gorgeous. So of course, none of that, you won't hear any of that on the TV, but that's fine. So.
Yeah, well.
In saying that, do you know what? I say that I bought the Sonos, and I swore I'd never buy one, and I did. Don't worry, it's not a Behringer. The Sonos soundbars. Okay, so one of the big Sonos soundbars, but then I bought it with a sub, and I bought it with, you can buy the 300s, which are the standalone speakers, like standalone, but you can also link it all together to have 2 of these standalone speakers as surrounds.
Yeah.
And between it, it kind of emulates Atmos, and but the main thing is it's got the sub as well. I always swore I'd never buy a soundbar. I'd always go for full range speakers, and so I bought this Sonos system just as a kind of, when the telly's on, I don't have to put the entire surround sound setup. I just have it for the TV. I can't remember the last time I put the surround sound system on, because this stuff sounds so good. And when you're watching, stuff, the sub on it is incredible, and it's so. We all know the problem is with sub is when it feels, kind of separated from the rest of the audio. Just so disjointed. Oh my god, this system, it's so integrated, so together. I don't know how they've done it, but it's fantastic. It just works so well. So but it does make you actually now think all this stuff that before I'd be there going, I don't have to worry about this, because once it goes on TV, no one's going to hear any of that. You're now going, fuck, now they are. Yeah. So it's
don't some of the modern domestic systems have sensors for the shape of the room and that, and compensate?
Yeah, well, that's it. The Sonos system, because I've been really, really damning of the Sonos systems for ages. But the new range, they do lots of, it does all the tuning for you. So basically, you get it all set up, it all links together, and then essentially you have to set it doing a whole load of test signals, and you have to be moving your, I think it's your phone or whatever it is, the phone. You're just moving it around the room in certain areas, and it works out the shape of your room basically. So it's very clever. But I've been so. Sasquatch is saying that about Sonos is worse than buying Amstrad. I was with him all the way, completely with him all the way until I actually did it. And don't get me wrong, it's not cheap by the time you buy the full setup. You know, it comes to, a few £1,000, but it's yes, it just works incredibly well. So I was blown away by it. Anyway.
But did you buy special cables to hook them all together?
Nope, because it's all wireless.
It's
all wireless. That's the thing. It's all wireless.
Cable talk.
No, I'm not going down that route again. I'm not going to get sucked down the cable route again. I'm going to let everyone think whatever they want to think. I know what I hear, and that's fine. But no, it's all wireless. So, but
have you got premium air in between?
Yeah, are you smoking in the room? Because that's going to mess up your wireless. So.
Yeah, exactly.
1% more nitrogen.
Yeah. Anyway, talking of which, I suppose I best go back to work and finish the track I'm doing.
Yeah, so. I'm just looking at the time as well.
Yeah. So.
And my back. Oh, Christ.
Not good?
I washed 3 cars today.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And did the driveway, got all the weeds
out. Get a different job.
Oh. I thought it would be nice doing something different, but it turned out it wasn't.
Yeah, that's not a good idea.
Yeah.
Well, did Karate Kid okay? Wax on, wax off.
Yeah, fuck waxing them as well. they can have a wash and that'll do them.
You're better off waxing poetically. So.
Yeah. So, then I did all the lean-to out the back. Get all the green shit off it. That was fun.
Yeah, I don't do any of that.
We know you don't.
I don't have the ability to do any of that.
Do you get a man in?
There's a man in. Although Pip loves mowing the lawns for some reason. I don't get it. But yeah, other than that, there's a man in. Oh, I also have a daughter who basically now has figured out that, can I wash your car, Dad? Can I wash your car, Dad? Can I wash your car, Dad? Yeah, just for fucking money. Yeah, of course. It's not because you love me. So between the man who comes and does everything, Pip, and a eager daughter, I basically just sit on my ass and just write pretty tunes.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have a wife that breaks into a sweat and has to go and have a lie down if she has to use the remote.
Wow.
So,
do you know what? Honestly, she did a whole day at work. She went from work, did the shopping, came back, cooked dinner, and it then got to 7 o'clock at night. She went, I'm just going to go and mow the lawns, and then mowed the lawns for 2 hours, and then came in.
She's probably a keeper.
You reckon?
You reckon? Have you seen her? Yeah, you wouldn't.
Just hazard a guess.
Yeah. So,
right.
There we go. But anyway. And then came in, I should point out, and then came in and went, do you want a cup of tea? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Guilt level rising.
Brilliant. Okay, guys, look, it's lovely to jump in, and thank you for
thanks for
being
coming.
so...
All that Behringer talk worked. So
Yeah.
I genuinely didn't hear any Behringer talk. So
it's your ears are burning. That's all. You don't have
Is
to.
that what it
behind
is?
the mirror. The whole thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Reading the Bible
it's-
backwards, candle behind
yeah.
the mirror. Always
Yeah.
works. Oh,
Lovely meeting you, Fred.
Nice.
Great finally hearing the voice Chris had. And I will hopefully see all of you at some point soon.
Yeah, I might go to the bigger pub.
Oh God, that's very daring. Do it.
there's a bigger
Yeah.
one.
Don't know if I'll last.
Yeah. Try not to get in a fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tap into me scouse half.
Brilliant.
I think it's the upper half.
Excellent, guys. Look after yourself. I'm going to go back
Cheers,
to it.
Ty.
Yeah.
Look
same
after
here.
yourself. See you
Yeah.
soon, guys. Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Ta-da.
Whoa.
Oh, I
Two.
didn't realise Kevin was going as well.
You can see me low frequency oscillator there.
He's like, feet don't fail me now.
Yeah, it's audible range.
What is it?
Washing machine
I was going to
Oh.
say the washing machine.
with that little childish beeps when it turns on and does the washing.
You sample it for some rhythm loops.
Well, I was going to do an album, house music, and sample from each room.
Hey, why not?
This place
Awesome,
there'd be
that.
2 tracks, but my mate suggested I should put on the front bestseller, CELLAR.
Very good.
But I've been the microphone on the Deluge isn't working now.
I know how to microphone. Really, you could sample into it directly.
Oh, it's got a good quality microphone.
I didn't
for
know
the
that. That's cool.
cost. Tiny little one, but it's not working. So, but
I always thought you had to load samples off a computer. I didn't know you could.
Oh no, you can sample direct, and you can loop live if you've got a pedal as well.
Nice.
It's a great little box. But I watched Dom's last performance, and he said he was going to do it on a Deluge, but it would be boring visually.
Yeah, he's part of a Deluge group on Facebook that does all kinds of
He
stuff.
sang its praises.
Yeah.
And I'd had it. It's been in a cupboard for 2 years because it was broke. But
I was tempted to get one with just one more interface to learn that I don't know. So
well, I knew half. It's coming back to me, but it's not Photoshop Octatrack level. I'm used to CorelDRAW, and I tried Photoshop, and it just reminded me so much of Electron. It's esoteric, and you've got to train yourself.
well, I still use my Tenorion a lot, and all this stuff kind of came from that. The same kind of interface and chordal button things where you push in different things at once to get different functions. And
The model samples actually was it's surprisingly light and
yeah, I have
powerful
that too.
for
It's
what it
good.
does.
Yeah, it's nice.
But I sold it. I just
I like that it has real pads that you can hit and get velocity.
Yeah.
oh yeah, they're just teasing us, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're teasing us. We'll
Yeah.
spread out what we could put into one unit.
That was my cheap crack, was the cycles. And yeah, now look at me.
Yeah.
That's FM, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, I've
I
heard a
got
lot
the
of good
opposite.
stuff.
I got the Digitech Digitone first, and then used it for a while, and then I got involved in other stuff, and I go, hey, these sample cycles have pads that you can do velocity. That's kind of cool.
I just researched. I had 2 jobs, and once a year, they give you tax back on it. And I actually wanted a synth with the least footprint with the maximum power that was analog, and I boiled it down to the analog 4. And at the time, I went to Rubber Dub, Rubber Dub
Yeah.
in Glasgow, and they were closing down to do a refit, and they were selling off stuff cheap. And I had nothing short, bit of an argument with the guy who was trying to sell me the analog 4, because he admitted he lumped 40 extra quid on it because to cover labor costs or whatever. And I was like, but you know, I've saved up for this, and I was a bit, you know, I didn't save up. I just waited for the check, but he wouldn't give me the 40 quid off and give it me for the original price. So I just left, and I haven't given him any of my money since. But and I got one second hand off eBay, I think, and that was a slow, long process, but.
I mean, all my Electron gear is second hand except for the Heat Plus effects, which obviously.
And I did drill. I drilled the shell and put the individual outs on the Mark One. But the main's useless then for some. You know, the main, you can't isolate any tracks from the main.
Right.
When you're using individual outs. So you can't use audio in. You can't use the effects just on audio in. Honestly, it's weird because I thought I'd found the holy grail, and then I realised that I couldn't do what I wanted with it.
Right.
But I don't know what the Mark II's like.
Well, yeah, it's great as far as I'm concerned. And
do you use the individual outs on that while you're performing?
No, everything's just cascaded stereo. So
you've used
I've got
overbridge
no mixer, and I've got no
for your
no need for
the album. You'd used overbridge.
No, it's
right.
all just the analog stereo. Literally one stereo pair into an audio interface.
Is that how you recorded the album?
Yeah, and it's only about 2 takes of the whole album that I just edited together.
Did you get it mastered after that, or just as is?
I mastered it myself.
Oh yeah.
Right. Okay.
I said you're a brave man mastering it yourself.
Yeah.
With the ears, you know, fresh ears is a godsend, but I haven't picked it apart yet.
I never even tried Overbridge. I have it, but I never even used it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just put it through Ozone, didn't you?
No, didn't use that Ozone at all.
I used to use that on live mixes.
What did you use then?
Mixmeister. It was on Mixmeister.
I used a variety of plugins, including some free ones like the Nova EQ from TDL. Don't know if you come across that.
No.
It's really good.
What, in Logic? You imported your stereo into Logic?
No, I did the mastering in Studio One.
Oh, okay.
Project page of that.
Right.
So you know that's kind of like really, it's kind of tailor
So
made for mastering.
Studio One got like a mastering page that you can use. Right.
Yeah, that's really
get you going
neat.
sort of thing.
Yeah, it's quite neat. So you can have different. It basically just checkerboards your tracks, and you can adjust the gaps, track markers. Have different, some plugins on the master and some on individual tracks, and yeah, it's really quite neat.
I think it's a good move using your live stuff and your studio stuff as basically the same routing and workspace. You know, that's what I've been trying to do. In fact, I've been trying to get. I've got 2 cases. I've gone for the plastic. You know, that woven plastic cases. EVA is it? I can't remember. But I've gone for those hard cases, and I've got 2 of them, and I want to connect them, one with effects and one with the main units. But I want to connect them, and I've got snakes, but I need some USB and some power. And I was thinking, what can I use? And I was thinking about the D subs, the D sub 25 pin D subs, and connecting them. And I'm thinking, that's a pain in the arse across there. And then I've just looked it up today. Was HDMI. There's 20 pins on an HDMI, so you can feed audio and low voltage down those. So, and you can get breakout boxes and lockable HDMI cable. So I can connect the 2 units together, solid. But I think because the Raspberry Pi circuits, they're quite delicate, I need something that's quite tough. And you get those motor-in junctions as well for like 16 or 12 or aviator plugs, which you've got to solder with a microscope.
I used to do some freelance work for a PA company, and one of the jobs I had was soldering Harting connectors, which are like 80 pin. It's pretty much, you know, hanging off the back of a 48 channel Allen Heath desk, just like one connector, and then you've got this massive snake, and you just bang, clip them together, do the same the other end to the racks, and you're laughing. But that was like, it's so hardcore. Tiny little pins, individual pins soldering in a wooden block. It's just,
That's 80 pin.
80 pin. Yeah.
God knows how much the snake cost.
Yeah, it was a lot. Ended up getting used for a Radio 1 Roadshow, that particular one I made. Hope it was all right.
Yeah. No, it's been a problem. It's because I've not got a vehicle or anything, and I've got a basically a backpack and a thing, and I've been cutting out 5mm ply to Velcro stuff onto, and it's quite a project. It's stopping me being creative as well, mind.
Yeah.
Procrastinating and all that.
It's been creative in a different way, which you'll be thankful in the long run. It's like, now I've got this set up as I have. It makes life so much easier. It's like, when I did the Sonic State EMOM, I felt like I was the most prepared person there because of how my gear sort of fits together. Even though I filled the entire fucking table with gear, it was relatively simple to put together. Whereas other people are like just bringing individual boxes out of bags and suitcases, and I'm just like, it's quite nice to have most of it hooked up. I mean, it's too complicated to be setting all that up on the night anyway. The chances.
Yeah, Movement 81 have got a similar sort of idea to you, haven't they? They've got two gigantic boxes. Makes sense.
Exactly.
Weight-wise, I'm thinking of selling the SH01A for the S1.
Yeah,
good.
Purely for the weight and the size.
For me, I couldn't do that. I couldn't do the substitution because in one of my tracks I'm moving two sliders with one hand at the same time, and I don't think I could do that on the
elastic
S1.
band.
Well, they're both fully.
No, in opposite directions.
They're both fully mediable.
Right, elastic band.
Yeah, but I don't need to do it all the time like that. It's only for one move and stuff. So it's
Okay, leads me to my question. Have you got the gear you need now, or are you still eyeing up stuff? Cool.
I'm really not looking at anything else. I think.
What about the analog heat +2?
I've got that.
No, the +2, the one that's coming next.
Well, what one that's coming next?
So just come out that one.
Finally.
Yeah. I don't know, honestly. I mean, when they brought out the Plus Effects, I was like, oh my god! I didn't think they could actually bring out anything that would appeal or I'd need or suit my use case.
Well,
and they brought out that. I'm like, that's exactly what I actually need. And
well, I'm sure there'll be an overbridge Octatrack soon.
No.
The Octatrack's got some. It's still got that ancient card in it, hasn't it? What's that card called?
Yeah, Compact Flash, which is it's used by pro photographers. That more than SD or in the sort of higher end stuff, or used to be.
You've not bent the pins. Oh no, you don't take it out much, do you?
No, never. In fact, don't use the original Electron card because it's shit. Buy a decent one and just leave it in there.
You're not pushing your electro crack on me.
Yeah.
I got the Rhythm and the Mark 1 and the. I've deliberately stayed with the Mark 1s. I don't lust after the Mark 2s purely because I refuse to, bite the bait.
There's a huge difference in price between the Mark 1s and Mark 2s.
Well, there's that as well.
Second hand,
you can sacrifice some stuff. I mean, I've got a Force, which it had some amazing features on it, and it's very good. But there's just something. It's like I've got to think back. What am I more creative with? What do I get lost in more and have fun with? But find that there's there's nothing. It's just like playing with Play-Doh. There's no final result.
Yeah, there is a
And
brown
then
mess.
the plasticine
Yeah.
just ends up in a brown mess, and having to restrict myself, like the MIDI sequencing on the Deluge is absolutely excellent, and it's getting better. It's not as slick as the Oxy sequencer, but it's got the sampler in it, and it's got audio streaming and unlimited tracks as far as it goes. And there's lots of little features on it that's just perfect, and I got it at a good price at the time.
My brother's got a Deluge. Now there's a guy called Brawny who runs the Sheffield EMOM. The Deluge is at the core of his setup. He's got a couple of other bits, but honestly, he nails that thing. It's amazing.
Also, when I hear a good performance with one, it sounds completely different to other performances, and it's you can sculpt it a lot more than you can with certain other groove boxes. I had an MC 707 for a little while. I just couldn't get on with it. And an MX1. I watched Ranzee, and I couldn't get the MX1 to work with the Force.
Yeah,
I think it's only stereo.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a mate here who been on the bill with a few times. Who both played Off the Tracks Festival. He's got an SP404 original. It's only one channel works on it. It's got that mono out, and he fucking nails his sets with this thing. That's all he uses, and it's incredible. And some of his tracks are just like, oh my god, just
yeah. But where's he got the samples?
Well, I mean, he's prepped some stuff, just using the computer and loaded it on. But he does loads of stuff on the fly, and builds arrangements on the fly as well and stuff. It's just but he just absolutely nails it. It's really good.
SP404's got some great effects in it.
Yeah.
Really good. Really good.
Really good for live stuff.
Yeah.
Isn't the one missing off the? Isn't there one effect that's really good off the original that's not on the SX?
I don't know.
SX? You mean the Mark II?
Yeah. No.
There's the original with the compact flash. Then there's the one with the SD card, and there's the IRA one.
Which is the same as the.
So they're same as the SX.
Well, I think the SX and the original have got different effects. There's one.
They do, yeah.
But I was amazed on paper again with the Mark II, but it just didn't gel, and I needed the money. And maybe in time, it would have worked. But
good bit of kit.
There's another guy here, Tom Ward. He just used like the original Volca sample, and just the stuff he can put together on that is, it's not the gear. It's where your imagination can take you.
Well, it's also this has become a treasure recently.
So Zen delay.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's been disappointing on certain instruments, but on the Monotribe, the Monotribe is really raw. But through that, I'm learning, and also it's not MIDI controllable, so I've got to put the hours in. But that's an incredible little box, even though it could be smaller. I do recommend that for Magic Dust.
Hey, Dave.
Out and about.
Hey.
Yo, Dave.
Oh, sorry, afternoon.
Or morning.
I don't know what it is. It's afternoon. Yeah.
Okay.
Good morrow.
I was trying to. We just saw I'm up in the mountains. We just saw a bunch of elk. I was trying to get on the show, but it wasn't meant to be. You're like, what are you doing? I'm like, I gotta show them the elk.
Well, this free thing is only 6 connections at once. So when it was full.
Oh yeah. Well, I was like trying to figure out how. I was like looking at the elk, like if I'm gonna do this, and they're like, what are you doing over there? Don't get in the way of my creative juices.
How are you?
I'm pretty good. Been a little under the weather, but
on a holiday weekend.
It's always a holiday weekend for me.
Is it? Oh, okay. Fair
in my
enough.
mind.
You're always on
Everybody's
holiday.
holiday.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're always vaping.
Noon. I cut out of noon on Friday until start back on noon on Monday. So how's that work?
Oh, that
Sounds
sounds good.
Yeah, that's what we need. Ah, so let's see. Everybody feeling good? Hey, Jim, you feeling good about your release?
Yeah.
I haven't
Yeah.
checked the stats, but seems like
Neither have I recently, but yeah, no, it's more. Really pleased with the comments I've been getting back on it.
yeah,
It's
feels
it's gone
good.
down really well.
You got some really cool layering, just dense sound at times that I'm sure that you've had some time to cultivate, to craft. But
Yeah, I mean,
it's funny how every once in a while you listen to someone's recording, like, I got to do that. Like, I need to do something dense. I'm like, that's not your thing, Dave.
it's
but you know what I
definitely
mean?
my thing.
Like,
yeah.
I'm going to answer that
Yeah.
in a fun way,
But yeah, I mean, it's basically just come from my live set. That's what it is.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
just a case of actually trying to get it down, which was it's come out better than I hoped, to be honest.
Yeah, you just get, and I know you work on it, you just get so much cool modulation and movement happening. I love that stuff.
Yeah, and I
Never
just got
stagnant. It's
I
never
got
stagnant.
really lucky with the performances I managed to capture. I still listen back and go, fucking hell, that's some of these moments are beautiful and they're just happened by accident.
Oh,
it's just
it's not accident, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's not.
Like, some of it is.
Scripted.
But,
well, but there's still. I would still argue that there's
there
still.
was some intention at some
You
point.
know what a filter knob does, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. But yeah, some stuff just came out better than I hoped.
Hold on. Yeah, so that's cool. Yeah. Wow, Fred, your studio looks so cool. You're just like, you look like you're in the coolest club right now.
It's the kitchen.
It's the kitchen.
Oh, something's burning.
Cooker.
Kind of industrial.
Washer. There's only 2 rooms in this flat.
Yeah.
It's in I call it the Victorian Matrix. The tenements in Glasgow.
Oh, nice.
But they're not egg-shaped and filled with amniotic slime. Although they are on a psychological level, I suppose. But then I think that's why they chose those shapes of the pods in the Matrix. So, yeah. And I always remember Nick Drake, when he says, when you can't look out your window in the morning. Well, someone else is looking in mine as I look out. And I'm not used to that. It's got its plus points.
Yeah.
I think, so I'm told. But no, it's like well, when I lived in the lakes, it was the hovering bothy. It was like a bothy. You know what a bothy is?
I don't.
It's a mountain cottage in Scotland.
Okay.
That's free to use for everyone.
Ah, okay.
Very few furnishings. Sometimes a wood burner.
Yeah.
And I've had many good times in those.
Oh yeah.
And I was off grid for a while with just the wood burner and the solar panels and that.
Until someone passed with a van.
And I moved to Glasgow by mistake.
Took a wrong turn. Ran out of petrol.
But the people are great.
Nah, it's cool. Yeah. That's what counts.
There's a lot of love in Glasgow, regardless of the reputation. A lot of pride as well. I'm not saying that's directed in a good direction, but or a bad. It's just
it gets a bad press as a city.
Yeah.
But you know,
I've worked in Glasgow like for a few days in my last job, and absolutely loved the place. I thought it was really beautiful. The architecture's amazing.
yeah, Macintosh and Mrs. Macintosh, she gets a raw deal, and she was brilliant. But Gaz said that he might be performing, and there's an EMON possibly starting in Glasgow.
Cool.
Hence the, you know, what do you call them? Is it baby steps of the hardware jams?
Yeah.
You know, I'd like to do one of those.
Oh, you should.
And then go on from there. But there's a lot of psychological blocks.
Oh man, don't let that happen. That
Just do
group.
it.
That group
and
is so fabulous, Fred. I mean,
there's the
you probably know.
social engineering media. I'm not on Facebook.
Oh, no. Yeah, you can
What's the theme this week?
Reverb.
reverb, lots of it.
There you go. That's all I need to know. One word.
Yeah.
Yeah, all you got to do is
Oh yeah.
slam it up to 10 and just. I have some cool ideas. I hope I have time tomorrow.
I've got a Ventris.
But
nice.
seriously, don't let.
Wow.
I wouldn't even watch after my first one. I couldn't even watch. Like
You
when they were
disappeared,
showing
didn't
it.
you? Yeah.
It's so weird, you know. It's not weird. I still hate half of the ones I do. I'm like, oh my god, I hate it. I'm like, take it down. I'm not gonna get into Google Docs, delete it. And then people are so nice about it. You know, I just lose complete. I know it happens. You lose complete perspective at some point, and it's horrible. You know, you forget all the joy of the creative moment. But it really is a great thing. It took me about a year and a half to start doing them.
Well, I've got another barrier. I did 15-minute video. I had to leave, and it rendered overnight because of the slow computers I've got.
Yeah.
So my aim is to do it live. Is just do it live and send that link for 5 minutes on the streaming.
Just video with your phone and upload the phone stuff.
Yeah. I know people have done.
And just time it. It's not 15 minutes, is it? It's 5.
5, yeah.
5. God, please.
Less than 5, ideally.
Yeah, it's hard though. It's either 3 minutes or it's like 6. It's 5, and I literally have to just slam the faders down.
Most of my stuff, I have to stretch it to make it go 3 minutes.
I shoot the whole thing on the phone, and the computer's just there to put titles, basically. So it's all done on the phone with the audio and everything.
As long as you record it right and you don't edit it.
I mean, I have
exactly.
I have a whole I have my iPhone that I have for work that I can use, but I have the little interface and the USB cable and the camera connection kit and the 2 cables that come out of that go into the mixer, and I literally have them over in a corner, and I just run over and get them, pull the tripod up, slam the phone up, plug it all in, and just hit go.
Yeah, I've got that stuff.
Yeah.
Right, I'm gonna have to hit the sack, guys.
All right.
I'm really flagging.
Okay,
all right,
but
Jim.
Cheers for
Good to see you.
See you all again. Cheers. Take care.
Bye, Jim.
No, I guess my point was just that sometimes it took me about a month to kind of get the setup kind of comfortable to where the video part was easy, relatively easy, because the performance part is hard enough, for sure. Andy, you're muted. I don't know if you mean to be. I think you are. Or
I was talking in the background. No problem.
Oh, okay. That's all good. I just didn't know.
Well, thanks, Dave. That's definitely made me less.
Yeah, it's for
worried about it.
Just do it. It's fine. People are great on there.
They really are. I mean, it is. But it's pretty. I think almost most of us have a certain level of trepidation, I guess. even now I kind of get just a minor anxiety thinking about like, and then sometimes it's just not happening after a couple hours, and you're like, oh my god, I don't have all day for this.
Yeah.
I just could have.
No, that's one thing with Andy. Andy just grabs. So he's got so much kit to choose from, but he manages to just whoosh, and focus and do it.
Just
Well, that's
use it.
why I
Well,
do it that way, because it makes me use the stuff I have, and also it keeps it fresh, so it's always a different thing. Otherwise, it'd be the same old thing over and over and over again. So I like the fact that it's. If you ever did a 24-hour film festival, same kind of thing. You get a topic, you get a line you have to use, a piece of equipment you have to show in the video, in the film, and this is the same idea. It's just a little more time and a little more leeway, because they're not that strict, to be honest.
No,
So
they are not.
And I did live mixing ambient and chill out stuff, trip hop and that on the radio. I did live mixing every week for 5 years, and that's come in handy because of the pre-fade, the pre-fade listen. But that's for sets. It's not just for a live jam for 5 minutes. So it's going to be a different workflow.
it depends on the style you're trying to do, but 5 minutes can go pretty fast. So
It's just tobacco, Sasquatch. It's as you know, it's a dummy.
yeah, just try and doing it. Just get a timer up and put it in the corner so you're not going to shoot over 5 minutes and film it, and off you go. Done.
I mean, if you already did radio, you're already used to doing some stuff live, so you got that part down at least.
Yeah.
So it's.
And I have performed a couple of times live.
Yeah, so I mean,
But no more than that, but in a band.
this is a video, so you're not even live, right? You're just watching the video playback and people
Yeah, you
make
can
comments,
do 2 takes
so.
if you fuck it up. So just do that.
Exactly. Yeah. If
Or
you
do
watch the
what I
show, you
did.
see it. They're all over the map.
deleted
I mean,
3 of my things and.
Oh yeah,
made
I watched them. I have watched them quite regularly.
yeah, some are like acoustic guitar and no anything. Some are, full on maxed out force production. Some have a little bit of DAW action in there, but there's always some hardware components. So it's all over the map. There's no one way to do it.
Whatever works.
Well, I've got no excuses now. That's brilliant.
You haven't, so I'll
Pretty
expect you
much.
to
I
watch
mean,
me Monday then.
that's why it's like trying to get Kent to do it, because he already kind of does this stuff on the pubs.
Yeah.
And just record a little bit of that and upload it. Who cares, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, So
Yeah, but
you just gotta.
Kent's a player, so he's got more of the live vibe, and he just needs to coordinate that together.
Just start, record, play, and
I've
stop.
been
And
live
that's it.
playing.
That's your take.
Yeah, it comes down. It comes down to that. I mean, honestly, too. I mean, even when you're trying to write music or proper music, however you want to put it, you got to constantly sketch and write and write and write and write. So the idea of hardware jams is, okay, this was just one thing I was thinking about. That's how I look at it. You know what I mean? And honestly, sometimes I get something kind of nice and I go back later and then I record parts of it. I'll say, wow, I really liked what the subharmonicon was doing and, whatever. So
I've looked at it as there's a really good it's to do with Tolkien, and there was an interview with someone and they were describing the difference between a quest and an adventure. And the adventures where you just go out and explore,
right,
and there's no goal, whereas a quest, there's a goal,
yeah,
to complete. And I've discovered that the music that I do, it's more of an exploration, and I let the synths tell me stuff.
We'll record 20 minutes and chop out 5 of it and use that.
Well, I can't because of the computer, because the rendering on the computer's so slow.
Do it on your phone.
Well, you do it the day before it's due. I mean, you don't have to do it. you have a whole day to render, you can do it because you have Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
And you've got till Monday night.
Basically, I'm always putting it
beforehand,
late,
haven't you?
Yeah.
Unless you're Andy, then it's like the late as possible.
Oh, that's the other thing. The Google spreadsheet, I think, was only published once on the community on YouTube.
Yeah, I'll have a word. Don't worry about it. It'll get done.
Yeah, I
You
have
know
a
me.
hard time sometimes finding it in my Facebook, and I don't know why.
Which that's why I said to Inky it'd be better to have it on the community page because it's on the community page. It's dead easy to find. So it's easy.
Yeah, and it's already a Google thing. It was a spreadsheet for a while, then it became that little wizard thing where you just head into the
I mean, I
folders.
always figured out it's fine, you know what I mean? But getting to your point, I mean, I think it's definitely more of an adventure exploration thing. But the other thing is to we kind of learn. I find I learn a lot from other people's jams. So it's a giving thing too, in a way, right? You're kind of like, here's some, and I think everyone's kind of influencing everyone, kind of subtly too. So,
it's sharing. Yeah,
it is.
Nice that rule how to do it, is there? You can do it all sorts of ways. I've done ones with just a T8.
Yeah,
that's it. Just rolling T8. I've done things where it's a complete song done on the MPC. You can do whatever you want.
You really can.
Need 5 minutes.
My favorite is still John Alchemy on the balcony. So
you like that one, do you? Yeah.
On the wall.
That's just fun, wasn't it? It's like
everyone loves it. It's good.
I'll just give everybody a shout out. What the hell? Why not?
It is.
The reason that got made was because I got the SP404. Didn't know how it worked, and thought I'll need to find out how it works then. So I thought I'll do the jam on that then. So there you go.
It's helped me a lot. Like, I actually know how to use my drum machine so much better now because of hardware jams. Just because even when we had to do the 6-step thing, I'll be honest, I had never tried to figure out how to
do that. Yeah.
Right? And then I not only figured out how to do it for the whole song, but I figured out how to do it for parts. And that was super cool, you know, and I was like, oh wow. So yeah, it's almost like, it's been good, and that's why it's really forces me to use the gear, and that's the bottom line, you know.
Yeah, you got gear to use, not just to polish and look pretty in the background.
There's only so many Instagram photos I can put up before. It's embarrassing. That's the way I feel about the modular sometimes. Doesn't look great, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it needs to be used. Otherwise, why have you got it?
I hope that elk hasn't appeared. Yeah, it also means that you
back and forth.
You've just got to focus. That's the most important thing, isn't it? You've got to focus.
You've got a little self-imposed deadline. Doesn't mean you can't like sit around for 2 months making something. It's got to be done before Monday at 12 o'clock. Get on and do it.
Oh yeah,
you know?
It definitely kicks. It forces the system, you know. It's
even if that you're down to your last half an hour going, bloody hell, I don't know, shit. Off you go and quickly do something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and the last probably 5 or 6 I've done, I did in like from 0 to 100% done in like 2 hours. That's including recording the video, editing the video, all that stuff. So I mean, I didn't have time to do it, so I just whatever's there is there. Usually one take. If I really screw up, I do a second take because don't want to be a total mess.
Yeah, I'm kind of like probably between 2 to 4 hours. And then every once in a while I have fun with the videos, but that's really for myself.
That's the thing. I can't make fancy videos because I'm just trying to get the goddamn track done.
No, that one outside that porches, I had to do that. I was literally doing it probably Andy style. Like it was 10 or 11 o'clock on Monday. And I was like, I got to start working. I got to get
there. Yeah.
I was like outside trying to knock it out fast. I was like, oh my God.
I've got two methods of making the video. It's either a phone and you just film doing it and then you just upload it, or I go and make a music video. So it's one of the two. It depends what's happening.
like
Yeah.
my NAM trips and stuff where I'm not at home. The scenery I'm doing the live thing on top of my car is great in the Mulholland
Yeah,
Drive.
yeah.
So
You know.
it makes
Oh,
a nice video. I'm not doing anything. I'm just sitting there, So
Yeah. Yeah. Whatever works. So there's lots of ways of doing it. It just needs to be done. So if you can't make this Monday's one, then I'll talk to Inky, make sure that the next one, Easy Page, will give you the what the challenge is, and you'll get a link to it, so you'll be able to do it without having to join Facebook. So
Nice one. Well, I'll give it a go this weekend.
Yeah.
I'll clear some space.
Cool.
That's the thing, it's like
Just have some fun, mate.
my kitchen
Don't
table,
get het up
my
about it. Have a bit of
workbench.
fun.
I mean, the other thing you do if you're worried about your computer and all that stuff, stream live off your phone to YouTube, and then just watch the timer and then send that link in.
You can't do that unless you've got. Oh, you mean stream live using the phone as a webcam?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then
So
it's on the stream. There's no editing.
But
Oh, no, I've got all the
you
stuff.
can edit in YouTube afterwards.
You can, but I mean, you don't have to if it's good enough.
When
if it's too long, you can chop it down.
Yeah.
When the lockdown was on, I actually gave some remote walks using multiple phones for nature walks and stuff. And I got up to date with all that, all the streaming. In fact, I've got this camera's on a like for projecting A4 onto the big screen. What do they used to call them? Overhead projectors. Well, it's like a webcam version of an overhead projector, this thing, so I can use that. Oh yeah, I've got all the stuff.
Well, that's good. Because that can be a problem when you don't.
Yeah.
I've even got an adapter, the clip-on thing for the end of a tripod. This mic boom I found in a just someone's rubbish. It's a spring thing. I just found it in someone's garden. I think when students leave in September, they just leave loads of stuff behind. And I just noticed in the streets around here, I found cassette recorders, CD players. It's mad, but
Crazy.
yeah, I've got enough stuff to set it up. I just make sure I don't wobble.
But yeah, live stream is good. I mean, the reason I started live streaming so much is because I got too lazy to edit all this shit. I don't want to edit, upload it, all that stuff. It's just on there. It's done.
I agree. Yeah, it's too much. It gets tiresome,
Yeah.
And you see how those guys, those influencers burn out. I'm like, yeah, no doubt. They're like, you're sitting, like, sure you do.
And I've been using editing videos since Premiere in 1991 or something like that. So it's a long time editing videos. It gets really boring.
It's still rendering now.
Yeah, it's still going. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
I
I
like making music videos though. It's interesting doing music videos.
I mean, is that M1? What have you got, Chris said?
What do you mean?
What
making music videos?
have you got?
Your computer, yeah.
Oh, it's a second-hand Mac Mini, 2014.
Oh, right. So it's still Intel.
Yes, yeah. It's 11 years old, isn't it? Something like that. Nine or I can't do maths. 2014, so it's 9 years old.
As long as you put SSDs in it, it helps a lot. So.
Oh yeah, it's got an SSD in it. Yeah, I got that put in.
Out.
Yeah.
It's incredible. Fun. It's like a weight's been lifted. It's like when you get USB MIDI to work without any ground hum. It's like a weight off your shoulders, and then the little cables fall out.
DaVinci Resolve, editing DaVinci Resolve, free.
But the SSD into an old Mac is it's a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, I'll get a new Mac when this one dies. It sort of works, so it's fine. Does what I need it to do.
Yeah, if that's what I stuck with myself because I mean 5-year-old Macs are still pretty cheap.
Yeah, it's quite cheap. I did have an iMac, but it died. The graphics card just died on it. So
that's the big.
The iMac.
That's the one that looks like it's just a monitor.
Yeah. I've had that for like a long time, 12 years. So that's did okay.
I was nearly given one of those, but didn't need it.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, you can basically plug a potato in and use that these days. You can get. Well, you can't you? You can get a Raspberry Pi 4.
Is that the Behringer Apple? Is that the equivalent of the Behringer Apple, the potato?
You can get a Pi and do that. If you want to go on the internet, that's all you need.
I hope it's better than it used to be because that Pi, was it Pi 3? Pi 2 or Pi 3 was god-awful slow. So I guess the new ones are much
can
faster.
run 720p YouTube.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. It can't run HD. It can run HD, but you'll drop frames. If you don't want any drop frames, then 720p you'll be okay on that. That's 50 quid. So, whatever.
I've got a Pocket PC. I wanted it for the boutique.
Fair, most people could edit on the phone, can't they? If you've got a phone that's 100 quid, you can edit on that.
It's Dave choking. You need Heimlich. No, I got the Pocket PC because I wanted to use I wanted to USB in the TR-08 and use multiple outs on a separate audio card, and compensate for the delay. But it was such a pain in the arse that I just ended up selling it. And the 808, I couldn't get my head around the 808. Couldn't make it sing. That's the way I look at it in quotes. If I can't make something sing and I've had it for a couple of months, then it needs another home.
Oh, I get that.
I don't think I've sold anything that I've bought that I didn't like. Everything I've got, I've kept.
I usually have sold because I've overbought, and then it starts to kind of clutter my brain a little bit.
Wait, selling? What's that? What are you talking about?
Oh, well, yeah.
I know.
Into your name there.
But you're a historian.
The addict part. Yeah,
I'm just an idiot. That's all.
No.
Well, we're not going to go that far, will we? We'll get told off.
I have enjoyed testing out a lot of different types of gear. I just would prefer not to keep it around if it's not something I'm really feeling that I'm going to.
Well, I'm saying
part of it took me so long to get some of the stuff at the quality I got it at and the price I got it at. If I ever want to get it back, it's going to be a goddamn nightmare to get it back.
Yeah, but sometimes, in my case, I just don't have the choice. Sometimes it's.
Oh, if you're broke and struggling, you got to sell shit. So.
Yeah, gear's going.
Yeah.
But
I used to buy all kinds of stuff on eBay, rapid fire, and I was living on peanut butter sandwiches for a while. So I made myself broke, right?
There is that.
But I don't miss any piece of gear I've sold. I really don't, and I've sold quite a bit. Every once in a while, I'll go, dang, I wish I had that right, to try right now. But I don't, as much as I keep the stuff that really, really, is useful for me.
Speaking of gear nuts, did you see my Devo action figures?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
It's Bob 2 with his leisure suit on, his guitar.
It's ridiculous.
Did they do a track like Beautiful World? Is it?
Oh yeah,
that's fantastic. The way it twists.
They're amazing.
It's.
Well, they were punk and new wave and a bunch of other shit all mixed together. It was great.
Oh, I saw them live when Josh Freese played One Handed, and when they came back, I guess the first time. And I always tell people sometimes you don't really understand a band until you see them live.
Oh yeah.
And those songs they go to another whole level.
It's like when I saw the Ramones live. The Devo live was excellent. It's just both bands have tons of energy and it was.
And the songs are there. The songs are. you realize how good the songs really are. When
And
he
then
did
Mark
Free,
comes out as Bougie Boy. He's climbing all over the stage at the Warfield Theater. This guy's a nut, right?
man, when he was Are We Not Men? We Are Devo, and he's doing the DEVO. He was like just getting the crowd going, and it was like, man, that chant alone is just sick, and he had but
those guys went to Kent State, and they were there when that whole riot happened. A bunch of people got killed. That happened right in front of their eyes. So that kind of got them into this whole angst, punky kind of de-evolution.
Self-governance kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, that's true. In punk in general is a live experience. You know what I mean? I always, any of those bands, there's something to be said for having a little punk edge to your music, and when you go live, it just, it's a beautiful thing, to play and to watch, for sure. It's not easy.
I think it's sort of channeling negativity into something positive.
Yeah, it is. You can really get a lot out.
It's almost like a protest in song. So
yeah.
And
and also, they're the musicians are bards essentially. Or at least they can be.
Well, what's cool about punk and even the Devos, if you deconstruct it, you can try to make them geniuses all you want, but you're missing the point. They're not geniuses, right? They just worked hard, had a cool sound, and put their heart into it, and that's all it takes a lot of times.
Well, they're free individuals creatively.
Oh yeah, no, and I would even say that the key is that they played collectively, right? Because it's all great to have all the talent, but if you can't get in a group and know how to pull back, a certain time.
I think that if you don't look at if you're in a band or a group, there's always the extra member of the group, which is the whole group, that you've got to consider beyond your own ego.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's a really interesting thing, because it can work for a lot of things, like it's externalities. The whole social thing about me. Externalities are vital, and when you're in a band, you've got other people that you've got to interact with, but there's something else going on that's the synergy that's more than the sum of the parts kind of thing, and that's got its own life, if you like.
And there's also tension between the band members.
No, there isn't.
Oh yeah, there is.
No, there isn't.
But it's a good thing, right? Because when you're hearing a lot of bands, you're hearing the tension. They come together, but it's this beautiful mix of life, and that's just the way it is. We're not, it's not kumbaya. It wasn't kumbaya for the Beatles. It's not kumbaya for any band, in my opinion. And I think that's
the Stones hang in there somehow. I don't know how they do it.
Money.
Animatronics.
I know, but it usually doesn't work. People still kill each other, so.
No, you're right. Oh yeah, no. I don't know how they do it either, because I've never been.
Because they do hate each other. They've written books about each other. And it's nasty, and
Oh yeah. There's no better way to develop a hatred than playing a band with someone for like 5 years, and it's not even like it's just because you get so personal, right? And you're in each other's space, and you
maybe they record separately,
Yeah, and when you get to the point in the band where you're everyone's
when they're on stage, they've got their own little space that you're not allowed to go over. That's my
Mezzanine,
space.
wasn't it? Massive Attack's Mezzanine was recorded. They were never in the studio at the same time, and that turned out brilliant.
Yeah, it can work. It can. Yeah, it's
arguments, isn't it?
Hey,
well, look at Kiss.
Arguments.
Kiss went and did all their solo. Remember, that was a big thing. Everybody needs to go do a solo album. And then what happened? I know this is kind of a random thing to bring up Kiss, but the drummer
Kiss.
Peter Criss goes out and writes like one of the most amazing ballads, Beth, right? And shows this beautiful melodic side. And was it Gene Simmons? It was like horrified.
Hey, what about Back in the New York Groove, man? Come on.
Yeah, he's like, you got to go, dude. What are you doing?
Well, again, in Spinal Tap, they try individual albums and stuff, don't they?
Yeah, no, all those projects we talked about.
Yeah.
They do that all muttering. It's so true, though.
Naughty Jack.
Yeah, Saucy Jack or whatever. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Saucy Jack, you're a naughty one. That was it.
I mean, yeah.
I think Brass Eye did a similar parody. But anyway, there's so much music wisdom in Spinal Tap. You know, beneath the humor.
Oh, it's so and then it's just like there's random funny scenes where the bellhop guy and somebody like disses him really bad, and he's like, "I'm just as God made me," or something. He just there's like these little one-offs, and I still think about him like
he wanted to put a bunch of guys in a king leisure bed. So
I think about those things just all the time. I think, God, that's hilarious. How did they come up with that? Yeah,
I mean, he doesn't get as much credit as he should, but Rob Reiner, as well as making some pretty clever little movies of his own.
Yeah.
That collaboration for Spinal Tap is hilarious, and it's all those guys collaborating. It's amazing.
Yeah, and to Ty's point earlier, I understand the hesitation to wanting to see anything else.
Hard. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, if you've based half your life, on that movie and the humor of it, and
did you see when they reformed and started doing the Letterman and show and stuff? And it wasn't that great. It was okay.
Yeah, but they tried that with Beavis and Butthead, and then the new Beavis and Buttheads are actually very funny.
I haven't seen those yet. I gotta check those out.
They use YouTube. There's old Beavis and Butthead as well.
Oh God, so fun, man!
It's still got it. And,
but some of the stuff is lightning in a bottle. It's really hard to capture it. So,
but the middle-aged Spinal Tap, if they, it depends on the characters, and we love the characters. So, as long as they stick,
they did other funny stuff like A Mighty Wind about folk music and stuff. Did you see that?
I love them,
Break Like the Wind.
A Mighty Wind is a good. It's the same guys, Christopher Guest, a bunch of those guys doing a Spinal Tap thing with folk music.
Yeah. Break Like the Wind was the Tap album.
It's so good.
But it was like they were trying too hard when they went for a re-release. They did Live Aid as well, I think.
Yeah.
And they were trying too hard. It was too soon. But I think it's. I'm looking forward to it anyway.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I agree. I definitely want to see it. Yeah, I mean.
Especially with the generation, what are we on now? Z?
Don't know.
The millennials. As an audience.
For Andy and Dave, do you ever hanker over the idea of doing songs rather than music? Actually adding vocals to it?
I can sing, but I don't fancy myself a singer. I listen to obviously a lot of rock and punk and other stuff that has singing in it, and like some opera. But I prefer instrumental music for the most part, especially making it.
Right. You're more.
I'm not against it though, obviously, but I bought that Voice Live partly because I wanted to do at least like vocal harmonies and other kinds of background bits in it,
Right. Okay.
But not spoken word singing kind of stuff.
Right.
More tones and sounds and than actual like words and meanings and stuff.
Have you ever put samples though in some of your stuff, don't you, Andy?
Yeah, but it's I mean that can speak for itself depending on what samples I choose. But these days it's a pain in the ass to use samples because now everything's again so strict about even if you get it from some super obscure place, it could be hard to sell it if you wanted to sell it somewhere down the line.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
So I try to stay away from those if I can.
That's what I'm impressed with Cressed's AI.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
I just find it hard doing music without singing. It just seems like it's like missing a bit. You know what I mean?
You're not taking enough drugs.
See, when Tangerine Dream did that album where they did singing, I'm like, holy shit, what the fuck did they just do? Right?
They
It
ruined
was a
it. Though.
one-off album.
Right.
But Kraftwerk obviously did singing and instrumentals and all that stuff. So it
That
can't work either way,
Bent Cold Sidewalk. That's cringe to me by Tangerine Dream.
Which one is that?
Bent Cold Sidewalk.
Is that an album or is that a song? I don't know that one.
It's a song on one of the.
Because Cyclone is the album that has singing on it. I'm like, oh my god, what did you guys
probably
do?
That one. I've noticed. I was talking with Jim about my influences, and he asked me about what tracks by Plastic Man do I like, and I don't remember the names of them mostly. I just stick them on and listen, and sometimes on random. But I'm listening to. I love the soundstage and the crispness and the space, and it's the same with Tangerine Dream because I've loved them for decades, but I still can't remember, apart from Encore Live, which I can't remember the tracks on that, but I know each second of that, but I still haven't memorized the tracks in it. And I don't know. I'm thinking, is that disrespectful?
No, not at all. I mean, I like the one you mentioned. I don't know, probably because it's from an album I don't like. So, because for a while before all these other extra weird releases came out and all the bootlegs and the Tangerine Tree stuff and all this other stuff, I had like the original 20 albums or something like that. And I thought that was a lot, but they had obviously more than that. And they did later stuff into the 90s and 2000s before Edgar died that, they're just kind of rehashing old shit, remixes of stuff that sounds like other stuff. Yeah, it's just like they lost the edge. Now the new guy, Thorsten, is doing some clever new stuff. Sometimes redoing some new stuff, but also doing some new stuff. Totally new stuff. So I like the direction he's going to a certain point with
I have no idea about Tangerine Dream. To me, Tangerine Dream is a bunch of people who made soundtrack music for 80s sci-fi movies.
Oh, then you got to hear their stuff from the 70s.
Yeah, none of the stuff that I love is most of the stuff I love is pre-80s.
Any of it.
Like the Risky Business soundtrack's a classic. The Thief soundtrack's a classic. But the Thief is actually a bunch of album stuff thrown on a soundtrack. So if you heard the Thief soundtrack, you've already Sorcerer's great. But a lot of those are album tracks redone in the soundtrack. So so they were clever about using some of their stuff and not making new stuff constantly, which takes time and they have a deadline.
And I think wasn't Risky Business Love on a Real Train ripped off from Steve Reich, who was previously employed to do the soundtrack, and they took one.
I've never heard that, but I mean, a lot of that is from Tangram, an album they already had out, Force Majeure.
I think they were given one of his riffs or something by the
probably
there, and
it does sound like their stuff already, because if you listen to Poland, it sounds like Love on a Real Train. Okay. So I mean, it's
an homage. It's an homage.
So I wouldn't say it's ripping off so much as a lot of the guys are doing similar shit.
But when you hear the original riff, you'll think, "Oh, right, fair enough."
Probably,
It was a seed.
Yeah.
I mean, we're all, that's the way music works.
But it's such a great fucking track. I don't care.
Oh yeah.
Which is why I did a cover of it with the JDXI, just to see how much I can push the damn JDXI without having to go to other gear. And,
well, it's 2 a.m. See, it's State as Yours version of it is impeccable.
The guy's amazing. I've watched his live streams a lot too. He's really good.
Yeah, it's all VSTs. I know a lot of it's VSTs, isn't it? No,
it's a mixture of hardware, but yeah, he's a lot of computer stuff. I mean, the stuff he's doing, you kind of need all that, unless you're like a super gearhead.
Who's the Martin Sturzer? He does Berlin School dub techno, and he does it very well. But it's Berlin School stuff is it's like reassuring to me because I've known it for so long. When people do their own versions of it,
It's
Chris
reassuring.
said, if you want a
to
good
know-
example, go to YouTube. It's free to go get all these albums. Obviously, just look up Ricochet and Rubicon.
Oh yeah,
Tangerine
I've got
Dream.
them. I've got them.
And those are really good examples of their classic Berlin school. Lots
Yeah,
of
that's just,
ostinatos, lots of arpeggios and
it's
effects
kind of,
and shit.
and it's kind of dark. It's got,
Yeah, it's dark. Yeah.
yeah, that's what I like. That's the stuff that really, when I heard it, I was like, wow, man, that's some good stuff.
Yeah.
It sucks that when it gets brighter, it kind of, I don't know, it just doesn't feel the same to me, you know.
The early
Well, and you can
Tangerine
understand
Dream,
why this stuff got brighter for the soundtracks, because that's what the people wanted. So.
and the early Tangerine Dream stuff, sort of early 70s. That's more coding music.
Electronic Meditation's a rough one. It's not my favorite.
Yeah.
Oh man, I bought
Phaedra's
that.
there. It's there.
It's almost
but to me,
unlistenable for me.
It's cool, but it's not. It's really rough. I can't just sit and listen and go, "Yeah, that's really nice."
Yeah, I
It's
sold
grating.
I had
It's
to
like-
see, I sold it.
It's
But I
like
was like-
Iannis Xenakis stuff. It's noise music, right?
Yeah, I know. I never
Effectively,
wanna-
it's the band. It was the band tuning up.
Yeah, I never want to
You
knock
know.
a band for, you know what I mean? It is what it is. It was just like,
That
it
was
shocked
way ahead of its time. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, it kind of shocked me when I heard it. I was like, oh, good Lord, what is this? And I tried to like it, and I was like, I'm just moving on.
But like then they did some kind of rock and roll stuff, which was the tapes got buried basically, and then they re-released them in the 80s after doing some add-ons to it. The one called Green Desert, and it's a prog rock thing. It's not their typical driving ostinatos and arpeggios and stuff like that. It's more prog rock and more kind of mixed tempo stuff, which is kind of cool too. I like that stuff a lot. Real drumming, you know, the Chris Frankie's doing real fucking drumming on it. It sounds great.
The only 80s.
Real drumming?
I thought
Oh
they
yeah,
lost it.
real drumming.
I thought they lost it. I think the 80s was like to me, it was like a shit filter where you've got, because some of the bands I really liked from the 70s coming up to the 80s turned shit in the 80s and they never recovered.
But the sounds they're using, all that stuff from the PPG, right? And some of the early sampler stuff. They did some great stuff with
exceptions. But also the Tiger. You know, I really love
Tiger's another rough one. There's that one really good track on there, and the rest of them like, oh, more spoken word and
yeah. But again, it's like it's more nostalgia that. But Alchemy of the Heart is the one you're talking about.
It's awesome, yeah, and it's like
amazing.
a classical piece. It changes tempos and morphs to one thing to another, and
that's
one of their classic. They did that in Thief a lot too, with changing tempos. One piece constantly morphing to another piece, changing tempos. That's really a cool classical trick.
I watched Thief quite recently. It's a great film.
Yeah, I love.
I've been watching some of the Friedkin. I've been watching some of the Friedkin stuff as well since he died.
The tracks they use for The Keep are pretty good too. Those Tangerine Dream tracks in The Keep.
I wish they'd. Yeah. That's one track. It's one film I really wish that they would make properly.
It's hacked to hell. Apparently, it was a cutting room floor disaster.
Oh yeah, they couldn't afford the special effects to finish it, but now it could be remade properly with a kind of.
Yeah, but now it'll be all CGI, and the practical effects in that are pretty good actually.
Well, Guillermo del Toro vibe, that production values, but with The Keep in that era.
Because The Keep has stuff from Bob Keane, who's a guy who worked on Hellraiser. I mean, that guy's practical effects are amazing.
Well, he died, didn't he, during the film, and they couldn't complete the effects.
No, well, maybe I think of somebody else. I thought it was Bob Keane because he's the guy who worked on Hellraiser. He worked on a whole bunch of shit. So he's called him the British Tom Savini because he was really good at doing gore effects and anatomical practical effects for humans and animals.
Oh
and
stuff. That Frank, when Frank is resurrected, that's stunning stuff.
Yeah, it's great.
But
and who doesn't want to see a bunch of Nazis get destroyed, right? So
exactly.
Yeah.
I didn't gel with the Legend Tangerine Dream soundtrack as much.
There are moments that are good, but yeah, the John Anderson track is I don't know about that, and some other stuff. So
It's
again,
still a great film, though. You know, your standard
yeah.
myth of
Oh,
the
he's
dance,
back.
the battle between the light and the dark. It's good.
You're in two places.
Man,
What
this thing
happened?
is.
I have you in two links here. Is the other one dead?
He's in again.
I'll take you out of that one then.
No, they still must die though. These
But-
great games though. Here, you taffer, you dirty taffer. I remember Thief.
It's
Thief was
weird.
awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, on the
They.
PC.
I love the fact that it was primitive AI, but it felt pretty realistic as far as they're looking for you.
Oh,
They can
hey,
see you.
what's
They
that?
can hear you. And the hard mode is where you can't even be seen. And it's hard not to make noise and to be spotted. And yeah, I love that game. This little, you hear overhear the little conversations they have. Sometimes they're pretty funny.
Yeah, they're having a chat, and you sneak up and
guards.
nick the keys or whatever.
Because I think that's a great idea. Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
they
great
did.
voice acting and stuff.
They did
Looking
a.
Glass
They
did good stuff. Looking Glass had a lot of good games, and they went under. So
I think they're not retrievable because sneak 'em ups. It was the start of sneak 'em ups, wasn't it?
what's I think what's that Japanese game that started it? The Solid Snake.
Metal Gear.
Metal Gear, yeah. So that one obviously ripped off Snake Plissken, but then made this sneaker game, and then everyone started copying them. But I think
All
Thief
right.
is still one of my favorites of all time. It's pretty awesome because you weren't overpowered. You didn't have a massive arsenal. You had to use your brain. You had to be very attentive and think, sneak around, listen carefully. What's going on? Oh shit, they're coming to get me. I get this
It had
fear
EHX.
mechanism.
It had their surround audio.
Yeah, all
on
that
that
stuff. It was like
with your
really
sound
cool.
blaster.
I mean, it's a Quake 2 engine, so it wasn't beautiful, but it worked.
Yeah,
And then the cool stuff with like the mechanical stuff with the mechanical age guys with the steam machines, the steampunk stuff.
oh yeah, they nail that.
And then they have like the little like zombie things coming after you, and you have to shoot them with holy water arrows to blow them up.
And you got bitten by the flies around the corpses.
Exactly. Yeah. It was
Yeah.
cool. It was
Good creative writing.
you just sneak around the rooftops. It was just a really clever. For a minimal engine, they got a lot out of it.
But I never played
and
the
sound
the
too. They had
sequel
like
one.
sound, like you'd walk by a window, and it'd be like you hear a conversation or a party in there. You know, there's like little sound gems everywhere you go. Like, oh, what's going on over there? There's like a pub, and so they made the place feel alive.
Time for bed here. It's 2:13 a.m.
Oh, is that all?
Is that
Thanks
all?
for-
Yeah,
Thanks for hanging in there.
no problem. Yeah, good to chat.
4 hours.
It's good stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, nice
All
one,
right.
Chesed.
catch you guys later. Yeah,
All
have
right.
fun.
See ya.
Yeah.
See ya. Cheers.
Thanks a lot.
Bye.
Bye.
But yeah, definitely as far as the hardware jam thing, just set up your phone, live stream it to a private stream so nobody sees it. Look at it. If it works, fine. Put it up. Save the link.
See you, Dave.
If it doesn't work, edit it, and then save the link. And then you don't have to worry about all that goddamn editing and computer churning and all that stuff. Because I hate that too. That's why I do a lot of the stuff live. Although I want the
Well, with the
slightly better
5-minute
quality with my phone, so I just do it right to my phone and then upload it that way.
Yeah, the 5-minute thing on the phone. If you don't edit it, you save a lot of shit.
I do. Yeah, because I used to do a separate audio recorder and the video. Then I'd have to sync them later, and then I'd have to, edit
Is that
it.
little Behringer 222 thing that you use? The little
No,
input?
I actually use. I've shown this before. Where the hell is it? Another one of the great things
Same
about
key.
iOS is these lightning devices. So Blue, who makes this Snowball and all those little microphones and stuff, they made this Blue Mikey, which had a 30 pin for the older iPhones, and then this is the digital, which is the Lightning. So Blue Mikey Digital, they don't make this anymore, but you can still buy them on eBay and stuff. Works perfectly with YouTube app. It works perfectly with a really high-end program I use called Mavis on the phone for doing complete control of your camera, f-stop, shutter speed, quality levels. It even has a scope in there. So if you're into like real scope shit with video and,
All right,
and
yeah,
tweaking
yeah.
stuff for the scope, it's all in there on a phone. It's crazy. Anyway, that does really good recording. There's a Bluetooth option. I paid like another $1 or $2 for the Bluetooth option. And because, no headphone jacks on the new iPhones, thanks Apple, this comes in
I
on
haven't got a
audio
new
in.
one.
And then I Bluetooth over just to briefly hear the stream, make sure it sounds good to the phone. Otherwise, I'm just flying blind, right? Because I can't hear it. And then once I hear it's fine, I just turn the Bluetooth off and record with my regular headphones through the mixer. And then I'm done. Do my little thing.
No, I've got enough to be setting up.
Yeah, the Behringer one's fine. I have this is a little red one here I use for my little live rig pouch thing here. The little red one here.
Yeah, I stuck mine. I stuck one of those. I took the case off and put it in a little box with a CC with a camera connection kit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Just sticking out of a hole because it was just there's cables everywhere. I'm sick of
Same
it.
thing. The only reason I like this Blue Mikey thing is it's also a good quality damn mic on the front. So this is an actual microphone, stereo. So you can also use this as a field recorder as well as a line input. So that's why I got into that a lot. But the Behringer one is perfectly fine. You just need the camera connection kit, which is another step. But so for some people, it ends up being about the same price because the Blue Mikey Digital was like $80 or something like that. And the camera connection kit plus the Behringer plus whatever, that's pretty close to 80 at some point. So if you get in the
I've
wrong
got Dynamic
place.
stickies.
But yeah, so it's nice to have like a mobile setup. So you can literally do. That's why I do those ones on top of the car on a trip sometimes for hardware jams. The only trouble I have there is now I have to tether my laptop. So I upload the video to Google Drive, I download it to the laptop, I open it in Premiere, I chop it up, just the beginning end, and I put the titles on it, and then I re-render it. So that takes a little while, and then I have to re-upload it to YouTube. And it kind of sucks in the car in the middle of nowhere with a dodgy, connection.
Well, I've actually got OBS set up for the
Yeah, that works. Yeah.
for the road to hell. The good intentions. I'm learning seriously what that.
OBS is pretty good. I mean, I've got a lot more experience lately with it doing my Astro live streams and what it needs. And as long as I have 2 minimal, preferably 3 bars on my phone to tether, I can stream OBS just fine to YouTube from my laptop through my phone. So it's not as piggy as I thought it was going to be. But I don't know how much leeway you have there. But last time I did it, I only had 2 bars, and it seemed to work pretty well.
Yeah, it is good. I mean, that's 4G.
5G.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, that should be flying.
You would think, but the first couple of times I did it, I wasn't sure what it was. It was like, is the connection really dodgy, or is it
because
a laptop problem?
They've burned all of the towers, is it?
Yeah. It's all those 5G towers are causing COVID. Got to watch out for that. So,
I mean, yeah, fair enough. If you've got a point, then let's investigate. That's that's the bottom line. If someone's got a point, you look into it, and then if they're talking bollocks,
well, the current conspiracy is that the current conspiracy is that the Republicans are mad because they think the Democrats brought COVID back now to screw with the election that's coming up. I'm like, do you think they're that clever or that talented or that organized to even a tiniest bit of that? They brought COVID back. I mean, come on. Hasn't gone anywhere. It's been around the whole time. Yeah. But the average dope who sits around and watches Fox News or some other kind of, slanted rag and wants to believe, in their little echo chamber, whatever they want to believe. It's like they don't have a science background. They don't have a They don't have any skepticism. They just take it on fact what some people they like say. And it's like, I do these science streams. People are free to question whatever I say because I'm just repeating what I've learned over my lifetime and these different things with astronomy and micro stuff. Everyone makes mistakes. No one's perfect.
I noticed
So
when someone tells me I'm wrong nowadays, I ask them why they think that and listen. And I've stopped fights sometimes because of that, where I've instead of being aggressive and defending myself, it's been like, really? Well, why is that? And it's really interesting. That's just on a social level, but on the internet, there's no immediate threats, so people can say what they want, and there's it's easy for
telephone tough guy kind of thing. Yeah.
But to actually question and think through things, I mean, it's difficult enough with all the information. Like with the the Wuhan source, you've got two probabilities that's fact. It's a fact.
Guy's back. Hold on.
It's either this or it's that. Hey.
Battery's back. I found a place to plug it outside.
Yeah, for a second you were two different links. I wasn't sure which was which.
I know, man. I was so confused. I was like, I gotta shut everything down. I was just as confused. Trust me.
No problem.
But anyways,
yeah, the Wuhan thing was tricky because was it a wet market? Was it a lab leak? Was it this? Was it that? And nobody really knew, right?
Yeah, but you just do a bit of you just watch a few YouTube videos and you know everything. It's simple.
Yeah, of course. Just like the flat Earth stuff. Hey, look at this. I just shot this with my special lens. Look at the flat Earth.
I actually think that people have a right to believe that, and I'm not.
Well, of course, but most of it's biblically related. Most of them are very religious.
I'm not triggered by the flat Earth thing. I just think it's entertaining.
It's just sad. Here we are in this. The Eratosthenes 2,000 years ago figured this shit out with very simple tools, and here we are in the age of all this technology and visualizing everything, and some idiots still want to go, "It's flat." I'm telling you, it's flat. I'm like, have you been in orbit?
Yeah, you can't. Can't logically wait. You can't logic. I've spoken with a good friend who's convinced of that, and he was saying planes flying over the Atlantic lose a signal in the middle of the Atlantic. Mobile phones and computers and that, they lose signals in the middle of the Atlantic because there's some jump between the two areas. It's something to do with the flat Earth. And I was like,
their model is so complicated. I said, to describe what they see, they have the most elaborate model you've ever seen. And
I just said it's probably because all the satellites are beaming information from coast to coast and nothing's facing down because there's nobody there to receive the information. It's a waste of energy.
With their model, they don't believe you could be on a vertical line of longitude. They don't believe those people can all see the same sky. And you can just easily go prove that.
For me,
go fly down on the same line of longitude and take pictures at the same time. You get the same fucking sky.
Those billionaires floating up in orbit, they shouldn't have gone up. They should have gotten people in, who are promoters of these theories to go in there.
It's not going to change them because some of them they have an agenda.
No, it might change. It might change.
It might change a few. But the problem is they'll think because this. Have you seen this recent video that's been floating around? My goofy friend sent it to me recently, thinking I'm going to say something about it like that's really compelling. When he knows I know it's bullshit. It's all the reasons why the moon landings were faked, right? And the very first point they make in the video just totally destroys the entire video. They say the moon is a luminary. It is a constructed object. It is not really there. And the reason you know this is because they say astronomers have seen stars and planets where that's supposed to be the dark side of the shadow part of the moon from the phase. They said that's you see a phase because there's really nothing there. Meanwhile, we have fucking Earthshine. You can see it with your eyes. You can see the solid round moon.
It's
And they're claiming I've seen planets there. They shouldn't be planets. I've seen stars there. And it's like
refraction as well.
so. What is the
oh, it's just so ridiculous.
what is the ultimate motivation for wanting to believe that it's not there? I mean,
So we're the center of the universe.
They want to have it's a biblical thing, part of it.
Well, it's
and part of it is control. They want to
earthers
control you and say they have secret knowledge and all this kind of bullshit.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
It's a good friend of mine used to be my boss. He's not religious in the slightest, and he's gone on his own experience, and I don't think he's used a telescope. You know what I mean? It's all straw man, and it's all just selective cherry picking.
Well, even if you use a telescope, you see these wackos that have stuff out of focus and claim they see things they're not. Like I've saw some stuff flying around on the moon, and it's like they saw a bird silhouette fly in front of the moon while they're looking at the moon, and they thought it was something flying on the moon.
Well, have you seen the orbs? Have you seen orbs?
All that stuff, yeah, the orbs, stuff out of focus. Like, do you see the thing like going in and out of focus? It's like that's the autofocus of the camera. That's so explainable. You know, it's just.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, you know, there are certain things that we take for granted that might have some. I'll tell you one thing that this guy said to me, the same guy with the flat earth and that. He was talking about time and literally the 7 days or the 6 days or whatever, because he had a day off. You know, the omnipotent, omniscient creator of the universe needed a day off. You know what I mean? And he said uniformitarianism. And I looked it up. And basically, the whole of scientific chronology is based on uniformitarianism. If that rock decays this fast in this environment, then it's always decayed at that rate in that environment. And that's really interesting because, you know, I know that the timing is based, is it a cesium decay, the radioactive decay of a cesium
clock, yeah. Right.
But time being constant, why does it have to be constant? You know,
it's not because relativity, you know, things speed up and slow down based on it's all relative, right? So if you're an object in motion,
I'm talking about absolute time, as in empirical, you know. But it's good questioning these things, but it's not good making life decisions like, you know, losing friends and relationships.
Well, don't just watch a video and be convinced, and that's gospel, right?
Yeah.
Education never worked that way.
You know, you put the cart before the horse, don't you? Basically, you've made your decision, and you're looking for confirmation of that.
Well, and it doesn't help that there were some people in the past, like Percival Lowell, when he was studying Mars, he had some. You know, we see what we want to see sometimes. Like, you know, if you know there are 4 stars in the trapezium in the Orion Nebula, and the seeing conditions aren't good, you can convince yourself you see those 4 stars, even though another guy looks and you can't see them because the conditions are not right. But you've seen them before. There's a psychological effect to some of this stuff. And this is what Percival Lowell did when he studied Mars. He said all these fucking canals on Mars that were never there. Believed there's this whole civilization on Mars. And part of it was his imagination being tired, maybe. Part of it was optics were crap. Part of it was the seeing conditions. There's a bunch of stuff, right?
Yeah.
But he was a serious guy. I mean, Lowell Observatory is named after him. He was a serious astronomer. But then he started doing this crackpot shit about the canals of Mars and drawing all these crazy maps. And here's a guy who was respected doing weird shit. So even the respected people can be fucking crazy sometimes.
Yeah, but they need to go through that. That's the evolution of knowledge, isn't it?
Well, exactly. Yeah, that's why you need peer review, and you need let me verify your findings. Oh, that's bullshit. Sorry, David, you're going to say something.
Oh no, I always I'm always like, whenever someone's talking to me, the first thing I'm always trying to break down is what's their motivation. Yeah. And so
it's like acting. What's my motivation?
Yeah. So what I've what I found is most of the people that align with some of these sort of ideas, either they have some very intense paranoia as part of their psyche. There's things about them that I understand why it draws them in, and then sometimes it's just wanting to be different or appear intelligent. It's almost like I didn't do so well in the real world the way I wanted to, so I'm gonna reconstruct it now. I'm gonna rebuild it in a way that everyone else was an idiot. It's almost adolescent.
Yeah, well, on an unconscious level, I think that's probably common.
Yeah, I think it is.
People aren't consciously aware of it, much like with gaslighting.
Yeah.
Most gaslighters don't know they're doing it.
True. Right. They've done it.
It's like this. I call it paraconscious these days because unconscious and subconscious makes it less than conscious, and I think it's equal. So I call it paraconscious, just to be annoying.
So I go through different levels of irritation, pity, and just disinterest in the
It's like the stages
conversation.
of grief, right?
Yeah, I've had friends like that. Even when COVID started, and then immediately it was telling me some conspiracy about Fauci or something.
Yeah.
And it was kind of what you said earlier. I said, "Do you really?" I said, "Look, there are organized." Some degree there are organized things that happen between people with money and power, but it's not so
orchestrated,
nuanced as you're making it. You're right, it's not orchestrated. It's not that. It's impossible to get to that level.
No one's that organized especially the government, right?
Hail Hydra.
Yeah,
so exactly.
And then you got to kind of understand the mind of a government official who's been a government official their whole lives, and how they speak and how they process. And they are calculated and they are very measured, and they're not going to just. So, if you want to glean something from it. But the point was that was kind of the last conversation we had. And this is another person who's just spent a lot of their life obsessed with the JFK assassination. And I was
there we go.
And I'm like, look, there's just more practical things to worry about right now. The bottom line, right? So whatever you're doing right now, if it's some sort of sport for you, okay.
Yeah.
But you are actually sidestepping life right now when there's real people around you, things to be done. And I think, that's a lot of the
well, it's like that movie JFK, the Oliver Stone thing, where they just went all off the rails on that movie.
Oh, we did a follow-up.
That's like a documentary.
He did a follow-up. It's all very interesting to me. It's interesting, and I like to keep I've always, over the years, I like to keep my ear to the ground.
Oh yeah, I mean,
facts come out, like David Kelly with the WMD thing with Iraq in the UK.
Yeah.
David Kelly, the evidence of his death was put away for 70 years because they said that they didn't want to disturb his families. They didn't want to make his family more stressed and whatever. And yet, some of the evidence that's come out since a little bit is very interesting regarding that whole thing, and yet you don't hear about him. And I did know someone. There was a massive attempt in the year 2000 for the farmers in the UK to blockade the ports to stop fuel coming in. And basically, the UK farmers, because farms are now factories, outdoor factories, like the US is the epitome of it. They've got their tanks and vehicles are unarmored, but they're still massive, and they could have blockaded quite easily the UK's flow of fuel because the fuel prices. And my old boss, one of his shooting partners in the Lake District, he had visitors come round threatening him and his family if they went on strike, if they did anything to stop the flow of fuel, that they would be their business would be destroyed, and they would make it hell for the family, mafia style. And that was someone from the British authorities. My memories, this was in the late noughties, so I don't want to. If I said any more about that, my memories of it, I'd be lying. But the fact that his family and livelihood were threatened by someone official is, and that was direct from the horse's mouth, means that someone needs to keep an eye on these things. But poor old David Icke, with his shape-shifting, all that stuff, it's very interesting, and I can see why he believes that. Cold blood, forked tongue, no conscience, no emotion.
I mean, it's like the show V, right? Like he watched V, and then he came up with a theory based on a fucking show. It's like, where did he get his information from?
And a nervous breakdown, but as a metaphor, it's spot on. But
well, sure, but that's
he's also taken DMT. He's had the ayahuasca experience.
Oh yeah,
and he's still on the same path, which proves a point about the.
Yeah, I knew some guys who were tripping
the dangers of these things
on LSD and shouldn't have been, because they had a bad experience with it, and then they came back from a long day of tripping, and then one guy went nuts and tried to burn his house down.
Yeah,
there's paranoia.
There's lots of instances of that, but there are also lots of instances, say, with Silicon Valley and the evolution of microchips through using LSD.
Yeah, it's no doubt it's a different perspective on things, and also relaxes you. You're not so tense and so freaked out about daily life.
All of the psychedelics have their own problems, but they've also got their own amazing contributions to emotional and psychological health for an individual.
Yeah, I mean, some people probably really could benefit from it permanently.
Especially anorexia. Albert Hoffman was researching it till basically he died because it was his problem child, was that particular drug. And they were having massive success with alcoholism and LSD in the 50s, curing it. Not managing it, not methadoning it or whatever, but actually curing it. But of course, that was all stamped out.
Well, anything with so-called illicit drugs is always going to be controversial.
The taxed drugs and the untaxed drugs, as Bill Hicks,
Well, even the taxed ones, like here, marijuana is legal, right, in most places.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, that's
and it's still, I mean, it's very expensive. The taxing is very high, but it's still an uphill battle with some of these people. It's just like, it's an intoxicant. You shouldn't be driving on it, because I've been pretty messed up on it before and couldn't drive, so I know it's serious shit, right? You don't want to abuse it, no matter whether it's legal or not, just like alcohol. But it's to demonize it like they continue to do is kind of silly, because cigarettes are horrible for people, and that's perfectly legal because there's a lot of money involved. Alcohol is perfectly legal way after Prohibition because, again, it's a huge amount of money involved.
And its social effects and its psychological effects as well. It's we all know the score.
Sure, and people need to let off steam, so they get drunk and whatever. So the problem is most people don't know when to quit.
Well, if you heard of a comedian,
they abuse their kids, they abuse their wives, they abuse
Jim Jeffries, the comedian, Australian. He's done some good stuff. I saw him live when he was drunk. He's been drunk. He was drunk for a long time. But his last live show, Jim Jeffries, he discovered edibles, and he was a different man.
Yeah.
and of course, he's wealthy now, so he can do what he wants in his spare time, as long as he jumps through the hoops of writing his comedy. But that was really interesting, seeing how he changed and how he used it in his comedy with those two drugs.
Yeah.
But the thing about the psychedelics versus the non psychedelics is the way that they change your perception of particularly cultural norms, and that's one reason why they've been blanket banned. But they do need a lot of research and a lot of managing. But I do think that they could help a lot of people.
Yeah, I think the problem is, and I don't know Timothy Leary stuff that well, but I mean, I think in the early days he was maybe doing some positive stuff with it, but once it became this like radical, everyone's got to get wasted, and I don't know, I think it gave a lot of people a bad view of some of those drugs because
it irritates the fuck out of me. Does Timothy Leary?
Yeah, because it was
bad.
originally done for some good, I think, and then the cat got out of the bag, and then it became misused and demonized when it probably can really help certain people.
And plus, as Bill Hicks says again, the contribution to music, but
true. There's a lot of stuff written under that, and books written under, like Lewis Carroll and stuff. But it's plenty of stuff was written that's amazing without it. So I don't really need it to be that way. Now those people obviously needed that trigger, but there are plenty of other people here that are already just whacked out, or just maybe a little more creative without the drugs. So it really depends.
There's some interesting research recently about regrowing neural pathways using psilocybin.
Yeah.
And the neural pathways regrow, which can have access to different traumas and memories in your life, which can be bad at the time, but in the right circumstances, you can work through them and effectively face your demons.
And that, all I know is I'm a THC tourist, and I've only done it a handful of times just because I was a square when I was younger, trying to be healthy. But I can't be creative on it. I've tried to do music with it. I can't focus. I need to be clear to do music. I'm not one of those guys who can get all wasted and do it. So
I know what you're saying. It's like it doesn't make you. You just can't, whatever. But when I was a chronic user, I stopped because I wanted to find out what I was like. Normally, I wanted to find out what my consciousness was like without this, and my record collection changed.
Yeah,
I remember going to a music shop and giving in loads of White Zombie and powerful electronic and getting some Brian Eno albums.
Yeah,
and that was when I'd stopped, and I've been on and off it since. But the one thing I noticed in the early days was certain music. When I listened to it, as I got high, it was as if the music was opening up like a flower, and this thing that I was experiencing suddenly became. It'd be like going from a gramophone to a THX cinema experience, but with the same music on the same system. Yeah. It was very interesting. That
I did notice, because I trying to be experimental, like I like to be with stuff in general, but I did do the stereotypical thing, listen to Dark Side of the Moon while on some stuff, and it's just relaxing listening. The same visual focus you get, that kind of tunnel vision you get from THC, you get it in the sonic frequencies as well. I'm actually hearing things a little bit differently. I'm focusing a little bit more on parts of the music. So that's a real thing. I experienced that. I believe that's, it's legitimate change. And that may help people or not help people. I don't know. For me, it just was an interesting, almost like a non-technology based VR experience, which was fun in itself. But it didn't make me gravitate to the music anymore or see anything really significant or like mind blowing or whatever, or change my opinion of the music. It just made me hear the frequencies a little bit differently and focus a little bit differently on parts of the music and stuff.
Well,
So
that's because you're a mentat.
I'm just I might be just be mental, but but I
No,
just
you've got your knowledge of. I mean, the science thing is one thing because it's like you. Yeah, I'm with you on there, but your knowledge of synthesizers is incredible, and that's what made me think of mentat.
well, it's just and I mean I've studied a lot, but there's so much more I don't know, like anything other subject, right? The more you know, the
I
more you
know.
know you don't know, and so I would never on most subjects ever call myself an expert because I just every time you get more into it, you think, God, I really don't know shit about this stuff. But I still love it and I still pursue it and all these different hobbies and interests and stuff. But
I
yeah,
think it's
I never
you
got
know
into the whole
Jack.
thing of like it to change. It would that stuff wouldn't really change my life other than making me kind of just more weird. I think because I don't know. I know a lot of potheads and stuff, and they're kind of like they're not as bad as the typical like surfer stoner types like Jeff Spicoli. But they're not that far off.
Well,
So,
Brad Pitt in
Brad Pitt
True
and yeah, True
Romance.
Romance. I love that. That was great.
I mean, he was the only one who survived a mafia
Floyd, yeah, Floyd is smart.
thing, didn't he? But
He said, "Don't fucking condescend me. I'll fucking kill you."
that was a great
Yeah,
moment. But,
yeah,
I went to the planetarium in Glasgow when they played the Dark Side of the Moon in surround, and I ate some for that, and it was awful. The visuals were Milk Drop was vastly superior to the visuals they used, and the surround sound was quite impressive, but there were certain high frequencies that were distorting because it sounded like one of the mid range was broken, and it really pissed me off. But and I haven't listened to it since actually. But nowadays it's just take it or leave it really.
my favorite version of it was when they used to do laserium shows. You guys ever have laserium shows out there?
Yeah, but I've never been on one. Never.
But they stopped doing them. I guess
experienced
I thought they were old fashioned. Nobody wanted to go. But every time I went, they were almost sold out. So I don't know who the hell thought that. But they stopped doing them all locally, and they used to do custom ones. There was a Dark Side of the Moon one with the entire album. There's like a classical one. It was like a nice mix of famous classical bits, including 1812 Overture, where the fucking 10-watt lasers would have crossed your head like this. They said, don't stand up during the performance because you've got these 10-watt argon lasers going across your head in a nice crisscross pattern at the big explosions. So it was awesome, right? It was a nice visual experience.
Milk Drop was in Winamp, by the way, Wagyu. I've still got it on an XP netbook, and I use it on a projector sometimes.
You see Flow Phaser? I like Flow Phaser a lot.
No.
Check it out. It's even on the iPhone. Todd Rundgren was involved in making it. It's a visualizer with really soft color cycling and smooth colors and stuff, like a screensaver. But you have full control over some of the parameters.
I've got Visual
Todd Rundgren
Studio.
actually worked with some guys to make it. It was pretty cool.
Oh, I'll look it up. But I've got VS Visual Studio on the gadgets. That's beautiful if you take your time to program it right.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
the
good.
laserium stuff was good, and they just stopped doing it.
Well, it was like a fad, wasn't it? Like holograms or whatever. I used to love hologram exhibitions, but you don't see them anymore.
Yeah, it's too bad. I guess it's an old man thing, which is too bad because it's really not. It's still, as far as I'm concerned, very valid.
Well, Jean-Michel Jarre had some interesting ones at a gig I saw a few years ago.
Oh, the curtain. They had the mesh curtain.
They mixed the purity of the colors, so you've got orange and yellow and sine wave, kind of stuff, and it was beautiful, but it was still. In fact, I saw I can't remember, all of those Max Cooper kind of artists blend into one. But one of the guys, he just had a powerful projector with simple geometric shapes with a black background, but the projector was facing the audience, and they had a smoke machine. So the projector wasn't actually, the image wasn't important. It was how the images moved through the smoke,
Right.
like the lasers, and that was stunning. It was
I went to see Pink
scale.
Floyd on the Division Bell tour, and they played in Oakland Open Arena, where the Oakland A's play, the baseball team. And so it's a big coliseum. It's just open roof. So they're doing their show with all their inflatable pigs and all the crazy disco ball and all the standard tropes of Pink Floyd concerts. But I noticed during the show there were a bunch of lasers, drawing off into the distance, and it's just spreading the beams out, looking pretty cool. But what they didn't plan on is the low clouds that came in, and the lasers are drawing on the clouds, and that was very cool. So, that was special.
Oh yeah, I've got a laser for astronomy for pointing stars out to people on walks.
Yeah.
And
a green one?
Yeah, it's the most powerful one I could get legally. But
you should see my blue one. I have a 1-watt blue handheld laser, which is incredibly
around
dangerous.
the campfire, you can take slices through the smoke, and if you do it quickly, it shows you the fractal, the eddies.
Yeah.
Of the smoke, and it is stunningly.
Is this that little
amazing.
kind of silver pen light style one that they were
Yeah,
selling for a while?
It's about 4 or 5 inches long, black.
Yeah,
but
those are around. Those are pretty
Alien.
powerful.
The first Alien film with the laser.
Oh, right, exactly. Yeah, those pen light ones are pretty powerful. I mean, I have one that's 17 milliwatts.
I don't know what mine was.
Which is actually dangerous to look at. You don't want to look at it, pointed at you. But so you can buy a lot of these from China, that they have less restrictions on the lasers when they ship them.
I think the lasers they used in the first film were borrowed from the who were close by using them for their stage show.
Well, they're probably made from the company I used to work for, Coherent Laser. They've been in business for 60 years, so.
But there's something, to me, there's something enchanting about that purity of light.
Yeah. Well, it's really weird when you stare at a surface. You can actually see this granularity of the light when it spreads out. And you're actually seeing because of the coherent light, you're seeing the peaks and valleys of the light. So it's really interesting. But stare at it too much, it can give you a bit of a headache. It's just because it's such a concentrated light. Even the reflected light can be a little too much. Might even trigger migraines in some people.
I'm sure that they do it in sub-visual. Mind you, they've got sonic weapons now, haven't they? Makes you feel sick and that. Which is basically what could you call it? A phaser.
Yeah, they have all kinds of stuff. I mean, and they even have that crazy thing everyone's always going on about, that HARP thing, about HARP that's supposed to change
that shut down systems. Ages ago, didn't it?
Who knows, right? Who knows what it even really did what it did, and how long it existed. It's one of those conspiracy things as usual.
Maybe that's where that's how they're synthesizing the climate chaos. Of course,
exactly. That's what some people are claiming.
And I thought it was Sean Connery.
Yeah, right. It's pretty nuts.
I think it's great. It's like that, the original Illuminatus trilogy was based on what if every single conspiracy theory was true.
Yeah.
And of course, out of that, you got the stage show, and you got KLF nicking some of the terms and that, and being chaotic musicians, and I love all that.
Yeah.
It's just
it's fun. The sad thing is people take it all too seriously,
Well,
truth based on it, and they do everything else based on it.
Truth and fiction is there's a dance between them, isn't there?
Yeah.
But yeah, you've got to be wary of all information. Since I saw a PlayStation ad with CGI that I thought was real, PlayStation 1, I think, it had levitating, spinning knives around someone's head, telekinesis. and it was almost like found footage. But to me, when I was a kid, it looked real. Or when I was actually, it was in my late teens, I think. But I knew from then on not to trust anything that I'd see on.
Well, there was
regarding TV.
the famous photo of the Sphinx on Time magazine. I think it was 1990, might have been before that. And there was a whole article about this image has been significantly altered, but you would never know it because they actually had to move the Sphinx to the side to get a better view of the Khufu pyramid. And that people just lost it. They go, "What? This isn't truth anymore? Photos are supposed to be evidence, you know?" And it's like, well, there've been trick photography forever, long before computers came along. But the
Yeah, but
average
now they
person
can
doesn't
put
know.
live billboards in live video footage, can't they? That are CGI.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, that's how
Even
probably
the
how
AR stuff
they
is getting
are.
better. I've been playing with this AR stuff. There's this guy, I use one of his scanning apps for scanning real world objects, and then I 3D print them. And he's been doing the app for probably, well, used to use an external sensor. Now you can do it with a phone. But you used to have to bolt on an external sensor to laser scan and do photogrammetry of statues and cars and whatever else you're shooting. But he just added some AR features to his product, so you can actually scan something, and if you just after it goes to the cloud, comes back down formed, you can actually drop it in an environment and do AR stuff, and it's pretty damn realistic. So it freaks people out sometimes.
I mean, this confusion that this technology has brought between the actual world and what culture wants us to perceive is disturbing. I had a friend. She was an outdoor instructor, and she said the kids were up a mountain from a town or a city or whatever, and one of the kids said, "Miss, is this real?" Up the top of a mountain, they couldn't believe that was real. The landscape,
Yeah.
it's like the pygmy when they got the. I don't know if this is apocryphal or not, but there was pygmy from the forest, the rainforest. They removed them from their environment and put them in a different landscape with prairies or whatever, and they couldn't. They didn't have any idea of the distance, and they just thought that they were small animals
Yeah.
when they were in the distance. I don't know how empirical that experiment was, and poor pygmy, but I don't know if you can use the word pygmy anymore either. But
well, it was the name of a group of people, not a ethnic name, right? It was the name of a tribal name, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Yeah, I thought it was.
I don't remember. Rather, I did look
But
it up.
it's been misused, obviously, a lot of ways. So yeah, it's hard to know what you can say anymore when it comes to that stuff.
I know. Well, it's worth noting, like Eskimo and Inuit. Some Inuit are offended by the word Eskimo, and some Eskimo are offended by the word Inuit.
Right.
So what are you supposed to do?
Well, it's just like
What's your
these
preferred
days,
noun?
there are certain groups that just don't like each other. Like I used to work with a Peruvian guy, but everyone, because of where he worked, and the majority of people around are Mexican, everyone thought, hey, you're Mexican, right? He goes, no, and you get all offended because he's Peruvian.
Well, that's like calling me Welsh or Irish or something.
Yeah. I don't care. It just
You're Canadian, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I'm actually
from Canada.
I'm actually a lot of me is actually Irish Scandinavian. So in a way, I'm more European than some other people I know. So
my mate's just gotten his Irish passport because if you've got any of your grandparents are Irish and you're a UK resident, you can get an Irish passport. And because of the Brexit and that.
I mean, I certainly could because of the name. I mean, my last name Joyce was a Welsh name, and then they migrated to Ireland. It became one of the 12 tribes of Ireland.
James Joyce, yeah.
So, yeah, technically that I probably could do that, but
not far off.
I've never even been over there. I don't know why I would get a passport for that, but
No, I haven't. Isle of Man.
I want to go. I just haven't been. So
Yeah, I don't know what to think of that place now. It seems to become the Cayman Islands of Europe to some extent, with its tax relief of major corporations and that.
yeah,
It's complicated, but they seem to be. If you watch The Hand That Rocks, no, The Wind That Shakes the Barley. That's a brilliant film. It's around the turn of the century with the British invaders, but it shows you it captures the contemporary land-based culture brilliantly.
I haven't seen that.
I think it's Ken Loach, so you're in for a happy time.
Is it old? Is it?
Yeah, it's over a decade old, I think. But it's all about the start of the, it's like 1920, I think, or something.
Oh, okay.
It's the start of the Troubles, which they can't call the Civil War for some reason.
Okay.
Yeah, Cillian Murphy. But the opening scene is just what's the Gaelic game like hockey? I can't remember the name of it.
Oh.
But it's really ultra violent. But
I don't think I know that.
2006. But that's a lot of Ken Loach's. It's traumatizing watching his films, but it's worth it. It's a roller coaster ride.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. Anything's got to be better than that Far and Away movie with Tom Cruise as a fake Irishman.
I didn't go near that. That was with Nicole Kidman as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I was impressed with his latest.
Well, they even got Enya to redo her songs in English for that movie.
Oh.
Which is
I only
really
liked
bad.
the Celts. But there was a documentary series, and she did the Celts, the soundtrack to that. That was the first album, I think, after.
Well, her synth stuff's great. I mean, she's got some great. Like, there's a reason why the Fugees wanted to use one of her tracks, because there's some cool dark.
Yeah, that's the album. That's the one that I listen to occasionally. But
yeah,
she went all new agey, didn't she?
Well, I mean, she was
already there. I suppose
that's the market. Yeah, that's the market, and it makes sense. But that style, who's gonna the layering ethereal vocals? It has to be new age. You can't call it anything else. When you do that singing style.
Yeah. Symphonic dark metal has some of that in.
You could, I suppose, but the stuff actually, I like a lot of her stuff. It fits. I mean, you have to be in the right mood for it because it is pretty mellow. But some really nice equipment for those albums.
I thought Dead Can Dance were much more.
Yeah, that's more out there. It's good stuff. Though.
Although I only like, she's got her own language, hasn't she? I forgot her name though.
It's like Gabriel Lee's.
I really enjoyed some of her soundtracks.
Yeah. Well, she also does normal stuff too, like
Whale Rider.
The vocals for Gladiator. And some other stuff. She's very talented.
And she did May It Be for Lord of the Rings as well, I think. Lisa Gerrard, there we go. Thanks, David.
Yeah.
Sorry, Lisa. Yeah, that Dead Can Dance, I was really impressed with a lot of their stuff.
Yeah.
But I don't listen to it much.
Yeah, it's like Deep Forest. That stuff is interesting. Speaking of Pygmies, there's a whole album where he used like Pygmy recordings.
Oh, going back, I was Cold Cut. Let Us Play, the album. That had what you were talking about, the QuickTime interface with videos on a TV screen on the computer. Yeah. And that had the
cold cut, it's matched exactly to the video. They made the track with samples from nature films and chainsaws and activism.
Oh yeah,
called Timber,
yeah.
and that was all the like it had a sycamore seed going,
Right.
and then it would have an elephant.
I've never heard of it, but I'll check it out.
It's an elephant walking, going, and then a monkey jumping on a rock, and it goes,
Yeah,
and the
cool.
whole thing is synced. And they did some really good videos, and they also had a sequencer on that CD-ROM.
That's like the
it's
Bernie
really
Krause stuff where
interesting.
he took a bunch of his nature recordings of animals and made music out of it. Like a humpback whale grown as a metal guitar, and snapping shrimp or hi-hats. And this gongy noise as a walrus underwater makes this weird kind of noise.
Have you ever fished for crayfish?
Oh, when I was a little kid, yeah.
Because they're snapping. I didn't know why they snapped till I saw underwater how they moved when they snapped underwater.
Sure, yeah, definitely. Well, the worst is the
Amazing.
snapping turtle. You do that thing called noodling, where you stick your hand into these mud holes in the pond, and you get your fingers chopped off.
Oh
By
yeah, like
snapping
Flash
turtles.
Gordon.
Worse
No,
than Flash
thanks.
Gordon, because although that guy dies, this guy's getting his fingers chopped off.
No, thanks.
Yeah,
That's why they invented poles with hooks on.
well, it's because it's an awkward angle, and you need to have touch to know what's going on. That's why guys use their hands a lot, because you're feeling for the fleshy turtle in the mud. And if you have a tool, you'll never feel it. So you see a lot of guys who do turtle hunting, noodling stuff, and they're missing a bunch of fingers.
Well, look, we've got so many.
Yeah, right.
Oh, did you see that latest UFO? The little paper mache aliens.
Oh, I did.
Mexico.
Somebody had posted that. Yeah.
I had a good look at the only footage available, and
I just saw pictures. Was it actual footage?
there's footage of the little bodies.
Yeah.
But I looked at some of the so-called X-ray pictures or whatever.
Yeah.
And the three fingers, it's like, hang on, how could they operate? How could they make things? How could they have the strength to pinch?
Yeah, someone doesn't understand that basic skeletal structure, right?
Opposable thumbs. But on one of the close-ups of the hand, there was a slice off. It looked like there may have been a thumb. I think they used, sometimes newborns would have the head bound by certain cultures, and they'd have elongated skulls.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I think they've basically gotten a human child skeleton.
Probably, yeah.
And then built up something around it. I don't know what this 30% extra DNA is, though, in so-called scientific studies. That would be interesting to look at the actual evidence. But those three stones in the belly, they're eggs. It's like, well, are they? Or it could have just been a burial that somebody did.
Exactly.
Like a kind of weird mummification. I don't know.
Well, I mean, the effects he did for that famous alien autopsy movie, those are actually pretty damn good effects. But it still looks fake. But they're high quality.
Here we go. Why Google has said the X-rays are from the Nazca mummies found in 2017, and they're Native American and deformed or mutilated.
Exactly. Yeah, it's just like the chupacabra is just a kind of diseased dog. It's not some weird monster.
Some of the cattle mutilation evidence that I researched years ago was interesting because there was like a lightsaber wound. A lot of the wounds in these cattle looked like there was imagine a lightsaber with a 6-inch diameter. It looked like someone had just shoved it through. That was interesting, but I only saw a few photos before CGI. But it's again, it's interesting, but kind of, so what if we're not alone? So what?
Well, I always love the fact that they're always hiding, they're always they're always harassing rednecks and people in the middle of nowhere where there's no
sticking
attention.
probes up bad authors'
Yeah, doing
bottoms.
some anal business here and there, and then just like leaving like the worst possible evidence they could leave.
Did you ever see someone reconstructed what a distorted vision of a newborn would see looking up at a table at birth in a hospital? And because of the distorted vision, because the shapes of the eyes and the, the fresh compression and all that, they'd have massive tops of their heads. The people around the table coming down to a point with a small mouth and a small nose, as an optical illusion. So basically, some people who claim to have seen these things, the grey shaped alien heads, might just be distorted memories. It might be memories of, of the birth that they've.
Well, here's the other problem too: is that we
tapped
have
into.
a
That's an
whole history
interesting
of these
one.
movies with these characters and artwork from articles and all kinds of stuff, and people have this, and they've seen the image, they've had nightmares about it, they've had other dreams about it, and somewhere down the line they may have some other experience that they suddenly conflate with other things from pop culture.
Yeah, you've got to be very careful. That's the thing about with intuition and all that kind of stuff. You've got to be very careful because
Well, eyewitness
it's so
testimony is always the
complicated.
worst one. Like you go to a court case, it's the worst form of evidence. Doesn't matter if it's aliens or some guy who stole your car. It's the worst form of evidence.
Well, I've spoken to one person who's seen two people who've seen weird things in the sky. And one was a kid in Yorkshire in the 70s, and they were sledging. Loads of families sledging. And he said he was, I don't know, between 5 and 10, I think. But he said to me, he was my neighbour. He said, this flying saucer came over and stopped in the sky above them. And everyone looked up and everyone saw it. And then it just went away. And that was it. And everyone was amazed and got on with their lives. I thought that was interesting because he had no reason to lie. And then my ex's dad, he saw two bright lights in the sky. Again, it was 80s, I think. They came together and then went up in the daylight. He was just waiting outside the shop for his missus. But these two things came together and then shot straight up. And again, he had no reason to lie. And he was, he was a coach builder, so he knew about nuts and bolts things, and general Newtonian physics kind of thing, even if he didn't know the formulae. So
yeah, it's kind of, I don't know. I mean, not that I've spent most of my life looking up all the time at night and stuff, but between me and my friends and a bunch of other people and who study this stuff, amateur or professional or whatever, I've never known anyone who's seen anything weird who is a credible witness. And they've spent so much time up there. I mean, now it's even easier to see things because there's so much space junk up there with all those wacky satellites everywhere. I was trying to find the comet the other day. I saw two. Basically, it was the Chinese space station and some other kind of trailing thing, like another satellite following it. And if I didn't know better, I'd think, oh, there's two vehicles flying together, scanning the planet, right? If I didn't know anything about like satellites and whatever. And you can clearly see they were in orbit because there's the rheostat effect, right? After it gets past a certain distance, it starts going into Earth's shadow and it turns off basically, right? Fades out.
Yeah.
And and there's even more of that all the time at high altitude, this direction, that direction. Some are very fast, some are very slow. But yeah, you got to wonder.
Yeah, but they all obey. They all obey standard.
They
trajectory.
Do, but it just with all that stuff that's supposed to be out there, the number of people I've talked to, because I've asked my friends and people they know at star parties and stuff, because they collectively have hundreds of thousands of hours of experience with this stuff, right? And they've never seen anything. That doesn't mean it doesn't happen, but it's just very odd how these weird things can happen in the middle of nowhere with almost nobody watching. You know.
Well, there's also different approaches to what they are. What they probably could be. And sometimes the projection of internal stuff, like I don't know, there's so much going on between our ears and the rest of the nervous system that we haven't fathomed that out yet.
That's true, but like
you know,
like these guys are recently found these small
perception.
alien craft and stuff. They're probably high end, military drones that are not declassified yet. Even the pilots don't know about them. They're flying around going, "What is this thing? It made these crazy moves and all this stuff." I'm like, it takes roughly 20 years for at least the U.S. government to declassify stuff. So you tell me, with the technology we know we have now, extrapolate that out 20 years from now, or at least 20 years ago, to stuff that's not declassified yet. There's a lot of crazy shit that we could have that you would see it and would have. That's not possible. How do we have that?
Yeah, but in
Because you've
20
never
years,
seen
we'll probably be sat around campfires with sticks fighting each other.
Yeah, probably, yeah. In the nuclear fallout, yeah. Those that are
Well, not
left.
necessarily nuclear. That'd be a silly thing.
It'll be like The Road. You read The Road or see the movie?
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
it's ecologically unsound, is that? Because there was, what was it in the book? I think it was there were two life forms. There was a fungus in the book and the film. It was slightly different, and I think in the film it was a fungus that they found towards the end. New growth of life.
Right.
But the point is, if you know anything about the biosphere, it wouldn't all stop at once. Do you know what I mean?
No.
We wouldn't be able to. We wouldn't survive that long because of the amount of stuff that wouldn't be processed. But within that context, it was excellent. Once.
Yeah, I mean, it was clearly a fantasy thing because, if all plant life is dead and you're living off canned goods, canned goods only last for so many years before they're inedible. Now you have food poisoning.
Oh yeah, but that was a snapshot, wasn't it? It was a snapshot.
Yeah.
There's a really excellent Irish film. I was obsessed with all of this kind of stuff before it was, well, before The Walking Dead started and all that. But there's one Irish film I discovered called 100 Mornings, and that is probably the most realistic kind of end of the world scenario, and it's very theatrical. It's just good writing, good acting. The music's hauntingly beautiful and simple,
yeah.
and the props, just everything about it is just it's just a really grounded film and really good. And if anyone wants that, and there's another called The Survivalist, which I think is another Irish one, and that's very good. But a lot of it's just it's like cozy catastrophe, where there's a small bunch of people who survive, and it's just them going about against the odds without much.
I mean, it's a movie, so they have to make it somewhat entertaining, right? So.
Yeah, but there's many ways to be creative on those
because
levels.
If you did a lot of stuff,
Transformers is entertaining, isn't it?
Well, kind of. I think it's really annoyingly dumb, but it's hard to get. I like the effects sometimes, but even those are tiresome.
I was just marveling over the art, the CGI. It's
that's
stunning.
what I mean. It's cool, but then as soon as you see something as massive as a building flailing its arms around as easily as you do with the weight that it
Oh,
has.
yeah. Well, they
And
get
it's the gracefulness that a human body has at the scale of a building. It's like, come on, this is so stupid. It's just
but The Incredible Shrinking Man is a brilliant film.
well, so's the Attack of the 50-Foot Woman.
I haven't actually seen that.
They're funny, just silly, nuclear scare movies from the time.
But The Incredible Shrinking Man, it is, it's pretty horrific. That spider is still horrific. He's got that bent pin or something that he's fighting it with. It's still an excellent film. The ending's dire.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Forget Ant-Man. What's that? The quantum, they should have bumped into him in the quantum realm. The Incredible Shrinking Man. But no, I know you get entertainment and you get intelligent entertainment and you get self-aware and, you get all of this.
Yeah, if you made it too hardcore, like real hard, like space stuff, fully accurate space stuff in a science movie would be so boring, most people would tune out.
Oh yeah,
there's no bank turns, there's no sound, there's no crazy explosions.
That's why you put the creative in creativity in it.
Exactly, yeah.
That's why I love the opening of Star Wars.
Yeah.
They tell you to go into storytelling mode in your head instantly.
But although 2001, a lot of people consider it boring, it actually has some fairly accurate shit in it, especially for the time.
Well, it's geostationary orbit and fact
just the
machine
fact
man.
that there's no sound. All the space scenes, there's no noise. You get him in his helmet going like in 2010, like you just hear him like panicking.
Which is the same shape as the original screen. Did you know that?
Yeah.
With the visors.
Yeah, it's cool. So some of that stuff is clever, and then when the things blow up, it doesn't look like Gravity, the movie Gravity, where it's just all crazy shit going on.
But for the time, using what they had.
Well, this is why they think he faked the moon landing, because his technology was so good that they think he had to have done it. Look at the blueprint, right? So funny.
I mean, I've not been to the moon. I've not. Everything I've seen to do with evidence of people on the moon has been through this black mirror in front of me now, or this obelisk on its side, or books through other people. So I can see the point in questioning certain things, but come on,
I mean, and that, it's just as valid to say it's green cheese, right? For some people. So.
Cracking toast, Gromit.
Yeah.
And I love the way these ideas and things, and people have been doing it for such a long time. But it's just it seems to have become a that in Pink Floyd, The Wall, when all the kids are going in the meat grinder. That's the sort of industry,
Oh no, that's great. The movie has a lot of cool. The animation is excellent in that too.
I watched that in 70mm at the IMAX in Bradford. That's where I saw they've got the only original Cinerama, the only public Cinerama screen in the world at the time, anyway, in Bradford. It was called Pictureville when I lived there, and I saw a lot of good films. I saw Blade Runner in 70mm.
We had several theaters here. One they cut down many years ago called Cinema 150. It was a giant screen, almost always played 70mm stuff, and then there was a couple other dome theaters around, or freestanding dome theaters that had giant 70mm screens.
Oh yeah,
Star Wars and for all those kind of movies.
I remember
it was great. Yeah.
Leon, when he's interrogating Leon in Blade Runner, he's got a little fly on his chin, and I'm sure you could see it in the HD or 4K now. But I remembered seeing that because I watched that a lot, and that's one of my memories of having this new experience of an old, an old classic.
Yeah.
But I've no idea what 4K stuff's like nowadays. I'm about 10 years behind everything like that.
Yeah, I've seen some here and there, but mostly downsized. So made a 4K and downsized for
And then
HD.
Blade Runner 2049, I saw at the IMAX, and it was too loud. You know, it was distorting the speakers.
Well,
And
that
it was
happened. So
putting
when I
me
saw
off.
Alien in 1979, it was also too loud in the theater.
Wow.
Very, very loud, but amazing.
Yeah, it was beautiful, but the story was pants to me. 2049.
Yeah, and also the soundtrack wasn't so great either. I mean, it's cool, but it's the
But it did the job. You know,
did the
it
job,
was
but
it was as well packaged
yeah.
for the time as the visuals were. But the it didn't gel, unfortunately. And
I
I
mean,
wish they did.
ironically, it has more of a story than the original, but it yeah, it doesn't do it for everybody.
Well,
I
the
thought it was pretty
originals,
good.
like I look at the original as like Brian Eno sci-fi.
Yeah, because it's really there's really not much story there. The first one is very much like an experience more than a movie. Because story-wise, it doesn't really. There's not a lot of narrative shit going on.
Well,
but it's
there is
okay because it's a whole
voiceover.
package, right? It's like
Like
there's not
he
much of
says,
an arc.
the music from 2049 sounded like it was made by the computer Electric Dreams with access to a bunch of VSTs.
There you go. Yeah. And then I
It's
was
a
well,
shame.
Hans Zimmer did this great score. And I'm like, well, he's capable much better, obviously. So it's I don't know what direction he had to dial it back or whatever. He's got some of the themes in there, obviously, so it harkens back to the original. But
I've been put off a lot of films with classical scores recently, when they shouldn't have. They could have been done differently. It's almost like it's forcing you to feel a certain way with the orchestral scores when you know it should flow. It should
well,
be
that's like you were saying
part of it.
with
You shouldn't
Legend, because
notice.
Jerry Goldsmith did the original score for Legend, but almost no one ever got to hear it because it wasn't until it hit Laserdisc or something you could actually hear his score. Because there's a Tangerine Dream score they stuck in there, but it was a lot more ornate and classical. And
I think my original viewing of that was with the Jerry Goldsmith. I think you can get both now, can't you? In fact,
yeah, so I mean, they talked about it for years, but finally you started being able to see
who's
prints of
the
it.
who's the brilliant loop master who's got a big afro and he's bloody brilliant.
Oh,
And
you're talking about I know you're talking about Reggie Watts.
Reggie Watts. He's
Yeah.
done a live soundtrack to Legend,
Really?
and it's so funny. Yeah, it's brilliant.
I never even heard of that.
It's Berlin School or something. It's hard to sync up, but at one point, you know, at the start, you know, when one of the goblins is being tortured in front of the devil.
Yeah.
Well, the Reggie Watts is every time the guy hits him, he's like going, "Ow, ow, that hurts," and all this kind of stuff, and it's comedy.
Yeah.
But
That's funny.
The whole thing is once you get it synced right, I think it's on YouTube. It might be on another like
Yeah, I'll find
Vimeo.
it. I just
think it might be on
did a search
Vimeo.
for it. I never heard of that. That guy's great.
Yeah, he's a genius, a musical genius.
He was on a kind of a dopey Comedy Central show for a while, but I watched it for him.
If you watch not Flying Lotus, Reggie Watts, and of course Mark Ribellet, them jamming together, that's phenomenal.
Mark's crazy. Yeah, it's just amazing.
Those three in the same room with the same MIDI.
Yeah.
That's a really good rewatchable YouTube video.
Mark does occasionally pull in themes from other like sessions he's done and some of his releases. Did you see his Coachella appearance?
where he smashes the room up a bit.
Yeah. He's running
Yeah,
around on stage. He gets lost for a while, can't get back to the stage. And he's nuts.
yeah, but he's good nuts. He's got a good message. You know, he's a bit Bill Hicks on that level. When you see some of the things he says,
Definitely, yeah.
and he encourages people, and he loves people, and he shares, and how he deals with stuff that might get out of hand and that. You know,
I just love when he gets like a whole group of people, and then a bunch of people bring their kids. I'm like, oh, they have no idea what they're in for.
Some kids told him off for cursing, so he had a swear box, didn't he? And they got loads of money off him because he wouldn't stop.
It's funny, yeah.
But the way he handled it, because you could see that they were cringing, kind of thing, and they were nice, you know, in quotes, nice, well-to-do, and but the way he was cheeky with the kids, and the way the money was going out of the pot.
Yeah,
he
definitely.
Didn't care.
Plus, he's funny too. He'll like sample kids like doing goofy stuff, and then he'll make a song on the spot. And now he's become such a phenomenon with those Sunday live streams.
Yeah, he stopped, hasn't he?
I think because the weather is going to get bad, or he just had too many issues getting shut down. Sometimes people chasing him away.
Well, his last one, he said that he didn't say he was bored, but he implied it, and that he was.
Well, there were a couple he had to cut short or flat out just stop because he got chased away, and that bummed him out.
Well, they should have prepared for that.
Well, part of the problem is he's doing it by the seat of his pants. He doesn't have a license to do it, and so that's
most of the time. Most of the time was okay, though, wasn't it? I think it was only twice that I saw.
Yeah, and one time it was he should have known better to set up in a place where a guy who was already established is going to be set up.
Oh yeah.
And so he should have done his homework there,
but then busking's busking. You need a license in Glasgow for busking.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not busking then, is it?
But what's fun is now that everyone knew about his show, they would come by. So there was a marching band came by one time, and he sampled them.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's just all this cool shit. The guy with the sax comes by, a guy with the trumpet comes by, a violin guy, and they're all just amazing. And I'm not a huge rap guy, but even some of the local rap guys came by, and they were doing a really good job too. So it just gets this whole kind of
well, it crosses boundaries, doesn't it?
Just a giant mashup of all this weird shit, and it works,
Although his sounds were getting more predictable, he was saying it's all predicted it was all improvised on the spot, but it was getting more stale, a little stale.
He's doing callbacks to certain things,
and he needed more funk bass sounds. There was one that he used. It's like, you've used that too much. Get another one.
Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, the same.
Get the Rickenbacker.
Yeah.
And he used main stage, I think.
Yeah, his main stage and that at least his controller.
And the 505. I couldn't get on with the 505. I had the 505 and the 202 on separate occasions.
I love the 505, just not enough tracks.
It didn't fit in with an Odyssey. An Odyssey and a 505. That was interesting. That could have been a hardware jam.
If you have access to an iPad, get Loopy HD or Loopy Pro.
Yeah, just here.
And audio interface, and make crazy loops of just even one synthesizer, different sounds. And just make them all off the same thing, and some of the craziest layers you can get. Just make an entire track out of one synth.
Oh yeah, Loopy. I've used I did have Aurea Pro on this as a DAW, and I made a lovely cover of a Joy Division song, and then it crashed and I couldn't get it back.
Oh no.
Look, I did export it, but I didn't have the stems, and I nailed the synth sound and the rest of the track. It was Isolation.
Oh yeah.
Amazing track.
That's cool.
And I even sang under the covers with me duvet over my head, Isolation.
That's funny.
But I haven't used this for doing music for a long time. Oh, that's a good one.
Wait, I missed it. What was it?
Aphelion.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Yeah, that is a weird one. forgot about that. That might be
It
on
was
my old
inspired by
iPad.
Planetary Orbits, because each
Yeah,
one of these.
They have a few weird ones like that.
Well, which one is it?
Shit.
Oh shit!
My thing is not charged. I gotta charge it.
See around the edges, it's got loopy like loop things.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the thing about this is it's a pain to set up, and I put this thing on the back. Can you see that? It's like a nicely designed magnetic thing.
Yeah, yeah.
And it just sits there, but it was just a pain in the ass to set up.
Yeah.
And get going. But David said he was getting into the iPad. That's an Air 2, I think. You know, so it's very old. But I did all my radio shows on that.
Sure. Yeah, no, it doesn't. I mean, as long as you can still play what you got on there, it's fine. I had an older
I used
jailbroken one that finally started to freak out. And
the
unfortunately lost
Allen
some stuff on that.
and Heath K2 controller. It's a full MIDI controller with 4 sliders and a couple of dozen knobs, including encoders. Loads of buttons. It's got 4 banks and an audio interface built in.
The Korg
about a foot long.
wireless stuff is good too for that. There's the wireless keyboard thing, the wireless controller with the sliders and knobs.
Which the studio, the
They're a
studio
couple
control.
different things. Yeah, they have the keyboard one. They have the one that's just for mixing and stuff.
Yeah, I've got the mixer one with the buttons on it. That
Those
was
are cool.
I tried everything, but the thing about that is it needs a hub if you want an audio interface. It's built into the K2. Everything's built in. So I had 4 tracks out for 2 stereo, and then 2 pre-listen,
Right.
left and right each. It was a good loud amplifier for the headphones, and the controls were mappable to DJ Pro, which had the best mapping ever. You could program each LED, you know, to any CC number and value to you know, for feedback, for LED feedback. It's a really good program, but I've never seen such a comprehensive CC programming on anything else. Although I do believe that there are some maybe 30 quid apps that do SysX as well and stuff. I've forgotten the name. Lemur was one, I think.
Lemur is good, but then you have Lemur actually had an app for a while too on the iPad. There's a Lemur device and there's a Lemur app.
Because I was going to program the MC303 using SysX, and there's one
also,
app which has it already done.
Yeah, my thing's dead. I can't look at it now, but there's a bunch of those interface editors you can get for iPad are quite good as well. Make your own custom interface.
But to have the controller and the audio interface built in, it means I just have one USB lead into the iPad.
Sure.
And then one cable for power, and then 2 phonos out to the main desk.
Yeah, most of the iPad stuff I do, I don't need the audio interface in, except for recording into the looper. Almost everything I do is internal apps. So.
There's the iOdyssey as well. There's all sorts.
All those things, yeah.
The Moog stuff.
Yeah.
But it's just.
Tools.
It's also don't know. It was just muscle memory. You know, it's like sliding your fingers on a piece of glass. It was just, mind you, it was good for. You mentioned this before, I think. Sampler. That was superb.
Yeah, or any of the granular stuff. Borderlands.
Borderlands, yeah.
There's sampler. There's God, there's another one that's really powerful. I can't remember if it's a Brambos app or some other app.
Oh, Troublemaker was good.
Yeah, he makes some good stuff, but there's another one that's for granular that's really elaborate. I can't remember who makes that one. But then there's ApeSoft is another company. If you ever see ApeSoft, they make 5 or 6 different granular type apps that are completely off the rails.
The other thing, because I'm on the bread line, like that Oreo Pro I bought, it was 50 quid.
Oh, yeah.
And I realized that once I got it, no one else can have it.
Yeah.
You know, if I could sell the iPad, but the software is just up in smoke. So
Yeah.
at least with hardware, you can pass it on, you know. That was another thing that stopped me using it.
Yeah, just check them out just to see what they're like. Check out the ApeSoft stuff if you like the granular stuff. They're pretty clever. In some ways, they're more wild than Borderlands is, which is saying a lot because Borderlands is pretty crazy.
Will do. I've made a
There's
note.
also Spacecraft is another one. It's a granular. It's on the PC Mac
Oh,
as well as iPad.
Hasn't Jacob Hack done a thing on that?
He has one as well, I think. Yeah, like he now he's doing apps with those other guys. Like
Spacecraft.
with Spacecraft is a
I liked watching him.
Traction, Traction that makes Waveform and all those things, and FM, the FM, crazy FM plugin. They make Spacecraft as well, which is the granular app.
I used to use it's 8 different effects in one unit. What the hell was it called? I used to use AUM, AUM.
AUM is great, yeah.
And the thing is, it was very delicate. Sometimes it'd crash while I was live on the air.
Really?
Because of the different routines I had. Is that it? Elastic.
Spacecraft
Elastic.
on the phone.
It wasn't elastic.
That's what Spacecraft looks like on the phone part. It's not, but a little fancier on iPad. See that? Check this out. See if this looks familiar.
I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen it. I recognize it, but I didn't know really what it did.
Yeah.
Tornado. And a map.
Tornado?
Tornado.
Tornado? Oh.
For effects. It's brilliant for effects. And I use that to do my vocal samples for the show and my stingles and that.
Yeah.
So I could just, and I used to end the show at midnight and I always played Big Ben. They just shut Big Ben down south, and I'd started doing Big Ben chimes at 12, but then messing it up with reverbs and time stretching, all that kind of stuff. And every single midnight on my shows is different bongs. I never played back a recording of any of the previous shows, Big Bens. I just used to mess them up live. I used to have a good time doing live.
Sure.
Live mixing on there. Have you heard of Eliana Radig?
Yes, famous. I think didn't she die? She's been around a long time.
Yeah.
Paulina
Liveros as well.
There's so many. Oliveros, yeah, she's
Drone Magic.
Yeah. But this I don't know if you can hear this, but this app's pretty cool. I don't know if you've used it, but it's not ideal conditions with the
contact mic of Big Ben.
You have this little editor here. You can do this, and you can.
That looks like a Star Trek Next Generation tricorder or something.
Yeah, those little boxes you can squiggle in.
And it's presumably you can do all of them at once if you want.
Multi-touch, yeah. That's pretty cool.
So it's like 1% of Beardy Man's setup.
It's pretty nuts. I think these are slices. You can store different edits and just jump around. And that's just the basic interface. I haven't really gone deep into it.
I've used Jam Pro by Cold Cut, and that's doing what that's doing, but with loops, with audio loops, so you can record them. And I was piping my drums in and recording them, and you've got a grid like that, but you've got these tons of effects, and they're very intuitive. But the trouble is, if you listen to Cold Cut, the DJ Food stuff that the same guy did, he had loads of different monikers. He liked women called Monica. No. But the actual Cold Cut stuff, it's very busy. And that Zen delay, the delay is, you've got to get very busy with it for it to be interesting.
Sure.
But sometimes it's a bit overkill with some of the Cold Cut stuff, and it's a bit irritating. But they have done some great stuff.
This one's great for mangling audio in the field. You do a lot of field recordings, called Fieldscaper, and you can do.
I recognize it.
It's so complicated to do on the fly like this because I haven't used it for a while. But one of my favorite recordings to do with it was I
think I might have had that.
A friend was out of town on New Year's Eve, so I was by myself, nothing to do, and I'm like, let's go to a local bar down the street. And some kid was screaming his head off in this restaurant. So I go, just record him. Recording this kid bawling his head up with all this reverb and stuff. And then I ran it through this, and it was some of the coolest recordings I've done.
Wow.
Mangling some kid screaming. It was super annoying. But
so what you need is a Teenage Engineering amplifier speaker unit, and play it back to the kid while he's bawling, and he'd probably stop bawling.
Yeah, they probably would have kicked me out then. Oh, this one's good too. This company, they pronounce Bliss, but it looks like Blease. Blease makes a granulizer app. I didn't pay for this one, but I've used a free version of it. They make a lot of cool stuff. And also, Tardigrade is another good one.
Oh, there's so many.
It's got a cute little tardigrade on the splash screen there, and you can let's see.
They're the real aliens. I mean, you could effectively have that as texture in a track without knowing what you're doing and just messing about with it through a reverb. Again, those totally. Some of those. Is it TC? Black Hole and that range on the iPhone and the iPad. I was well impressed with those.
Yeah.
Of course, there is latency, but
yeah,
I was doing slow tempo stuff.
No, this was a trial. Somebody's have trials, so don't forget that one. But yeah, I used to have a whole bunch. Most of them on the iPad because they need a bigger. Oh, here you go. Here's ApeSoft. This one's called Identity. So kind of like Borderlands with multiple things going at once. An individual control over each one separately. It's pretty wacky. And some have a keyboard interface. So this is Identity. They make a bunch of different little apps. That one won't shut up even when you minimize it. And then the first audio program I ever got on an iPhone that actually does granular, didn't even know it at the time. So Sample Toy. And you just go, hello. And then you pick a little tiny piece of it. So that's a piece of me saying hello. I just took a little snippet of the waveform. And then you go to the delay button, turn up the mix, the delay, the repeats.
So it's more palatable.
That's multi-touch.
It's clangers.
idea.
Yeah.
Sample toy. You can change the envelope, change modifiers. You can change the scale, pitch.
I've still got an
effects.
old iPad 2, which is chunky, and that's still got some old apps. And sometimes you can put, they're still compatible, although it's pretty rare.
Oh yeah, I see Fluss in the chat. Fluss is cool too. That's also Brambos. That one's nuts. I think it's a little more Buchla-like.
There's also more vintage warmth in the audio output with the iPad 2.
No, this is granular. Yeah, this it's pretty cool. It's a nice little interface. Fluss.
Here we go. Let's see what I had. Because of the memory, I've had to, when you take them off but keep them on, if you like. You can take off apps, but it keeps
I never do that because
when you want to use them, you've got to download the whole lot again.
And if they disappear from the store, they're gone.
Yeah.
Once Apple took away the ability to back up your own shit anywhere, whether it's an Apple side or on your side, and restore them, then the only way to do that is there's some third-party apps I found about recently that you can actually do it officially now. But for a long time, they unless you jailbroke your phone, it was really hard to do that.
Looks like Fugue Machine. That's amazing.
Fugue Machine is excellent.
It's simple, and it taps into what they were doing in ye oldie times. And that's when I first noticed Jacob Hack when I was getting into it. He does this Fugue Machine, and when he first hears it, he looks at the camera and smiles with this big beaming grin, and it's just. And I felt that before he did it because of the sound. It's got a lovely built-in synth.
It's pretty good, but I use it for MIDI mostly, and
oh yeah, you can.
It's excellent because, again, just taking a basic pattern, each of the fours running at a different speed or a different direction, but it's the same pattern. And it's amazing how you can get these built-up layers, like a nice Bach routine or something, out of these stacked fugue repeats and stuff. And it's pretty cool. I don't use it that much, but when I first got it, I'm like, damn, this is amazing.
I did.
I told Ranzee I want to do another iPad show, because the one we did like 2 years ago, we're supposed to do a part 2. We never did a part 2. So I need to plan a bunch of stuff that I didn't go over before, a bunch of new stuff, bunch of stuff I didn't get a chance to even cover because we ran out of time.
By the way, Milk Drop, the Milk Drop on the phone is called Project M. They've put it as an app which responds to. It responds to sound. Where are we? And it's Milk Drop algorithms. Although, does it work with shaking? I can't remember how to change it. Oh, it's changed. I mean, some of them are cheesy, but it's good in emergency if you've got an HDMI dongle and a projector. And you don't need an audio interface because it's...
Is a project with a C or a K?
C.
Okay.
Here we go. Project M is one word with a capital
one
M.
word. Okay, that's
and then Pro.
The search thing on here kind of stinks. So.
Yeah, it just sticks someone who's paid to stick it at the top of the list. You type in something.
I'm not seeing it for some reason.
It's the usual thing with the search engine. Oh yeah, Inky's still up. Right there, Inky.
Project.
He's still up.
On Android phone or iPhone?
That's on iPhone.
Why am I not seeing Project M? That's weird.
Maybe it's been taken off.
I bet it has. Yeah, I don't see it. Or maybe it's iPad only now. That's too bad.
Project M Pro.
I hate when they take stuff off and I find out about it. I go, God, that would have been cool.
Well, it was. I know that it was in Winamp, and Winamp got bought up, and it's been rejigged, or maybe somebody's done some copyright stuff or something.
Yeah, it could be.
You know what it's like.
Oh yeah. Music visualizer, apps on Google Play, but they don't have it in the App Store. Looks like.
I might have had it on there.
For it.
I might have had it on Android.
Yeah, it's definitely in the Google Play Store.
I never got the HDMI thing to work on the Android, and you know the I've only gotten secondhand iPhones.
Well, I want to try. Now that I have two OPZs that I can sync together, I want to try adding some graphics to the Unity engine. It has a Unity engine graphics channel that you can sequence along with your music. And then all you do is hook your phone to a projector and your graphics are synced. Yeah, the OPZ.
Yeah. I nearly got one because of that.
And the DMX lighting channel too. You buy some DMX lights and you can sync those as well.
What about do you know Unity?
I used stuff in it that was amazing, but I've never programmed in it. So
that was that was another one of my road to hell moments where I thought if I got this OPZ, I could design my own visualizations that are not as normal stuff, and I could make it pulsate and do what I want. And then I realized you got to get the extra dongle to get the MIDI out on the pipe, and then it's like, how big is it? And then it's like, and I just thought, no, I don't want it.
Yeah. The graphics in Unreal are better anyway.
Yeah, but I mean,
I saw some
anything goes nowadays.
Holy shit!
You know, all that, you can have all that 90s warp video CGI nowadays, and it still looks good.
Well, it's funny that I just, Mike Metley was doing some live concert on Second Life the other day, and I tried to join, and I haven't used Second Life for like 15 years. So I had to log in, create an account, download everything, all that shit, and then finally get in there. And I go, well, where the fuck is he hiding here? I can't find his little island. And finally I found it, and no one's there. And but I was cruising around, and I mean the graphics are definitely much better than they used to be, but it's still a pretty primitive environment.
Well, it's at the end of the day, we're sat here with keyboards and mice, and that's the bottom line. It's difficult to get any, with the 3D stuff, it's difficult to get. I mean, look at Jean-Michel Jarre. He's got so many resources available, and yet he did that.
Oh, that live concert was so bad.
That Notre Dame thing.
Oh my God.
It was like, cheese-tastic. Look, it's Jean-Michel Jarre and his Long Johns.
Yeah.
They're looking really cool.
Well, it's funny too because most people aren't doing it in VR; they're just on a screen. So then they have to move their character to make sure their character looks like they're looking at another character, so they're engaging.
I mean,
it's like, hey, look at this.
it needs to be done to push the next phases, but I mean, the nearest you can get, people kept busy, didn't they, having remote dancing when the plague was on. They had Zoom meetings where everyone was having a disco, but they were all in separate little cubicles.
Yeah.
But I think that Apple AR thing is going to change all that once they introduce a cheaper one.
Probably, because anything's better than what Meta was doing. That 3D stuff was terrible. Oh, man. It's basically Nintendo Mii's like 10 years later with some really cheesy crap.
I'd watch that Zuckerberg Musk fight if only one of them was allowed to leave the pit.
It should be to the death, I think, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Not just, oh, I give up. Somebody has to lose for real.
It's not like a nightclub,
Yeah.
2 in, 1 out.
Well, it's so funny too because Zuckerberg's obviously been working out and taking martial arts and stuff, so he'd kick that guy's ass. Musk
Who?
is a big oaf.
Yeah, but he
Zuckerberg.
snaps his fingers. If he's, give him 3 months, give him 6 months, and he might beat him. Give him 3 months.
I don't think
and he
so.
beat-
He's a big oaf. He's so out of shape. It would take a miracle for him to get in shape.
Yeah, as in personal trainers, all
He'd
the
have to
best.
take one of
fucking-
those quick those drugs that celebrities are taking now to lose weight in Hollywood.
What, cocaine?
No, there's some new drug that's floating around. I forgot what it's called, but it's this new quick another something for nothing, like a free ride drug, which is some people are gonna probably die from years from now. And I forgot the name of it, but it's this new thing that all the celebrities are taking and getting jacked from it.
There's a really funny. It's actually really funny. It's about VR and uploading your consciousness into another life. It's a comedy series called Upload, and in the background, on some of the episodes in the background, they're in a hospital and they're walking around, and it's got vape wards this way, just as a normal sign.
Wow.
And it's just a little nod. It's not like preachy or anything. It's really subtle, and there's some really funny moments in it.
I mean, it's true. The
recommend it.
vaping is still doing damage. So
I mean, I'm being honest. I'm just a plant. I don't like all the. What does Bill Hicks say? You self-righteous non-smokers. I'd stop smoking if I thought I wouldn't become one of you.
I mean, it's great that he didn't care and just did his thing and stuff. That's his
Yeah,
personality.
and he died.
But it's a shame because then he died because of
32.
it, and we want to have more of his stuff. So
Well, it was pancreatic. It was
yeah,
pancreatic.
but did it spread from somewhere else though? I mean, it might have metastasized, right?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it probably not, but I mean, usually pancreatic is very specific, but it can spread from other places too. So because if pancreatic didn't get him, I guarantee lung cancer would have gotten him.
Well, both my granddads smoked like 40 a day, and they were both in their 30s when they died.
Yeah.
No money messing. They were in the 70s.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
Nan
so
was
people,
like,
I mean, my
Nan was in her
grandparents.
80s. She was down to 1 a day after the pacemaker went in.
My grandparents were smokers, drinkers, the works, bad diet, all kinds of bullshit, and still my grandma lived till 90.
Do you know much about epigenetics?
Somewhat, but I didn't study it that much. I studied more. I was pre-med for a while, but I got more into wildlife biology and plants and stuff more than human stuff. So.
Oh no.
So I mean,
epigenetics is intrinsic to genetics, all genetics.
No, I know, but I mean, there's certain things that humans have that are always going to be different than other species, and so when you study human genetics, you have to be more specific about it.
From my perspective, at the moment, see the way I put that in as a conditional thing.
Yeah.
From my perspective at the moment, epigenetics is a way of organic life, a way of it learning and adapting to its environment a lot more readily than purely random mutation. I don't think purely random mutation. I don't think evolution is 100% random mutation. I think with epigenetics, experience can dictate biological behavior in generations to come from what it's experienced in that particular lifespan.
I mean, I haven't read up on the latest stuff. Some of my biology is pretty old now because I don't read all the latest literature and stuff. But
I mean, it's
some of that stuff
obvious,
sounds
really.
almost Lamarckian, where basically, people
Yeah,
are doing stuff.
he is now been accepted as being onto something, but he was barking up the wrong tree.
Yeah, because some of his ideas, like the giraffe continues to stretch its neck over time, and then the next offspring has a longer neck, and the next it's kind of wacky ideas, right?
Oh no, that's been proven with foxes in 40-year-old experiment.
Are you sure?
Yeah. What they did, they got wild foxes, and they got the most passive one or ones, and selectively bred the passive ones, and within I think 3 generations, their tails started getting shorter, and their physiological. There was a physiological shift in the legs, and the temperament obviously changed because of the selective breeding. But other
Well, also you
other
have to consider where they're from too,
physical
because there's regional differences. There's a thing called Bergman's rule about body size based on latitude, and Allen's rule based on limb size based on latitude.
Well, this was in a lot. This was in cages.
It was all in one place. Yeah, right.
It was disgusting regarding animal welfare. But it was a 40-year experiment, and they had incredible. It was like domesticating a dog. It took a lot shorter time from wild to domesticated or semi-domesticated than they thought. Really interesting project. It was a documentary I watched, but I don't know any sources. But epigenetics is interesting in the way that, like, if you were a teenager during a famine, there was this was in a Swedish community. I think it was Swedish. They had a famine, but if the grandchildren from those teenagers in that famine had a propensity towards obesity and overeating. And there was correlation between them. And there was a rough experiment that is it Darnan O'Brien, the comedian scientist who does that quiz show. He did some science experiment live, and basically the genetic expression of a guy changed from the blood test after 10 minutes on a push bike. The histone molecules wrapped around the DNA determined what was triggered and what wasn't. Like all that junk DNA that isn't really junk. We just call it junk because
there's the introns and stuff.
But the control of that, the histones wrapped around, is the what the science of epigenetics is now forming into, is the study of those. What I look at as shepherd molecules around the DNA. And that is also part of, I say learning, but you know what I mean. It's adapting, but it's preemptive, but only to the environment in which the organisms have experienced. And that can...
some of that, the problem with some of that stuff, it gets metaphysical to me. I'm not too sure about that. I know they're doing research on it.
I try and keep away from the metaphysical until some of the metaphysical perhaps might be semi-explained by some of the scientific stuff, but no, it's only like 20-year-old science, but it's very important.
But I mean, is it published in major journals, or is it some kind of fringy
stuff? Yeah, it's big now. They're trying to map. They thought there was a circle jerk when they mapped the human genome,
right?
Because they thought they could control it,
right?
But that was just the start, And what they've looked at they're mapping the epigenome now, because they can then do the old Brave New World thing and switch on and off genes rather than.
Well, the problem with that approach, evolution would be a hell of a lot faster than it is, and it's not. It's a very slow process.
No, you could say with just random mutation, evolution would be a hell of a lot slower than it is now.
But just studying what they've studied over time, with maybe more primitive stuff, not stuff from today. The the fossil record, a lot of stuff has not fucking changed for a hell of a long time. And if epigenetics is such a strong force, you would think you would see a more obvious change much more drastically in the fossil record than you see.
What you have to give me something to grab onto. I don't know what you mean.
Well, because the fossil record as it's known until, again, I'm not up on the latest stuff in the last 10 years or whatever, because I don't read all the journal articles like I used to, but the fossil record as it's known in general in the scientific community it shows very slow progress. You know, Stephen Jay Gould was talking about punctuated equilibrium. I have his little spurts of like growth and stuff like that. And other guys had some other ideas on stuff, but it's definitely not a fast process. It's definitely not a glacial process necessarily, but it's a very slow process based on, you know, ecological pressures, in some cases social pressures from certain animals, since plants don't have social pressure. But there's it's a slow process. It's not something fast. Like when you do something like artificial selection, like we've done with dog breeds, you know, in like 200
but
years,
they're only
we've
250
created so
years
many
old.
damn breeds of dogs from some original dogs because we're totally controlling the pathway. You know, we're directing it. Oh, we like these traits. We're going to breed for that trait. We're going to breed for that trait, breed for that trait.
Yeah.
And we're controlling the shit out of it, whereas nature usually does that the very slow way. Through you know, isolation, through
But the key is adaptability, and adaptability, the rate of adaptability, just because it's slow doesn't mean that it's not working.
True, but then what is driving this? If epigenetics is such a real thing, then why is it only
equilibrium.
recently they've discovered some of these things you're explaining that I'm not that familiar with? So it was never in any of the literature I read in college or subsequent to that, because I followed up on it for many years
Well,
after
it
that.
was
I got sidetracked.
What did they call it? Pseudo. It was pseudoscience.
Yeah, exactly.
Till like around about 20 years ago, around the millennium.
That's why I need to read some modern stuff on it and see what the general take is on it, because
I mean, it's not. I'm not into Sky Daddy and all that stuff. I don't.
No,
like
I
that.
get it. Yeah, I get it.
I think that's a cop out.
If it's in legit,
ironically,
peer-reviewed articles and it has some weight to it, then obviously it doesn't just show up in there. It's not like politics where it's what somebody paid to get done or somebody forced in somewhere. It has to go through a body to be analyzed and to be ratified. And
peer review.
Yeah, peer review is huge. That's a lot of people don't understand about science. They go, "You guys just can't make up your mind. You change your mind here. You have this opinion. This opinion is second. Not opinion. It's based on fucking tons of evidence.
Well, unless it's funded.
Research.
Unless it's funded well.
Well, obviously there's graft and all kinds of shit, right? But it's I'm talking about the real stuff. The stuff that appears in like the journal Science or the journal like the medical journal Lancet or the journal, you know, these different like real Nature, these real journals that are not just,
you know, just science
magazine.
What's it called? New Scientist. I used to love it. Yeah. And then one day I'm looking through it and literally half the magazine was adverts for jobs. Half. And the front was all basically research, advertising the latest jobs, and then the back was all the latest jobs. And that's the bee in my bonnet about science. You know, it's very career focused. It's not research and science as its original. You know, it's science is an exploratory discipline, and a lot of the fringe science needs funding. That's all that bothers me, really. Even if it's bollocks, it needs to be proven to be bollocks. But it needs, you know, the funding is the important thing with science for me, especially now we're having species. Actually, no, it's biocide. What would you call it?
Well, yeah, we're certainly
biosphere.
we're certainly
It will
creating
get back.
extinction events all over the
Yeah.
place.
Yeah.
I mean, in my lifetime, we killed off the passenger pigeon.
That was you, was it?
Well, yeah, exactly. We killed off Carolina parakeet. I think was killed off.
There's about a couple of hundred a day, I think, going extinct.
Yeah, there are tons, and that's why they're so worried about Hawaii being such a sensitive ecosystem and not allowing like snakes to get a foothold that were never there, and rodents and stuff to get a foothold that shouldn't be there. But of course, they follow humanity, so it's really hard to do. Just like they have a rabbit problem in Australia. There's supposed to be fucking rabbits in Australia. They're supposed to be all marsupials. So,
that's an inevitability if boats. It's boats.
Yeah, it's just all animal husbandry gone wrong. Like we don't control them well enough. Some people don't care; they let them out. Some people bring animals they bring the mitten crabs out here and all the waterways because
I know what you're saying.
The community wants to eat mitten crabs, and the mitten crabs come and fucking take over.
It's like the understanding of ecology. One example was the mosquito thing with Edward Goldsmith, the guy who founded the Green Party in the UK.
Oh, I can't remember the name of the person, but I know a little bit about the Green Party.
Edward Teddy Goldsmith, but his book, The Way, an Ecological Worldview, it has something interesting in it about mosquitoes. Mosquitoes used to be a canopy species, which would infect primates, which would get a cold or whatever and get better. And that was their lot. Remove the trees and the mosquitoes find the best host they can, which is human.
Still going after primates. Here we go.
and find, they overbreed and we get that. So instead of looking at the ecological problem, they try and genetically modify mosquitoes or do whatever they do using whatever's in vogue. When if you look at the bigger picture, it's just a matter of ecological balance. It's the same with midges in Scotland and in the UK. There's an imbalance in the ecosystems, and that's all it is.
Sure. Yeah.
But trying to resolve it in any other way than restoring that is folly to me.
And it's hard. Like some areas can't be restored. There's a tropical rainforest. When you've clear cut, the soil is so bad, it's baked clay. It's never coming back. You've just fucked it. It's not even good farmland. So it's like you ruin the area forever as far as basic humanity goes. Obviously, things can change over a long period of time, but
but
it's not going to look pretty. You put a deficit in the local microclimate because the forest creates a microclimate, whether people like it or not.
But we get lovely end cheeks on our synthesizers.
Well, there's that, and also here's the thing: the smart places have gotten used to harvesting Brazil nuts, harvesting certain things in situ that you don't have to clear cut and destroy things. You harvest things as they grow naturally.
Yeah, but you can't get machines to. Machines cannot. Machines need that monoculture to be successful in its harvest.
Right, you have to have human labor to do it, or whatever.
Well, or machines,
or special machines that do the destruction.
Human labor. You mean all these people lying about doing nothing, being work shy fops when there's work to be done?
Basically, yeah. I mean, kind of, sort of.
You're right. But have you ever seen those machines that can now pick apples? Robots.
No, but I'm sure there's all kinds of really clever stuff out there.
They're trying to create all this pollution by making these machines and operating them in order to make so-called environmentally friendly
Yeah,
apple harvesting.
there's a weird
What?
balance there. It's just like the whole, people talk about green energy, but how many electric cars are actually charged off of green energy?
Oh
Around
yeah, but
here, not that many. Palo Alto's pretty good about enforcing green energy, but most of the Californians I know that have
well, and
electric cars are powering off a fossil fuel grid. So where's the fucking green energy there?
and Jim talked about that as well with the energy it takes to make a car versus
Yeah,
its
that, and
useful
also the
lifetime.
polluting
It's
process of mining lithium and disposing of lithium when it's expired.
externalities. Well, that's the thing. Out of sight, out of mind is what this first world's based on.
Yeah.
Out of sight, out of mind, but it's the same problem. There's a really good old video now called "The Story of Stuff," and this woman was like, "Why is this radio $4? How can it possibly be $4?"
Yeah.
And she goes into the whole thing and talks about anything from perceived obsolescence to inbuilt obsolescence, to the whole industry. It's very interesting. But they say knowledge is power, but it's also a big fucking burden.
Yeah.
Because
you can take the knowledge and use it for bad. It doesn't always happen for good.
Well, just knowing, I've been looking at this environmental crisis since I was like 17.
Yeah, I was way into. I was like a.
Nothing has changed.
I was a hardcore tree hugger. Shouting at the rooftops, from the rooftops kind of person. And after a while, I kind of realized that people are basically gloom and doom, don't give a fuck. They're selfish, and they're just going to do whatever they want to do.
I was watching. I went to demos and all that kind of stuff, but I wasn't shouting about it because the people involved seemed to have something really quite unhealthy about them psychologically. There was, I didn't think any of the communities, from the aristocracy to the, to the tree huggers, the whole thing is there's something that's they're all unable to manipulate or control, regardless of what they believe and what they think and what they do.
Well, they're also conflicted too, because even within a group of people, like say animal rights people, which I'm a big animal rights person, but I'm a hypocrite on a certain level. I'm a vegetarian, but I still do other stuff that's not conducive to animal rights.
Yeah, but that's a lifestyle choice.
Well, I live in modern society. It's really hard to disconnect, right? I do the least amount of harm I can, but I can't stop it all. But some people get all weird about it, like we had this thing, we were talking about foxes earlier. There's a red fox problem here because they're not native. They were brought here for sport and for whatever.
Hang on, you're Irish and Scandinavian, aren't you? You're not native.
You know what I mean? This
yeah.
You want, obviously humans shouldn't be here, but we are. But you want to maintain, as much as because you want to mess up the other system for the other animals that were here long before we were here. The different birds and the different mammals and all that shit, and the plants. Well, when foxes came out here and they started doing very, very well, and so when they started attacking endangered species, like in Palo Alto, the California clapper rail, which is endangered because of huge loss of habitat, predation by fucking foxes and other normal predators that were here. And so animal rights people go, well, you can't go kill the foxes. I'm like, why can't we? It's not fucking supposed to be here, and the goddamn clapper rail is going to go extinct. Oh, but they're so cute and fuzzy, and you're mean, and all this kind of stuff. I'm like, then you don't care about the animals. You only care about the warm and fuzzies. You don't care about the biosphere. You don't care about which animals are supposed to be here based on biology. And it's not even a squatter's rights thing. It's just the way we try to maintain things. That's why if you've seen some of the walks I've done at Edgewood Park and serpentine grassland in the area, it's a lot of native plants here that are slowly being encroached by the introduction of the plants slowly adapt to the chemistry here, which was different in the soil, like the oats and the ryegrass and the various other weeds that got here from Europe with all the settlers and stuff. And it's just a matter of time, just like the rabbits in Australia. Things come out and take over and make a big mess. But the chemistry of the soil actually helped keep those plants back for a long time because they didn't grow that well in the hardcore, low calcium, high magnesium soil of serpentine grassland. So when over time they do evolve, though they do adapt. So now if you go to some of the areas I used to see that didn't have all these fucking grasses, they're now encroaching upon the areas that were normally protected by the chemistry because they evolved. They got used to, after being here for several hundred years, it was very easy for them to adapt to the soil. But the Clapper Rail still has a problem with red foxes, and we still have a community of people that don't want you to hunt the red foxes because you can't hurt them. They're little fuzzy foxes. It's like, fuck the foxes. They're not supposed to be here.
We look with disgust at people who eat dogs in the Far East.
Sure.
And lots of people in the Far East look at us with disgust because we eat cows.
Sure.
You know, cows and dogs are complex mammals, and neither of them are more or less important. You know, and if you've ever lived near farms or whatever with roaming cattle or whatever, with cattle that are free, you can see how complex their social structures are.
Well, of course. And humans want to put ourselves above all those animals, and we're just as readily made food as anything else. So
but it's like when you dehumanize your fellow human, and they end up being victims of massacres or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Hatred and all that. It's the same with de-animalizing the animals,
Yeah.
And
you anthropomorphize them and try to go, they're just like us. Look at that.
But we don't just anthropomorphize. People who say we anthropomorphize them need to look at animal consciousness and how similar to ours it is, as well as how different it is.
And they were here way before us. So if anything, we're like them. So.
Yeah, but the important point for me is that they are complex mammals with complex consciousness, and that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, but people can't even get past the basic thing with the fox and the rail, like I was talking about. They don't give a shit about consciousness of a wild animal. They can't even give a shit about the animal existing in a normal habitat.
It's not a point of if we're fucked; it's when we're fucked, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
And,
it's heading that way whether we like it or not. And a lot of people say, "Oh, that's all gloom and doom," but our behavior is proof.
We've got Sciurus carolinensis, is it?
The gray squirrel.
Yeah, we've got that over here. And here's the thing about the ecology again. The lynx, we killed all of our predators apart from the fox, which is a kind of little bit cat, little bit dog.
Sure.
It's really good. I like foxes for their tenacity.
It's like a cat and a dog affair all in one.
Ducking and a diving between the domesticated species.
We had one of the zoo I used to work at. They're really fun. I like foxes a lot.
The lynx can't catch the red squirrels because they're more agile than the greys. Yeah. So if the lynx were reintroduced, they hate leaving woodlands as well. But the industry the farmers are scared of sheep getting ragged, and yet just use forensics to see if they are getting ragged and compensate them. It's not.
So you guys didn't have any kind of rodents there already? No squirrels, no.
Oh no, we've got red squirrels. Yeah, we've got.
You already had some. Okay, right.
Rats. Yeah.
Yeah.
Usual stuff, but it's the grey squirrel, because it carries a disease with it. It eats more. It predates. It kills the reds.
Yeah, exactly.
And
an old story.
They're cute, but the greys are cute until you see the reds, and then they turn into bushy-tailed tree rats.
Yeah.
But there is a big problem because of I looked it all up about the legalities of of culling them, and it's a last resort. Is killing them.
Yeah.
But it's it's a drop in the ocean
Sure.
regarding the whole balance. Although rewilding
like,
has become a common phrase.
Well, it's like people want to get permission to go kill animals on the Galapagos because they're not supposed to be there. The sheep and stuff, goats or whatever, they're not supposed to be there. Causing a big problem. But the animal rights people say, well, the crazy animal rights, not the scientifically minded animal rights people, go like, you can't do that. You can't kill those animals. What did they do? It's like they're not supposed to be there. They're killing off all the flora on the island.
Speaking of lifestyle choices and ethics, are there any are there any vegan refugees, do you think?
No, if you're desperate, you're going to eat anything.
Exactly.
I mean, religiously they would be. Some are religiously vegan, but if you're starving, you're starving. They're not going to.
It's a lifestyle choice.
Yeah.
Which is being managed nicely now with all of the industry, the plastic wrapped replacement stuff.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I was vegan in college, and
I've been vegan.
I miss cheese too much, so I went back to that because
I used to live communally with vegans, and that was fine. Cooking, cheap,
food is
delicious.
great too. Yeah, if you know what you're doing, the food is amazing.
But now I'm a selective omnivore.
Yeah.
Or an adaptive omnivore.
Well, if I lived in Japan, I would have a hell of a hard time being vegetarian because I found very little stuff when I was there. Well, first time I was there, I was carnivore. Second time I was there, I was hardcore, mostly vegetarian, but a little bit vegan.
Omnivore, by the way. You weren't a carnivore because you had bread and that, didn't you?
Well, you know what I mean. It's when I was a kid, I ate meat more than anything. Too. I was actually mostly carnivore. But yeah, of course I'm an omnivore. But the Japan was very tough because everything has some kind of seafood in it. Dashi broth, bonito flakes, some kind of fucking shrimp, fish, something, and anything you get, except for a handful of things and maybe some specialty stores. Now things have changed because I know there's chains of restaurants have opened over there that are vegan, that are very small, and there's more of an awareness for certain people that like that kind of stuff to have more choices. But man, the first time I was there, it was fucking tough.
Yeah, but it was probably better. It was probably better ecologically to have eaten local fish. Locally fished fish over there.
Well, the problem is that, like any other culture,
though,
they have to go further out to fish every year, right? So pretty soon, that's why they wanted that krill market in Antarctica, because here's some more food that we can plunder and not care much about the environment where we're getting it from.
I know it's past,
And of course, don't get me started on the dolphin stuff where they rope off a bay and kill those dolphins.
Isn't it? It's past its sell-by date, this planet, isn't it?
Yeah. It's pretty sad. And I have one of the ladies I worked with at Nikon, she grew up in Japan, and she remembers in school getting a chunk of actual whale meat in her lunchbox in school. And I said, was it any good? She goes, no, it was terrible, but this is what we ate. I'm like, so why do they eat it? Because it's tradition. It wasn't even good. And the whole reason they still whale and fight the IWC on whaling, just like Norway does, is they say, well, it's a cultural thing and we eat what we catch and all this kind of stuff. But people I've talked to have eaten whale, they didn't even like it. So what the fuck?
Yeah, well, that goes back to when there was more ecological balance. It's just a useless tradition now.
Yeah, I mean, Inuits obviously have to do it. That's what they have to eat up there. Seals and whales.
Traditions.
And all that
there you go. There's a book. Toxic traditions, because a lot of traditions are based on ecological balance, aren't they? They had to be, or we wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
But a lot of them aren't. Like killing everything that's a predator in the UK.
But it's just the whole thing is generally sad to me anyway. Cause people like the warm fuzzy thing I talked about, or the I won't eat. Like I obviously never want to eat dogs either. I love dogs; they're great companions, and we created them. I mean, we basically invented them out of a wild species of wolf. But so we owe them some stewardship because we created the goddamn breed. But
Well, that's the word there, stewardship.
yeah.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the argument that I won't eat them because they're smart or whatever, cute and fuzzy, isn't good enough because there are plenty of other animals out there that are very smart that people eat, or they're cute and fuzzy that people eat. And so it's a weird kind of. I mean, I
Well,
understand the argument. I don't feel it, but I understand why some people say it. But it's that mindset is still not going to help them out in the long run. They're still going to.
there's an apocryphal tale of a community that came to Britain who were vegan. It might have been Indian actually, but they were suffering from certain deficiencies of nutrients.
Yeah, you got to know what you're eating if
Over
you're getting
here.
those diets. Yeah.
But they were eating the same stuff. But the thing is, while they were gathering it wild and on the doorsteps and nurtured, what do you call it? Horticultured. They were eating insects, without knowing it, and having tons, like what cows do when they're at pasture. They eat tons of biomass that's not vegetable, and that introduces loads of different things into the diets. And because we gas our stuff like lettuce and that, before they clean it all, water it, and then gas it and wrap it, it sterilizes it effectively when you buy it from the shops. And so there's problems there with restricting your diet in one place and restricting your diet in another.
I try about as little stuff for farmers markets if I can, or like a good, Whole Foods is pretty good, even though they're a big chain.
That's one good thing around here. There's an electric cow about 5 minutes from here, and it's the only one in Scotland. It's a huge refrigerator that has organic milk from a farm that Robbie Burns used to work at, and that gets piped in, both fully leaded and semi-leaded. But it's still pasteurized. It's still semi sterilized.
Well, that's to avoid lawsuits and stuff.
Yeah, brucellosis, which is rare.
You give people stuff that they're not smart enough to take care of it the right way, and they get sick, they're going to try and sue you. So.
Yeah, but it's a different product. That's my point as well.
Yeah,
it's a different product. Lots of enzymes and stuff have changed, but then again, there's a whole.
Well, people get their carrots and they peel their carrots, and there's certain skins of certain, roots and vegetables and fruits and stuff that you do want to eat. Like I see people peeling grapes and eating them. It's like, eat the fucking skin. What are you doing? I know it might be a little bit bitter, but there's a lot of good shit in that skin.
Well, we're eating like, kings and queens of medieval courts and that.
Yeah.
If we want lobster and caviar, you pop down to the local supermarket here and they've got it.
Yeah.
It's all, it's ridiculous. And I counted once, at least 50 different kinds of milk.
Yeah.
In the supermarket. What? But then, we've seen such changes over our lifetimes, it's more difficult to acknowledge in people who don't notice these things, or who think it's better because there was more choice. There was less choice then, more choice isn't necessarily better.
Yeah, that's true.
We're just a bit more fussy. I don't like salt and vinegar.
I mean, I'm pretty damn picky in general, even when I ate meat and plenty of other stuff I shouldn't eat that I don't anymore. But
I eat mostly vegetarian, I must admit. I always have done.
But even when I ate all that stuff, I was very picky. Like, I think I had in my whole life maybe 3 McDonald's hamburgers. I hated their fucking hamburgers. I made them from home. Or my mom would make them, or I'd go to a good restaurant to get them. I would not get them at a shit place like that.
That little amount, God.
Yeah, because I don't like them. I love burgers. I eat them like they're going out of style. I just won't eat them there.
Yeah.
Now, consequently, I ate their fucking chicken nuggets were also pretty bad, but at least it was different than their horrible burgers that they had. So I just got spoiled having really good burgers growing up. So I learned to make my own, or my mom was making it, I'm making it, whatever it is, even as a kid.
I think the connection between mechanized food and real food, you know, they don't call organic food normal and the rest mechanized.
Yeah, it should be a normal food. Exactly.
You know,
right.
And that's what I just stick to. I just eat what I think I've probably evolved to eat.
Yeah.
Over the last God knows how long. You know, some people are lactose intolerant, then work it out, you know. But it's a minefield and it's very difficult. And then again, it's a lifestyle choice, isn't it? If you've got that choice.
Yeah, if you having the choice in that case is nice because you know, some of it's for environmental reasons, some of it's for animal rights reasons, some of it's for health reasons, and there are other reasons too. Some people just feel better about it. You know,
it's admirable. You know, like vegan. If you're veganism, it's admirable.
I mean,
don't fool yourself into thinking it makes a difference.
No, it doesn't. In the long, it's. I mean, it's because I don't have a lot of power. You know, I vote and all that kind of stuff, but I don't have a lot of power. So I'm at least doing a small dent with those choices there that I have no other control over anything else. So in that sense, it's doing something, but it's the same as, you know, and I jump up on the Earth, and according to laws of physics, the Earth moved a little bit because I jumped up on it. But how much is that? Tiny little bit, you know.
I think it is consumed. It is, you know, we do work en masse, but within the little bubble of the self, it's the same with. I always remember Chomsky, you know, Saint Chomsky saying, someone asked him, "How do we stop terrorism?" And he said, "Stop participating in it."
Yeah, exactly. Don't stir people up, because a lot of that is dissent against stuff we've done for years.
Well, we feed it. You know, VAT. You know why that was invented?
No, I have no idea.
For the war machine.
No, it makes sense.
That was it. And it's still going.
I thought it was just fuckers lining their pockets in general. So.
Well, it's complicated, but that was essentially the history of it, because I looked it up the other day. I was like, where does it come from? Why has it got that such a stupid name, like you said?
And value. It's got some value.
But that's where it came from.
Wow.
We need it in an emergency to quote, defend ourselves or whatever.
Yeah.
And
so with all that extra money, you guys should have more guns over there. What happened? You guys got to catch up. We've got all the guns over here.
we skimped a bit on the certain things. No, it's a mess.
Yeah.
But it's nice talking about it, you know.
Yeah. You got to talk about this shit. So.
I hope you've still got some people left in the pub.
Yeah, they're fading, but it probably should kill it, because I know people need to go to bed and I need to go do some stuff. I haven't.
Yeah, I do too.
I had fun doing this, but I also decided not to do some of the things to do this. I said, it's a worthy sacrifice. It's fun. I like doing this stuff.
Well, it's nice to have a chat, and now it's all out on YouTube.
Yeah.
I don't think anything's been contentious, really.
Nah.
No.
It's the same as you know, maybe a little less profanity than on Kent's Pub, but basically the same thing.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, got to get in some good profanity before it ends. Yeah. Fucking hell.
How's that?
Exactly.
Yeah. That felt good. I'll do that again. Oh, I do feel bad for telling Mike Medley to fuck off. I do really do.
Oh, come on.
I know, but part of me's...
he has a good sense of humor. He's cool about it. So.
Part of me won't let that lie.
If anything, you should feel bad about him getting COVID, because he was just trying to have fun at the show and he got fucking COVID like a lot of other people did.
Well, it's all those playing the keyboards and all of that, all of those deposits on the
which is
modular.
Shocking, because I went to 2 NAMs and a Synthplex and I got no fucking COVID.
No, but you might have done. Look, you can get it and not have any symptoms.
It is possible I got it, but I did test myself several
What's
times
that?
here and there.
Who's Dave Chappelle?
Yeah.
He said on stage that he got it and he didn't have any symptoms. You know, he was.
You can't be asymptomatic. It's true. But it's
Um,
not usually my nature to be asymptomatic. I get viruses all the time. I got the crazy symptoms. I got H1N1 like a motherfucker. That was the worst thing I ever had. And
well, it's between you and your immune system, isn't it? In the end,
that's what I'm saying. I'm not magic. So how did I dodge that bullet when I got H1N1? I got
you can't predict
all kinds of other stuff that should have been triggered. I mean, it is one of those things that could happen.
Red Means Recording got it as well.
Yeah.
He even showed us the pregnancy testing.
Yeah, his test. Yeah, right. But yeah, no, I took those and I didn't have anything, and I had times I didn't, feel 100% during the last few years, but I didn't even get a cold, and I attribute that to wearing the fucking mask all the time because, wash my hands, alcohol prep, and wearing the mask. I didn't. One of the great side effects is no bad breath from other people. That was awesome. But also, I didn't even get a fucking cold that I remember.
The thing about viruses, though, is they change so often.
They do,
and our immune systems are constantly changing them.
Yeah.
That you can't measure how you react to any of them.
And that's why unless you're got some weird risk factors stuff, it's smart to take the vaccines because you don't know how you're going to react.
You're going to end up like that Omega man, aren't you?
Yeah, right. bunch of pale people trying to hunt me down with glowing eyes.
Yeah, or the terrible remake. I am Legend.
So I don't like Will Smith in general, not just because of the slap, but in general, it's just kind of a piece of shit. But that could have been a decent movie. It just wasn't done well. It's the humanoid characters were way too cartoony. Like, yes, you could be strong. Yes, you can be fast, but they were like aliens. They did impossible things.
Well, it was a bit
just like the zombies in World War Z, which were making pyramids against the building, against the.
Have you read the book?
The book is excellent. The movie sucks ass.
I agree.
Yeah.
The book is amazing.
Yeah.
And it's nothing to do with the film.
But I knew they were going to fuck it up because it's a Hollywood production. So.
I think they mentioned like a few places from the book, but that's all.
There's little threads from the book.
I didn't make the comparison. It was just like this is going to put people off a really good book.
Yeah. Also, he wrote the Zombie Survival Guide, which is very funny. Read that.
I'll look for that in a charity shop.
Yeah. Max Brooks. It's Mel Brooks' son.
All right.
That's why he's good. He's got a great lineage. But yeah, I obviously spent a lot of money in that movie. The technology was there. They had the cachet from the cast to draw an audience, but some CGI assholes decided to make everything look like a particle system.
Well, maybe now Apple have gone Scorsese, and we'll see the collapse of Disney or whatever, and they'll rebuild making good films.
Well, it's only a matter of time. If you saw the original Marvel and the original Star Wars lineup of all the shows and movies they planned from Comic-Con, and then what actually ended up getting made because they had to cancel everything.
Hey, cancel culture, innit?
No, but they just had to cancel because there was no interest. They overestimated the audience because Solo did poorly. Rise of Skywalker was fucking terrible. And then these shows suddenly went, well, maybe these shows aren't going to take off. We screwed up on the movies. So, but then you have Ahsoka's okay. It's not my favorite, but it's okay.
What I did?
Obi-Wan one was pretty lame.
Something happened to me during the Force Awakens. I realized I was just watching entertainment, and I separated it from the mythology that molded my childhood.
Yeah.
and I just watched it and enjoyed it. The first one,
It was fun.
first
Yeah,
new
it was
one.
fun.
But
But
watching Ahsoka,
it was leading you to think, oh shit, I kind of like this, but I can see this is not going to go well.
yeah.
Especially with the whole Han Solo thing, that was bullshit.
Oh, it's but watching Ahsoka, which I have been doing, it's interesting because I've watched the Clone Wars and all that. What's the other one? Rebels.
Yeah,
I
I watched a piece of Clone Wars, but not much else.
I thought that the Mandalorian female in the Mandalorian series was totally justified, because I knew the character.
Yeah.
And she wasn't out of place. And the other characters in the new one, they've got no charisma.
They're not. Yeah, they're not very good.
They've got no charisma.
Although
It's as
she's
simple
good
as
with
that.
Ahsoka. She's pretty good at Ahsoka.
Yeah, but the kid was better. The mini
Yeah.
Ahsoka. But
Yeah.
they might be doing that deliberately because, she'll get more emotional as she... Did you see the latest one?
I think
Spoiler
I'm off
alert.
by an episode.
Hey,
But what's a real bummer is that guy Ray Stevenson died, man. He was great. I like Ray Stevenson.
Yeah.
Do you ever see Rome?
No. It's that with all of the...
It's a
lewd
miniseries.
stuff.
It's like 2 seasons.
Isn't it got horses in sexual positions and stuff?
Not so much, but he plays this character called
Not so
Titus
much.
Pullo. I mean, it's Rome, so they're going to show some decadence, right? But he plays this character called Titus Pullo. He's fucking great. It's just some great characters in that show, Rome. And he was also great as the Blackbeard in Black Sails, pirate show.
Oh, right. I remember the image for that looked really good with the guy's arms crossed and the shadow looking like a skull and crossbones.
The show, I mean, the show, it's pulpy, but had great score by Bear McCreary. Lots of like hurdy-gurdy and other cool like music in it, and then it's just got great pulp. So sex and violence, the stuff you expect from a fucking pirate thing. Way better than Pirates of the Caribbean and all that stuff, which is just silly.
Well, there's a new anime that's turned into live action recently. I watched one of those. Oh,
I've heard about that, but I don't know too much about it.
No, I'm not going to say anything about it except that
it's more
refreshing.
Aimed at kids, right? It's kind of aimed at kids.
No. You might think that at the start, but it's refreshing. You just think one piece. There we go. In Glasgow, that means one sandwich.
Yeah.
No, they did a really good job. I've not seen the anime, but
I've heard all about it, but I don't know anything about it. I'm so out of the anime.
I watched the last anime attempt, and that was shite. But
my anime choices are pretty slim. I like Akira, Ghost in the Shell, and a couple other things that were just kind of, super
no
famous.
Legend of the Overfiend.
And of course the Overfiend, because that's a classic. You got to throw some hentai stuff in there. So
that's gobsmackingly.
It's funny
horrific.
as fuck. It's just so funny. I just couldn't stop laughing watching that.
Well, it's horrific thinking about the people who made it and designed it. What the fuck?
There's even worse stuff obviously than that. I mean, the tentacle porn is
Vampire
one thing,
Hunter D.
But I had some weird friends that liked all kinds of weird stuff, and they were sending me stuff of like amputees crying porn. Like, what the fuck is this? How did this become hentai? It's animated, so it's like, oh, it's just animation. No, it looks pretty real, and it's fucking sick.
I remembered watching it as a teenager, I think, and I can only remember the demon bits. It was really good, demon.
Well, there's a great CD-ROM that came out in the 90s called Cosmology of Kyoto, all about back when Kyoto was the capital city, and it's basically a little adventure game made in Director where you basically go around and people come up and to give you trials, and do you give them coins, or are you rude to them, or do you keep moving? And at some point you build up enough like bad karma points, and the fucking blue demons are pulling your skin off and laughing at you. It's really awesome. Super, super creepy, like classic Japanese, old-timey drawing kind of stuff, not anime, more creepy. And I love their. If you've ever been to Japan, they have these great temples and shrines you can visit. And there's this one
Oh yeah.
called
Some of them have got 1,000-year-old wooden columns.
Well, there's one called Sanju Sagendo, which is really interesting with all these Buddhas. And all around that place are these like guards or temple guardians or whatever the hell it is, and all these like these poses like they're gonna kill you, right? And it's it's probably the most metal thing I've seen in Japan. It's like, this is awesome, right? So their
From the
old
Shinto-
fashioned artwork is awesome.
It's
Way
the
better than
Shinto stuff,
anime
isn't it?
stuff.
It's
Yeah,
pagan.
it's really old shit, and it's super cool.
And there's just something about that management of the dark side, if you like, rather than making it taboo.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of like almost like Krampus, like behave yourself or something bad's gonna happen to you. Yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah, we've been going on for it's about 6 hours or something. Jesus Christ, maybe more. So I should let you guys get some rest. I need to go do some other shit.
Yeah, nice one. Nice to chat and see the others.
Glad
Although
you
Kent,
guys.
I didn't say goodbye to Kent. He disappeared.
He took off when no one knew he was leaving. But it was cool to have Ty and Kent and Jim came by and everybody. It was great,
Right, I'm going to try that reverb project tomorrow.
Yeah, give it a shot. I still got to figure out what I'm going to do. I always do it last minute, so I have no idea what I'm going to do. But
and see how it
again,
goes.
it's only 5 minutes. It's pretty easy to do 5 minutes something or other. So
hey, that's what they said.
Well, I mean, just because you have some guidance, it's not totally blind.
No, it's a good formula.
Because sometimes they give you a style or they give you a tempo.
Well, I read that stuff about
the
rituals in the woods and that. That was
the whole series of the different Forest Queen and all that shit. Yeah, those are pretty wild. So of course we had a lot of dark stuff for those. Those are fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just fun. Sometimes they really grab me and I just go hog wild with it. Other times I go, well, I'll just come up with something. I can't really think of anything, but I'll do something. Other times, like I said, I skipped a few, either because I was totally away doing something on vacation I couldn't really upload, or I was just not motivated by the week's sample pack or something. So there are a few I just flat out missed, like 4 or 5. But that's all I've missed since like December 2020, was it? 2021 maybe. So I don't know, whatever it is. It's been at least a year and a half, 2 years, maybe more. I forgot, but it's fun. That's why I keep doing it. It's almost like an addiction.
Whoa, synth addict.
Hey, yeah, I mean, you get addicted to gear, but you must be addicted to making music too. It's fun.
I'm gonna have to say now because I'm gonna piss me pants if I don't go. Cheers, people in the chat. It's lovely. I'll pay you more attention if I'm on again.
Yeah, thanks everybody.
Domo arigato.
Mr. Roboto.
Domo.
So silly. Yeah, I love the old sticks because they use like really nice Oberheim synths and mini Moogs, and so this is really cool sounds in some of their tracks.
I used to have a cinema, the Paradise with a laser etched 45 single. The laser etched.
Oh yeah.
Writing onto it.
Wow.
That might be worth something if it's probably been chucked out.
I pretty much lost interest after I think it was Pieces of 8, I think, whatever that album was.
Don't know.
Grand Illusion was like their ultimate album. They had several before, but that was, Grand Illusion was awesome. That's where Come Sail Away It comes from and all that stuff.
It's been so long, I haven't bothered listening for a long time. They'll all be remastered
There's another one, and then there's a couple more after that. Oh, Welcome to Paradise or whatever.
And the Tubes, remember the Tubes?
Yeah. It's
TV is king. You're my everything.
Oh, I've
tube
really got to
man.
go. My bladder's massive and it's about to
No
burst.
worries, man. See you.
All right.
Okay.
On that bombshell.
Bye.
Oh,
See you guys.
nice one. See you. Ta-da.
Alrighty. Bye. Say bye from the Devo crew. Bye. And Bob too. Bye. See you guys.